As a hybrid with the blood of vampires, werewolves, and witches, how will Elena's unique identity be revealed in her new school? What kind of turmoil will ensue from her encounter with her destined mate? Follow Elena on her journey into the unknown. Subscribe to our channel and uncover every secret. Chapter 1. I woke up to my brother jumping on my bed, waking me up and telling me to start getting ready for school. We just moved here 3 days ago due to my parents wanting to start somewhere fresh away from the rogues that were starting to pile around our pack. Elena, get up. If you don't get up now, you won't have enough time to finish getting ready. And we all know how long it takes you to get ready, said my brother. Oh shush, at least I try, and am always fashionably late, brother, I told him. Yeah, just hurry up so you can eat breakfast because we all know how you get when you don't have your food, he said. I threw a pillow at him just as he closed my door. I got up and did my bed and went into the shower. I stood there thinking about how much my life was changing. But how rude of me. My name is Elena, Elena for short. I know, unique name. I used to hate it till my parents convinced me otherwise. We just moved from New York to California. We moved here due to some rogues and my dad just wanting to start somewhere new. My dad is the alpha and my mom is the Luna of this pack, and I have 6 siblings, me being the youngest. Our pack is the Silver Moon pack, and it is one of the top 5 biggest and strongest packs. We are in second place. The Blood Moon taking the first place spot, and that pack belonging to the Alpha King. I am 17 and I should have found my mate already, but sadly it looks like the Moon Goddess doesn't want me to find him yet. I've always loved the thought of having a mate, and us being made for each other. Seeing how in love my parents were just made me wish I could find him already. I have brown hair and hazel eyes, but they could change at times depending on my mood. I am a hybrid. I have vampire, werewolf, and witch blood in me. I am the only one out of my siblings that got vampire and witch blood. They are all just werewolves. My dad is the vampire king and half-wolf, and my mom is the witch queen and half-wolf. I am not allowed to shift into my wolf due to it being all white, making me the only white wolf. With being the white wolf comes a lot of danger and a lot of power. I can control the elements and can do other stuff, but my powers slowly come. No one knows about me being the white wolf but my family, and it's better that way. I got out the shower and dried my hair into its natural curls. I applied some makeup and got dressed into a white skirt, a white crop tank top, and my white jean jacket. I grabbed my phone and checked that I had everything I needed in my book bag and walked down the stairs. I put my book bag down on the couch and went into the kitchen where I could hear my family talking. Good morning, Elena, said my dad. Good morning, Dad, I told him with a smile. I want you to behave on your first day. Okay, Elena, he said, while giving me a stern look. Okay, Dad, I will. It's my first day. What could go wrong, I told him. He nodded and smiled at me. He came up to me, gave me a hug, and wished me a good first day. Bye, Mama. I'll see you after school, I told her as I hugged her. Bye, baby, let me know if anything happens, she said while smiling and winking at me. I was pulled out the kitchen by my brother Asher. He put his arm over my shoulder and started talking about school, and how he couldn't wait to see new girls. I rolled my eyes at my brother and walked to the front door. Which cars are we taking, asked my brother Nick. I'm taking mine, I said. Mine, said my brother Asher. I'll also take mine, said my brother Theo. I got into my white Jeep Wrangler and my sisters Sapphire and Celeste got in with me, and Asher and Nick rode together and Elijah and Theo rode together. Me and my sisters sang our hearts out to Justin Bieber on the way to school. As soon as we pulled up, I turned down the music and followed my brothers into parking spots right beside each other, us being in the middle. So according to them, no boys would get close to us or use that as an excuse to get close to me and my sisters. I rolled my eyes and hopped out with my sisters and got our stuff from the back. I could feel people staring, but I ignored it. I closed the door and made sure my car was locked and started walking towards the front door of the school. Me and my sisters were in the front and my brothers were behind us. I could hear what people were saying, and by the looks on my sisters' faces, so could they. We walked into the school, and just like in a movie, everyone stopped and stared. I looked around and smiled and walked into the office, my siblings following close behind. Hi, how can I help you guys, said a sweet old lady with a smile on her face. Hi, we are new and we need our schedules, said Celeste. Of course, honey, said the lady while giving us each our schedules. I smiled and thanked her and walked after my siblings. We went to our lockers, which were right beside each other, and compared our schedules. I had at least 2 of them in each class, which made me glad cause I wouldn't be alone. We walked to class. Up first I had English with Celeste, Sapphire, and Asher. We all walked into class late cause we had trouble finding our class. This school was huge. As soon as we opened the door, everyone turned their heads to see who had opened the door. You four must be the Michelsons, said the teacher. Yes, ma'am, said Sapphire. Welcome, take a seat, said the teacher. I smiled at her as I walked to an empty seat. Soon she began with her lecture and I wrote the notes I had to write and then spaced out. The rest of the day was the same boring classes. Girls glaring at me and boys talking about me and my sisters. Soon it was lunchtime, and to say I was happy was an understatement. I was starving. I just hoped they had good food. Me and my sisters walked into the cafeteria together. My brothers were already in there, and they had a table for us. Me and my sisters got lunch and sat down with our brothers. We could hear people talking and whispering, but we ignored it and continued to talk about our day and laugh. Soon the day was over and we all headed home. Surprisingly, nothing happened today, which was good. Hopefully the rest of the year would be like this. Chapter 2, Liam's POV. Today I had woken up with a weird feeling. Like something was going to happen. I ignored and got into the shower. I got out and got dressed onto some jeans and a white shirt. I put on my shoes and made my way downstairs, getting ready to leave for school. Just as I was about to leave, I get a mind link from my brother, aka the Beta, and he's telling me that Rouges had came into our territory. Which was weird. These rogues knew better than to mess with us. I make my way down to the cells where they are being held. Have they talked yet? I asked my brother through the mind link. They're just saying something about us having what they needed and soon enough they would come for it. He said, Weird, what could we have that they'd want? I said back. I don't know, brother, he said. Okay, rogue talk, what are you doing in my territory? I asked the rogue. He just looked at me and smirked. Me and my brother exchanged looks. Okay, rogue talk or I'll make you talk, I said, but once again all I got was a smirk. Fine, then you want to play this game. Let's play. I said, giving him a smirk back. I grabbed a silver-coated knife. I examined it and then walked to him. I saw fear flash in his eyes for a second, and then it was gone. I punched him in the face. And then I put the knife on his chest and dragged it down from the left shoulder to the right side of his chest. Then I made a cut from his right shoulder to the left side of his chest. Then I continued to cut all through his chest. I smirked as I heard him scream in pain. What were you doing in my territory? I asked, starting to get angry. Soon you will know and kill me now if you want. That's all you can know for now, he said. And with a sigh I snapped his neck. Take care of that. I said to my warrior Aaron. Yes, Alpha, he replied. I nodded my head and walked out, my brother Alex following behind. We made our way to my office. We walked in and I checked my watch. 12:00. No use in going to school now. Have you heard anything of the new kids that were supposed to come in today? I asked my brother. Nope, I did hear that the girls were hot though, he said, grinning. And what makes you think they're going to want you? I said, rolling my eyes. What isn't there to want, Liam, he said. Hey, I'm just saying. Remember what happened last time you tried to get with the new girl, I said, laughing at him. Hey, that was a one-time thing and you promised to never speak of that again. I had never been rejected. I laughed even harder, remembering how he looked with spaghetti noodles falling down his face. Okay, I'm leaving, he said. Bye, Alex, I said while laughing. I stared at the picture of my parents on the wall, admiring how in love they looked. When I was little I learned about them, and since then my mom had always told me how I should treat my mate. And I did want one, but now, I don't know. I'm alpha right now, and I have my family. We are all doing good. What else could I need? I haven't met her yet, and I should have met her 3 years ago. We will meet her soon, said my wolf Odysseus. You've been saying that for the past 3 years, I said, rolling my eyes. I know for sure this time we are close. I can practically feel her, said Odysseus. Okay, if you say so. But I doubt it, I said with a sigh. After that I felt him put the wall up. Me and my wolf talk, but ever since we shifted and didn't find our mate right away, it got to us both. And now, well, we barely talk and he gets angry fast. And very angry, killing someone angry. I sighed. I hope he's right. Chapter 3, Elena's POV. As soon as I got home I grabbed a quick snack and made my way to the backyard. I hadn't explored yet and well, it was about time I did. I walked around the backyard and looked around the pool and the basketball court this house had. The pool was huge and I could not wait to jump in. I saw a trail heading into the woods and I followed it. I know. Stupid, but I was bored. I needed to do something, so I followed it. It went on for a while and then just stopped. I looked around confused. And then I looked up and I got a huge grin on my face. It was a treehouse. I looked around for the ladder. Once I found it, I started to climb up to the treehouse. I opened the door to the treehouse and my mouth dropped to the ground. Wow, this is so pretty. It's spacious. I need to get stuff to clean it and decorate it. I had just found my new spot. I walked around the treehouse admiring all the details. I saw a window and walked up to it, and once again my jaw hit the floor. There in front of me was a river with a waterfall, and I could see everything from here, and I can't forget the sunset. I stayed there for who knows how long, just admiring the sunset and listening to the water running in the distance. I felt so relaxed. Being a white wolf and having the ability to use the elements just makes me have a deeper connection to nature. I could feel the air around me and I smiled. The wind was hugging me, making me feel relaxed. I moved my hands in the air, causing a small tornado-like thing to form in my hands. Then I released into the air and I saw it go up into the sky. I smiled and decided it was time to get home because they would start wondering where I was. I looked out to the river and decided I was going to come back tomorrow. I walked into the house just as my mom called out to us for dinner. I walked to the bathroom and tied my hair up in a messy bun and washed my hands. "So kids, did you make new friends?" asked my mom. "Yes, we made some," said my twin brother Theo. I don't remember seeing him talk to anyone else, but then again I don't remember much anyways. We all talked and ate dinner, and soon I headed up to my room and showered and did some homework. As soon as I was done, I put on some Grey's Anatomy and cuddled up to my pillows. The last thing I remember was seeing Christina cutting into someone. Chapter 4: Elena's POV. I woke up to the sound of my alarm, stupid alarms and their annoying noises. I dropped my phone and went to catch it, but instead I ended up getting tangled in my blankets and rolling off the bed and hitting the floor with a loud thump. Celeste walked into my room, looked at me on the floor and stopped. "I'm not even gonna ask, but what I will ask is, do you have white jeans I could borrow?" she said, walking towards my closet. "Really, Celeste? You're not even going to help me up or make sure I didn't hurt myself? But sure, go ahead, steal more of my clothes. I expect them back and clean," I said, getting up. "Where are my clothes you have borrowed?" she said while entering my closet. I went silent at that. "Yeah, that's what I thought," she said as she walked out. "Okay, Finny, use them for as long as you want," I said with a sheepish smile. She rolled her eyes and smiled and walked out. I got up, did my bed and walked into the bathroom and did my makeup and hair. As soon as I was done, I went into my walk-in closet and looked around. I was in there for 10 minutes looking for something, to where I ended up deciding on wearing black jeans, a black V-neck shirt, and my leather jacket, 'cause why not? I got all my stuff and walked down the stairs. "Morning, Mickelsons," I said while sitting down and grabbing some toast, eggs and bacon. I quickly ate and hopped into my Jeep with Celeste and Sapphire. As I was driving, all of a sudden I started to get nervous. I was confused because yesterday was our first day, so there's no reason to feel nervous. I just turned up the music to try and calm down. As we got closer to the school, I just started to get more nervous and I started moving in my seat. I pulled up and parked in the same spot as yesterday with my brothers on either side of us. I looked around and there seemed to be more people than yesterday. I got out my car and leaned against my brother's Audi R8 and looked around at the parking lot. Feeling more nervous, I looked around at all the cars and everyone had nice cars. I could see more Jeeps, Ranger Rovers, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, all types of nice cars. I looked at a pretty-looking Lambo. The color just looked so pretty. I walked to the back and got my stuff and took a deep breath before shutting the back. I locked my car and walked up to my siblings who were waiting for me in front of my car. "Are you okay?" asked Theo through the mind link. "I don't know. I feel weird and very nervous," I said, looking at him. "Wow, that's so weird. That's exactly how I'm feeling. Maybe it's just a twin thing." "And it's nothing," he said, smiling. "Maybe it is," I told him. He gave me a smile and put his arm over my neck. "We will be fine," I nodded. I heard a low growl and looked around but didn't see who it belonged to. We caught up to the rest of our siblings who were waiting at our lockers. "Are we trying out for cheerleading this year?" I asked the girls. "I don't know, should we? We just got here," said Sapphire. "We are trying out for football. Y'all should try out for cheerleading if y'all really want to," said Elijah. Maybe." The warning bell rang and I had to use the bathroom. I went to move but realized that Theo's arm was still around me. I grabbed my stuff and told them I would meet them in class. I walked towards where I remembered the bathroom being, but didn't see it anywhere. As I was walking back towards the direction I came in, I felt someone grab my arm and pull me into a janitor's closet. I let out a scream, not knowing who had pulled my arm. I look up to be met with the most beautiful eyes I had ever seen. I hadn't noticed before. There were sparks shooting up my arm and his scent was making me weak at the knees. "Mate," we both said at the same time. "What's your name, beautiful?" he asked, looking at me. "Elena. Elena Michelson," I said. Beautiful was all he said. He just stared at me for who knows how long, not that I could look away. His godlike features stopped me from looking away. He leaned down to my neck and I could feel his warm breath on my neck causing me to shiver. I turned my head to give him more access. He kissed my neck causing me to let out a quiet moan. He looked at me in the eyes and then walked out. Chapter 5 Elena's POV. I stood there shocked. Had that really just happened or did I imagine it? Had I just found my mate? I realized it was real when I could still smell his delicious smell in the tiny room. I hadn't smelt him before, but now it's all I could smell. I stood there for a couple more minutes smelling his scent. I had really just found my mate, after 2 years of waiting. I felt so happy, but the happiness soon died down when I realized what had happened. He had kissed my neck and then pulled back like I had burned him and walked out. I got out of the little closet and walked to class, which I was 10 minutes late to thanks to him. I walked in and everyone stared. My siblings gave me questioning looks, but I ignored them and sat down in the same chair from yesterday. Miss Thompson continued her lecture and I spaced out. Had he just rejected me? Was that his way of saying he didn't want me? Soon that's all that was in my head, and my wolf, who was previously jumping around, was now whining as she also realized it. All I could think of was negative stuff when the door to the classroom burst open, and there stood my mate whose name I didn't know. We made eye contact and I tensed up and looking down at the desk. I looked around and realized that the only desk that was empty was the one that was next to me. I mentally cursed and looked back down at the desk. I could feel as he came and sat on the desk beside me. I could smell him. And I could feel his power. I could feel everything about him. I tensed up even more, if that was even possible. The rest of the class I could feel him staring at the side of my face, but not once did I look up. I could also feel my siblings staring at me, and they were trying to break through my wall and talk to me. But I wasn't in the mood for that. All I could think was how scared I was if he was going to reject me. Not a lot of people survive rejection, but could I be strong enough and survive? That just made me nervous, so I decided if he can't talk to me, he won't reject me, so I'll just stay away. The bell finally rang after what felt like hours, and I got up faster than I ever have, and was the first to walk out the door and into my next class. I could hear my siblings calling me, but I ignored them. As soon as I walked into my next class, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I walked to my chair. Hopefully this class would go by fast. There was a minute left till the bell rang. The teacher walked in and told us to go to the front as she started assigning seats. When my mate, whose name I still didn't know, walked through the door, I had a mini heart attack. "Please don't sit beside me. Please don't sit beside me. Please don't." "Madeline, you're sitting next to Elena," said the teacher. Once again I let out a breath I was holding and started breathing again. I smiled at the girl named Madeline who was sitting beside me, and told her my name, and we shook hands. My sisters, who were sitting in front of me, turned to look at me and mouthed, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" "Yes, I'm fine," I said back. The rest of the class I talked to the girl named Madeline who was sitting beside me. She was funny, and I liked her. I could already tell we would be good friends. We spent the class whispering to each other and getting to know each other. I could feel him staring at the back of my head the whole time. Turns out me and Madeline had all the same classes but first period. And I also had all classes but one with my mate, which made this even more harder. Me, Madeline, her sister Sophie, Sapphire and Celeste had all classes together. So we walked into the cafeteria together, and there he sat. At my table with my brothers and some other boys laughing. I inhaled and went to go get lunch. I sat in between Asher and Elijah, and my mate was directly across from me. I tried my hardest not to look his way, but when people next to him would talk, I would end up sneaking a glance. I also found out that Sophie and Madeline were his sisters, and that he also had 3 other brothers whose names were Alex, Justin, and Lucas, and they belonged to the Blood Moon Pack, which belongs to the royal family, which means he's next in line because his brother didn't want the title. His brothers who were with us were hilarious. I also found out that Theo and Madeline were mates, and that's why we felt the way we did this morning. But he doesn't know I found my mate. Not once did I touch my food though, which was fucking weird because I always need and want food. I could see how my siblings kept looking at me and the food, and I could also tell they were mind-linking. About what? Most likely me. Soon lunch ended and it was time for gym. We all had that class together, so we walked down together. We got changed into uniforms which were short and covered nothing. It was a t-shirt that was skin tight and some short shorts. Me and my sisters looked at each other knowing what was about to happen once we stepped foot outside the girls' locker room with Madeline and Sophie. As soon as we walked out, everyone turned to look, including my mate, which made me look down at the groan. And I heard, "What the hell are y'all wearing?" from my brothers. I rolled my eyes and walked to the bleachers and sat down, all of them following behind. We had to run and we did stations with workouts. I was on my way to the bathroom when I see my mate with some bimbo all on him, and what happened next had me wanting to cry. But I wasn't about to cry in front of him or any of these people. They kissed. I accidentally let out a whimper and he saw me. "Elena, wait, it's not what it looks like," he said, but I ignored him. I ran back into the gym and the girls' locker room and changed back into my regular clothes just as the girls walked in. And so did that bitch that was kissing my mate. I looked down and then up at my sisters who had stepped in front of me. "Elena, your eyes," they said. I finally realized that my eyes had changed colors to a purplish and I looked down. I tried to get them back to normal, but I couldn't for some reasons, which was weird. I walked out the girls' locker room and bumped into someone. I almost fell, but they caught me. I felt the sparks as soon as he touched me. Can you guess who? Yep, him. "Elena, please let me explain to you what happened," he said. I looked up at him, but then looked away, remembering that my eyes were purple. I walked to my Jeep and got in. I grabbed my sunglasses and put them on to hide my eyes because apparently my off button wasn't working. I laid my head on the wheel trying not to cry. That would explain why he got away from me like I had burned him. 'Cause he was with someone else and he was going to reject me. I heard them all outside of my car and apparently they were all coming over. Yay. Note the sarcasm. I heard my doors open and I lifted my head to see Sapphire, Celeste, Madeline and Sophie get in. I smiled at them and put on my seatbelt. They turned on some music and sang. I was quiet the whole way home. We got home and all the other cars parked around me, and I quickly got my stuff, walked inside to my room. I changed into something more comfortable, and looked for some cleaning supplies and grabbed some lights and blankets and pillows, and carried them in a big basket to my treehouse before anyone saw me. I somehow managed to carry everything up there and started cleaning and hanging lights and set up my blankets and pillows. As soon as I was done, I sat by the window and looked out. Some tears fell, and as soon as that happened, the air would get strong and blow out my tears. And I could even feel the air hugging me, I know. But when you have a connection with nature like this, you can feel everything. I was so scared of getting rejected, and from what I could tell, that's where things were headed. I waited 2 years to be rejected. I fell asleep with that in my head. Chapter 6: Elena's POV. I woke up and saw that the sun was setting, and decided it was time to go back. I got my phone, looked out the window, and made my way down. I was walking down the path to my house when I saw Elijah sitting outside by himself. "Are you okay?" I asked Elijah. "I should be asking you that," he said. "Well, I asked first," I said. He rolled his eyes at me. "Yes, I'm fine. I just needed to get away from them. They were doing too much," he said. "'Kay, let's go back inside then," I said. "'Kay, where did you go?" he asked. "I went on a walk," I said. We walked inside and everyone was in the living room. Everyone was talking and laughing. Asher looked at me. "Where did you go?" asked my brother. "I went for a walk," I answered. He gave me a look that said we would talk about this later. I decided to go look for Mom and see if she needed some help. "Hey Mama," I said, walking into the kitchen. "Hey baby, what's wrong?" "Nothing Mom, I just wanted to see if you needed help with anything." "There is a lot of people here after all," I said, smiling. She nodded her head. "Yes, there is," she said, giving me a look. "What?" I asked. "Nothing, Elena," she said, smiling. I rolled my eyes and smiled and helped her on cutting up veggies. After 30 minutes we were done with dinner. I went to wash up, and when I got back everyone was sitting. I went and sat beside my dad and Nick. My mom was on my dad's other side in front of me. We all began eating and my dad asked Asher and Madeline if they had met in a romantic way. "Well, I was coming out of my first class and I bumped into him," said Madeline, laughing. "Yeah, and of course she was going to fall, but you know me and my fast reflexes and caught her," said Theo, causing all of us to laugh. I spaced out after that, thinking about how we had met. He pulled me into a closet and he kissed my neck. And we just stared into each other's eyes. I couldn't look away. It was as if I was stuck in a trance. I shivered, remembering. A smile went up to my face. I wonder if he felt the way I did. I decided to sneak a glance to see him already staring at me. I shivered, and once again we were stuck in a trance-like thing and were making eye contact. I couldn't look away. I was hooked, not that I really wanted to. "So Elena, any chance you found your mate today?" "I would have, though that you and Asher would have found them at the same time," asked my dad. I whipped my head to where he was. not expecting his question. I heard a chair scrape against the ground. I turned to see Liam, whose name I had recently learned, and heard a "excuse me" as he left the kitchen heading in the direction of the bathroom. I looked at my dad, who was waiting for me to answer, and then down at my food, which was barely touched. No, I haven't," I said quietly and gave him a small smile. He gave me an encouraging smile and said, "You'll find him soon, baby, and he'll love you." I couldn't tell them anything about him yet. I didn't know if he wanted me or if he didn't want me, and I needed to see first. I hope he did, because the mate bond is doing its magic and it's getting harder and harder to be away from him, and I can't imagine how it would feel like if he did end up rejecting me. After dinner, me and the girls helped my mom clean the kitchen, and then we headed up to my room and watched some movies, and spilled some tea. After 3 hours it was 10:00 p.m., and they all decided to head home and we would meet up before school for breakfast. We walked them to the door and we all said goodbye. I made eye contact with Liam and gave him a small smile. I walked to my room and laid down and started to think. And after 5 minutes walked in Theo, and jumped on my bed and just stared at me like a creep. "Theo, stop being a creep. Did you need something? Or did you just come in here to stare?" I asked him. He blinked and then blinked again. "I'm just trying to figure out what is wrong with you, and why you haven't been acting like yourself since the morning." I replied. "No, you haven't, Elena. We are twins. I know you best. And you are not acting like yourself." "I'm fine," I replied. "Elena, did something happen?" he asked. "Theo, stop. I'm fine," I said. "Did you find your mate?" he asked. I whipped my head up to him. I stared at him. I blinked away the tears and he pulled me to him. "It's okay, Elena. I am here for you. I'm listening, okay? But I'm not saying any names," I said to him. He looked at me and nodded and waited for me to continue. "I found my mate. But I don't think he wants me. That's why I was late today. I was with him. He pulled me into the janitor's closet and—" "Did he touch you?" asked Theo, cutting me off. "What? No, if you hadn't rudely interrupted me you would know that he just looked at me, kissed my neck, and then just pulled back like I had burned him, looked at me and then just walked out. And then I saw him later that day and he had a bimbo all over him and they kissed," I said, looking down embarrassed. "He did what? Who is he?" asked Theo angrily. "Theo, I told you I wouldn't say names." "Fine, so you know for sure that he doesn't want you. Give him some time to come around. You're not that ugly," he said, smiling. "Just give him time. He won't be able to fight the mate bond. And if anything happens, you tell me. Me and the boys will be ready to beat anyone up." I smiled and nodded my head. "Thank you," I said, hugging him. "Anytime, womb buddy," he said, smiling. He kissed my forehead and said good night. "Theo, please don't tell no one else. I will when I'm ready." "Okay, good night, Elena. If you need anything, you know where I live and sleep." I rolled my eyes at him and smiled. I got up and got ready for bed. Chapter 7, Elena's POV. I looked up at the clock and it read 4:00 a.m. I decided to go on a run since I was clearly not going to get any more sleep. I got dressed into some black Nike shorts and a Nike t-shirt and out on my shoes. I went to the kitchen, grabbed an apple and made my way to the trail. Instead of going up to the treehouse, I walked straight and decided it was time to visit that river I had first seen. I walked towards the water and sat down at the edge. I inhaled the smell of nature, feeling it calm me down. Last night I barely slept. I kept turning in my bed and all I could think about was Liam and his cute smile and dimples. I smiled at the thought inside. I hope he doesn't reject me because I can feel myself falling for him, which was crazy considering we hadn't really talked. Ugh, stupid mate bond. I looked at the water, then looked around to make sure there was no one around. I then reached out towards the water and I smiled as the water rose and wrapped around my hand. I did a little tornado of water in my hand and saw as it moved around my hand. I then used my other hand and grabbed some more and started practicing some tricks. I looked up and saw that the sun was rising and decided to go back and go ahead and start getting ready. I ran around using my vampire speed. It was about time I used my vampire speed and let her out. I smiled, loving the feeling of the wind around me as I ran around in the woods. I walked into the house and saw my parents in the living room. They heard me come in and looked up at me surprised. "Elena, what are you doing up so early? You still have an hour till you get up and get ready," asked my mom. "Me and them are going out to have breakfast with our friends, and I decided to get up early enough so I could go on a run." I let out my vampire, I said, looking at them. My dad looked up at me, looking like he was started to get angry. "Did anyone see you? Did you make sure no one was around?" he asked. "Yes, no one was around, Dad. I made sure. Felt so good running around. It always feels amazing." "Yes, it does," said my dad, smiling. Athena wants to be let out, she needs to be let out. She's been in for too long, I told them. Okay, we will look around and we will let you know if it's okay, said my mom. Okay, mama. Are you good on blood or are we going to need to get some more soon, asked my dad. Actually, now that you mention it, she's been bothering me a lot, she's very hungry. It's a hunger that I can't explain, but it's getting harder to control. My parents gave each other looks. Interesting, said my dad, giving me a look. Well, I have to go and start getting ready. Bye mama, bye dad. Bye baby. I walked into my room and got into the shower. I turned on my music and started singing to some Harry Styles. My voice is amazing from what I've heard. My voice is also unique, and when I sing it could calm people down. Just stop your crying, it's the sign of the times, it's the sign of the times. Welcome to the final show, hope you're wearing your best clothes. You can't bribe the door on the way to the sky, you look pretty good down here. But you ain't really good. After I was done with my shower, I got out and put some lotion on and started doing my makeup, and decided to straighten my hair. I walked into my closet and chose to wear a white dress that came mid-thigh, a black leather jacket, and some white shoes. I put on some jewelry and grabbed my phone, my sunglasses, my car keys, and book bag and walked down the stairs. I walked down and saw I was the first one out of my sisters down there. My brothers saw me and their jaws hit the floor and they started cheering. I rolled my eyes, not they could see, I had my glasses on to hide my eyes. I barely slept and you could tell. And then my eyes were going crazy and I couldn't control them. I went and sat down. Oh my God, this can't be. Are you really the first one here out of Sapphire and Celeste? I just smiled and went on my phone. I soon felt someone sit beside me. I looked to my side and saw Theo. Are you okay? He whispered. Yes, I'm fine, I whispered. Then why are you wearing glasses inside? Were you crying? He whispered. I looked to make sure no one else was looking and pulled down my sunglasses and looked at him. I quickly put them back up. That's why, I told him. And you can't control them. No. I couldn't control them yesterday either. And Stella is acting weird, she's restless. And I'm craving blood. She's craving it. Maybe we should tell Mom and Dad, whispered Theo. I was about to respond but was cut off by Sapphire. No way. You beat us. Are you feeling okay? I just laughed at them. We all walked out and got in our cars. I followed my brothers to wherever we were meeting the others. We put some music on and sang. Out of nowhere, Celeste, who was sitting in the front seat, turned off the music. Hey, I was singing to that. You left me singing, I told Celeste. So are you going to tell us what is wrong with you? Asked Celeste. I looked at both of them and sighed. I found my mate, I said quietly. Oh my God. Did you really? Oh my God, why didn't you tell us sooner? They both said at the same time. I sighed. Because I don't even know if he wants me. I explained what happened to them. He did what? No, he didn't. I am going to kill him. Who is it? They both said that I can't tell you, sisters. But why? Asked Sapphire. Because it doesn't matter, you'll know if he accepts me, I told them. We will find out, Elena, said Celeste. We pulled up to the diner and got out. They were all already there waiting for us. As I walked in, I smelt my mate and my wolf and vampire got excited. Y'all need to calm down. But smell his scent, it smells amazing. Don't you just want to go and jump his cute ass, said my wolf. Oh, the stuff we could do to him, said my vampire. Stella, okay, I get it. He's hot, but he's not ours yet. We don't even know if he will accept us. They just went back to being to themselves just as we got to the table they were waiting at. I ended up sitting next to him, which made me curse to myself. I should have been faster. Now we can smell him. He smells delicious, I just want to lick. I didn't even let Stella finish and I put my wall up. No need for her to get me even more nervous. I was talking to Mate丨, who was to my left, when a waitress came, and what she has on, well, more like didn't have on. She was showing everything, leaving no imagination for the eye. I saw her look at Liam and she went to his side and had her boobs all in his face. I fisted my hands under the table. I could feel my eyes changing. I reached up and pulled my glasses down. I was guessing they were red from anger. I looked up and saw Theo, Sapphire, and Celeste staring at me. It's him, isn't it? I heard in my head. I looked up and saw both Sapphire and Celeste staring at me. Then they looked at Liam. I sighed and nodded my head. I turned to see the waitress giving Liam her number. I looked at them both. He then had the audacity to take the paper. I felt my vampire trying to come out. I felt my fangs starting to come out. I looked at her as she walked off with our orders. And she had picked up some dishes from another table. There was cake on there, so without realizing it, I made her fall and her face fell into the cake. I gasped, surprised. Why did I just do that? Because she deserved it for messing with what is ours. How did you do that? You did that without me realizing it. She just laughed and went back to wherever she came from. I heard my sisters laughing and I looked at them. Good job, she had it coming, they said. After that we all ate and headed to school. Chapter 8. We pulled up to school and parked at our regular spots. We got out and just started talking in front of my car. Me and the girls were talking when we heard an annoying screeching sound. Baby, you're finally here, said that annoying bimbo. I felt my hands fist and I looked down. I felt my sisters each grab a hand. I looked up at them and smiled. The next thing I know, she throws herself at him and has her arms all over him. She then kisses my mate. I was about to lounge at her when I was pulled back by the arms holding me. We turned to leave. And before we did, I looked at him in time to see him push her away. I looked at him then walked away. I could feel my eyes and they were not normal, and I couldn't put them back to their original color. I was furious and I wanted blood. Stella wanted blood. I grabbed my stuff from my locker and headed to class early. My sisters followed me. Are you okay? Asked Sapphire. You look like you're about to kill someone, said Celeste. I'll be fine, I told you guys he doesn't want me. And they won't calm down, they're furious and for some reason I can't control them or my eyes. That's weird, maybe we should talk to Mom and Dad, said Celeste. Yeah, this isn't normal for you, something is definitely happening to you, said Sapphire. That's the same thing Theo told me. I told them. Wait, he knows. Yes, I told him last night. Oh, just then the bell rang and I realized that there was people already in here. I saw him walk in and tensed up. He came and sat beside me. The teacher came in and started her lecture. We started with writing down some notes. Then she announced a project. So I will be choosing your partners from this jar. Sophie with Sapphire, Madeline with Theo, Celeste with Alex, Elena with please be someone else, please be someone else, please be. And Liam. I put my hand on my face, trying not to show people I was freaking out. Why did this have to happen to me? Why did I get stuck with him? Out of everyone else in this room, I got stuck with him. I sighed and listened to her explaining the project. The bell rang and I was out of my seat like it had burned me, and made my way to my next class. Too bad I had it with him. The class went by normally, me and Madeline sitting next to each other laughing. After 3 periods it was finally time for lunch, and the 5 of us made our way to get food. I went and sat down between Theo and Lucas. I was talking to Lucas when out of nowhere the bitch came and sat herself on my mate's lap. Her side friends behind her. When she sat down she bumped into the table and cause Theo drank to fall and spill everywhere, and it landed on my legs. Thank God I had wore a dress, but I had to clean my legs. I stood up out of reflex and glared at her. Watch it, I said to her. Or what whore, said the bimbo. Or else you won't have proper working hands, I gritted out through clenched teeth. I'd like to see you try, said the bimbo. The cafeteria was now dead silence, everyone just staring at the both of us. Listen here, you dumb fake bimbo. I'm pretty sure you're not used to people saying shit to your face, but let me speak for me and every other person in this room. You aren't as big as you think you are. And I'm not scared of you, all you do is talk about other people and torment other people. And that's going to stop. Because at the end of the day you have no one here. Those plastics you have behind you talk about you behind your back. And everyone else here dislikes you. So stop trying to be someone you're not and act nice for once in your life. It'll get you places, I told the bimbo. I still had my glasses on, thank God, cause my eyes were red. Next thing I know she punches me in the face. My head turns to the side, I look at my siblings and see them getting up slowly. Knowing I was about go off. I couldn't help myself, I lounge for her and I hear her scream. I then start hitting her face and as I was about to go for her again I am pulled off of her. Get off of me, let me go, I say to whoever is holding me back. I reach for her but then the person holding me hugs me closer and harder from behind, holding onto my arms. I soon relax, feeling sparks and inhaling his scent. Relax me more. He whispers in my ear, causing me to shiver. I fell into him and felt something hard touching my lower back. I tense up, realizing what it was. I push myself off of him, also realizing he's not mine. And he doesn't want me, he's just doing this to calm me down or I would kill his bitch. Making me more mad, so I push myself away from him and run out the cafeteria doors, and out the school's front doors. I run into the woods and made sure I was far from the parking lot and punched a tree. For some reason I couldn't calm down, and not to mention my eyes which I couldn't change back to normal. I leaned my head on a tree trying to calm down but nothing was working. I just felt more and more mad. I heard a branch snap to my left. I whipped my head to the left and saw my mate. I rolled my eyes and looked the opposite way. I saw him stand in front of me and he put his hand on my cheek. I leaned into his touch and sighed. This felt amazing just feeling him. I inhaled his scent and pulled him to me. I looked at him and he looked at me. And before we realized it, we were both slowly leaning in. I licked my lips and saw as his eyes followed the movement of my tongue. As soon as our lips touched, my eyes shut and I felt sparks going through my whole body. I had never felt this way before, the feelings going through my body. He pulled me closer and lifted me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist and he slowly moved his hands down to my butt. He squeezed it, causing me to gasp. He took that as an opportunity to stick his tongue in my mouth. We fought for dominance, but of course he won. We pulled back from each other. He started kissing down my neck. He found the spot he would mark me and started sucking on it. I let out a moan, my head falling back, causing him to have more access. Next thing we know, we are in my Jeep. Not sure how we got there, but we continued. I had luckily worn a dress today. We got into the back seat and he pulled me onto his lap. He ripped my panties off and threw them to the side. I quickly unbuckled his pants. He grabbed my face and pulled me to him and started to kiss me passionately and hard, causing me to let out a moan in his mouth. He began to rub but he pulled me to him, lifted me up and slowly dropped me onto him. I let out a small whimper, causing him to stop. "Are you okay, mi amor?" he asked. I nodded my head and gave him a smile. "Are you sure you want to continue? We can stop if you're not ready, mi amor." I gave him a smile and kissed him, showing him I was ready to continue. He slowly continued. He stood still till I was ready. I slowly started to move my hips and let out a loud moan as my head fell back. He pulled my dress over my head and started to kiss and suck hard on my boobs, leaving hickeys everywhere. He got faster, making me moaning mess. Soon I came. Him following a couple seconds, let out a loud moan and finished. I was sitting there breathless as he pulled me close and hugged me and kissed my forehead. "You are beautiful, Elena," he said, causing me to blush and bury my head in his neck. I inhaled his scent and kissed his neck. He turned his head, giving me more space. I started kissing at his neck, and then made my way to where I would mark him and started sucking hard. He groaned and grabbed a fist full of my hair and pulled me to him, where we once again started kissing. I moaned at how it felt when he grabbed me like that. Soon we were back on round 2. We were soon dressed, and out of nowhere he got out the car and told me to meet him at the river near my house at 700. He kissed me and walked out into his car. Chapter 9. The bell was about to ring, so I just waited for my sisters in the car and turned down the windows. In the couple minutes that was left of school, I sat there thinking about what just happened. This meant that he finally accepted me, right? I squealed and had the biggest grin on my face. I can't believe that just happened. I remembered about my underwear and quickly picked them up and put them in my bag. As soon as I did, I saw my sisters heading in my direction. I made sure my neck was covered by my hair and looked in the small mirror. I took my sunglasses off and noticed that my eyes were still not my normal color. Weird, I thought. My sisters got in and I drove off. "Are you okay now?" asked Sapphire. "Yes, I'm fine, I promise," I said, smiling. The rest of the car ride, they told me what happened after I ran out. We walked inside and I went to my room. I went into the bathroom and moved my hair to the side and looked at my chest. And to say I was surprised was an understatement. I did not expect my neck and chest to have that many hickeys. I put on a shirt and some shorts and made sure my hair was covering my neck, and out my glasses back in because they were still a pinkish color. After many tries, my eyes wouldn't go back to Hazel, so I just walked down the stairs with my glasses. "Hi, Mama," I said as I saw her in the living room reading a book. "Hi, baby. Your dad is waiting for us in his office." Why, I said, nervous. "Des, now let's go," she said. "Hi, Dad," I said as I walked in with a smile. "Do you have anything to tell us?" said my dad. No. I said, "Elena Luna Michelson." My eyes got wide as I heard him yell at me. I stayed quiet so he could tell me why he was mad. "Why are you wearing sunglasses inside?" asked my dad. "Because they look nice," I said confidently. "Elena, did you find your mate?" asked my mom. I stared at them. "No." "There you go, lying to us again." "I may ask you one more time, did you find your mate?" said my dad angrily. "Yes." "Why did you not tell us?" said my mom sadly. "Come inside now." "Instead of eavesdropping," said my dad. I looked back and slowly the door opens to reveal all of my nosy siblings. My mouth drops as I stare at them. "Now tell me why you didn't tell us you had found your mate," said my dad. Because what, Elena? Do you know how bad your vampire is going to get until you get your mate?" What? What do you mean? I asked him. Your vampire having a mate is way different than your wolf having a mate. And she will crave blood till she marks her mate and has his blood for the first time. And you being how you are is not good. Because she will use that. Tell me, have you been with your mate yet? He asked. Elena, you should tell him what is going on with you, said Theo in my head. I slowly took off my glasses and looked at him. My mother, who was behind him, gasped. I looked at her confused. Then I looked back at my siblings and they all gasped too. I went up to the mirror in my dad's office and I then gasped. My eyes were different colors. They had never done this before. I looked at my dad and he looked worried. They won't go back. They've been like this for 2 days now. I can't control them and my anger is uncontrollable, I told him. Yeah, I heard about the girl, said my dad. I looked at him and saw him staring at the wall. Behind him my mom was giving me a thumbs up and whispered good job and winked at me. I let out a laugh but covered it up with cough. He told us all to leave. As I was closing the door I saw his concerned face. Well, that went well. I looked at my watch and saw that it was 6:55. I quickly left the house and made my way to the river. As I got closer I saw Liam sitting there. As I got closer he turned to me and got up. I looked at his eyes and they were cold. And had zero emotion in them. What's wrong, Liam? I asked quietly. What happened earlier shouldn't have happened. It was a mistake, he said. My heart dropped. What? I asked. It shouldn't have happened. I don't want you. I don't want this. I don't want a mate. I like how my life is now without a mate. I like being free, he said. What? But we just. And you looked happy, I told him sadly. It was a mistake, that's what it was, he said with no emotion in his voice. I, Liam Avery, reject you, Elena Michelson, as my mate and Luna Queen. He said, emotionless. I fell to the ground as I felt the pain in my chest. I looked up and he was gone. I began to cry and hyperventilate. I couldn't breathe. I felt like someone had just ripped my heart out. I felt the wind pick up around me. Soon it got dark outside and it started pouring. I knew this was because of me, but I couldn't control it. Soon it was dark outside and it was raining hard, and looked like there was going to be floods. I slowly got up and used my vampire speed to get to the back door of my house. In less than a minute I was there, falling to the ground. I felt angered, I felt sad, and I felt the need to drink blood. I knew that wasn't good. I sped to the refrigerator to where they kept my blood. And I opened up a packet. When I was done I still felt the need for blood, so I drank another one and then another one. My mom and dad walked in and looked at me. Elena. Baby, what happened? Said my mom with tears in her eyes. I need to go, Dad. Now. I can't hold her back for much longer. She's hurting and she's mad. My wolf is just quiet. He nodded and picked me up. But she realized what was happening and took her fangs out. Soon my brothers walked in and helped my dad. I looked up at Theo and saw him looking down at me. What happened, Elena? Asked Theo. I ignored him and I heard him sigh. Soon I was in the cellar and my family was down there. I had some handcuffs on that prevented me from using magic. They had also injected some wolfsbane and something else that would calm down my vampire. They were all leaving, and I finally looked up and told Sapphire and Celeste to stay behind. Don't tell anyone who my mate is, please. I trust y'all. Promise me. Promise no matter what you won't tell them who he is, I told them quietly. We promise, they both said. The next morning they all came to see me before they went to school. He rejected me. He rejected me after we had sex. I said quietly, but I knew they heard me as I heard my mom and sisters gasp. I slowly turned to them and saw my brothers shaking, and my mom trying to calm my dad down. I then turned back to the wall and got into a ball and just stared out the little window. Chapter 10, Liam's POV. I walked away after what happened in her car smiling like an idiot. That had been the best sex I had ever had. She was just so beautiful and such a kind person, well, unless you got on her bad side. I got out and kissed her forehead and told her to meet me at the river. I made my way home and decided to do some alpha work, as I needed to finish some stuff and arrange a meeting for next week with the Witch Queen. I started think about her and just how beautiful she is. I'm so lucky to have her as a mate. I sighed. I couldn't wait to see her later. I did some alpha work and soon it was time to meet up with her. Soon I was there waiting for her and then I had zero emotions and the next thing I know I rejected her. I was so shocked and I couldn't believe what had just happened that I left. I got to my room feeling pain but feeling good that I didn't have a mate to worry about. Now I could continue to how things were before she got here. That's what happened that day in the janitor's closet. I realized that I didn't want a mate. It was the next morning and I had gotten ready and was on my way to school. I felt good, and as I pulled up I saw that my friends were already there and my siblings went to them and started talking. I hadn't noticed before but Elena wasn't here and neither was her car. There was a different car at her spot. I just shrugged and went to class. The rest of the day was boring. During lunch Alexa came and sat on my lap again. She had brought me some stuff that she had baked for me, which she was an amazing baker by the way. The whole time Elena's sisters kept glaring at me. I ignored them and continued to flirt with Alexa who was on my lap. I whispered in her ear to meet me in the hall and she left giggling. Soon I followed after her saying bye to everyone and receiving a nasty look from Elena's sisters. I just ignored them and went to look for the girl that was waiting for me. I found her and pulled her into the janitor's closet. As I was about to have sex with her, I receive a mind link from my dad. For some reason I felt glad, but made my way to my car and left. When I got home my dad was waiting for me. I followed him into his office as we talked about an invitation I had received. The Vampire King had invited us to a ball, and me and my family were going, as well as my grandparents who had recently been the Werewolf King and Queen. It was now the weekend and I hadn't seen Elena for the past 3 days. I was worried for her. I rolled my eyes blaming the mate bond. I decided to go work out and the rest of the day was spent doing alpha work. This was a short chapter and a little boring but things are about to get interesting. Like and follow for more. Chapter 11 Elena's POV. I had been in here for 3 days now and I finally felt better. I didn't feel the urge to drink or to kill someone. I sighed but I was still rejected. Though I didn't accept so it's not permanent, but I doubt he's gonna want to be with me. He rejected me for a reason. I looked up as I heard the doors open and in walked my grandma, the current vampire queen, due to my dad wanting nothing to do with the vampire crown, making me next in line, as well as the witch kingdom due to my mom's side, both my parents being royals. I smiled as I saw her. She opened the door and came in. I tried to get up but failed. She helped me up and I hugged her. "What are you doing here, Grandma?" I asked her quietly. "I heard what happened to my little princess and I had to come and see how you were," she said. I hugged her tighter and started crying. "I don't know what happened, Grandma. It was so weird. One minute he wanted me and the next he rejected me," I told my grandma. "It's okay, Elena, we will figure out what happened," she said, hugging me tighter. "But for now we need to weaken your vampire because if we don't she is going to do something you two will regret," she said. "Okay, but will she be okay?" I asked quietly. "Yes, she will, but you will be very weak. Your wolf is already weak due to the rejection and now with us weakening your vampire. We just don't know if you'll even be able to function properly, but we need to do this for y'all," she said sadly. "Okay, Grandma. I'll be okay," I said quietly. "I know you will, baby. I'll also teach you how to control your vampire, but it's going to be hard, Elena," she said. "But come on, baby. Let's take you upstairs," she said while helping me up the stairs from the cells. My brothers were up there, and as soon as they saw my grandma trying to help me up the stairs they rushed to help me. "It's okay, Elena, I got you. Don't worry, we will help you through this," said my brother Nick. I just nodded and put my head on his shoulder as he took me up to my room. He took me to my bathroom and sat me down near the tub and kissed my forehead and walked out. My grandma came in soon after with my mom, as they helped me shower due to me being too weak to move and do stuff on my own. After the shower they got me dressed into some sweatpants and a cropped t-shirt, just as my dad walked in with the pack doctor. "Hi baby," my dad said sadly. "I'm sorry to have to do this, Elena, but it's for you and Stella. And if we don't things are going to get very bad. But also with you being weaker we are going to need to watch you more because people could use that as an advantage and come for you if they find out you're weak right now," said my dad. "I'm sorry," Elena said. Dr. Evans before he injected me with whatever they were going to put in my body. Last thing I saw before I lost conscious was my mom crying in the corner, and my dad and grandma looking at me sadly. The video is about to end, but Elena's story continues. Don't forget to subscribe for exclusive content in the next chapter. Liam's sudden return and his confession to Elena complicate the already tangled emotions. How will Elena face her mate and the unknown threats they both face? Elena and Liam love and secrets. Elena's inner world is filled with questions and pain. Subscribe to our channel to find the answers together. Chapter 12 Elena's POV. I woke up, and I looked around confused. It was dark outside and I could hear wolves in the distance howling. I sat up as I remembered what happened. They had weakened me so I wouldn't hurt anyone or myself. I looked out the window sadly wondering how it would be if he hadn't rejected me. Did he actually not want me? He looked happy that day in my Jeep, so it didn't make sense how he just changed his mind. I heard Athena whimper in the back of my head. I'm sorry, Athena. This is all my fault that you don't have a mate. I wish you had a different human so you'd have your mate, I told her sadly in my head. It's not your fault, Elena. And I wouldn't want to be with anyone else no matter what comes our way. I love both you and Stella, and we will get through this. But I feel like something is wrong, Elena. He wouldn't just reject us. I sighed as I told her he just didn't want to be with us and he wanted something before he left. I blinked the tears away as she shut me out and someone opened the door to my room. Oh baby. I'm glad you're finally up, said my mom, hugging me tightly with tears in her eyes. As soon as she said that, I heard hurried footsteps coming up the stairs as the rest of my family ran in my room and jumped on my bed and hugged me. "See, can't breathe," I said as all of them were on top of me hugging me. "We are sorry, it's just we missed you. You were out for a while and we are glad to see our annoying little baby sister up," said Nick. "Yeah, we need you. Everything has been quiet without you, even if it was just a couple days. Felt like forever. We missed you, always talking and laughing at the wrong time," said Sapphire. "Yeah, even your annoying pranks," said Elijah. "You know what? No, we didn't forget," I said that, said Elijah, laughing. "Yeah, don't say that ever again," said Theo as everyone agreed and laughed. I looked around at my family wondering how I ended up with such an amazing and supportive family. How long was I out for?" I asked them. "You were out for 3 days," said my grandma from the corner of the room. What? 3 days? I asked with shock. "Yeah, now let me make sure everything is okay with you and check on your wolf and vampire, okay," said the pack doctor coming through the door. I just nodded silently as he examined me. After 10 minutes of him examining me, he was finally done, and everything was okay with the weakening. Everything is as it should be, but I'm very weak, so to be careful. After he left, everyone stood quietly looking at each other. Is everything okay?" I asked them quietly. "Yeah, but we just have to talk to you about something." "Oh, about what?" I asked them. "The royal ball coming up soon. Will you be okay to go?" Elena asked my grandma. "Of course I will," I said, smiling. I was smiling, but in the inside I was dying. I'm in so much pain, but I didn't want to worry them. They have worried enough about me, and I will keep faking it till I can't anymore. "So can I get some food?" I said while getting up. Which was a bad choice because soon I was falling from my legs being too weak. "Oops," I said as Theo caught me. Everyone looked at me worriedly. "I'm fine, I just haven't used my legs in 3 days," I said with a laugh. I walked past them smiling, but as soon as I passed them the smile dropped. I have never felt this weak in my life, and I was starting to get mad because I was struggling to even walk. When I was finally on the last step, I let out a breath because I was exhausted. But I couldn't show them I was struggling, or they won't let me do anything or go anywhere. I walked into the kitchen and sat down on a kitchen stool while my mom warmed me up some leftover lasagna. I ate it quietly as they talked about who knows what because I wasn't listening, and instead I was thinking about certain blue eyes. At the thought of him, I felt pain through my heart, making me tense up and want to cry. In my head, my wolf whimpered and I heard my vampire cry out to our mate. I sighed and told them I was going to get ready for bed because I was going to school tomorrow. "Are you sure you're ready to go to school?" "You just woke up," Elena said, my dad worriedly. "Yes, Dad, I'm fine. Good night," I said while telling everyone good night. I walked into my room and went into the bathroom and took a shower. As soon as I got under the shower head, I couldn't hold it anymore. I burst out crying and fell to the ground, hugging my knees to my chest. My whole body was shaking as I cried into myself. I could hear Stella and Athena crying with me and in pain. I finally decided to get up, wash off, and get ready for bed. I looked at the clock next to my bed and saw that it was 12:00 a.m. I had spent 2 hours in the bathroom crying. I sighed as I got under the covers and I brought the covers up to my face as I hugged the blanket. I was drifting off to sleep, and a few tears fell as I saw him. Soon after that, I fell asleep with a heavy heart. Chapter 13, Elena's POV. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. I sighed as I turned it off and got up to get ready for school. I walked into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. I looked pale. I had dark circles under my eyes and my eyes didn't have the light in them that they always did. I sighed and finished what I had to do in the bathroom, then changed into some white sweats, a white cropped hoodie, and some white Nike Air Forces. I didn't have the energy to dress up, so I grabbed my stuff and headed downstairs and into the kitchen where everyone else was eating. As soon as I walked in, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me. "Good morning, sweetie. How are you feeling?" asked my mom with a smile but sadness in her eyes. "Good morning. I'm good, Mom," I said with a smile, but in reality I wanted to tell her how bad I felt. I looked at what she had and I looked at usually I would have devoured a whole plate. But today I didn't feel like eating. I wasn't hungry, so I waited for them to be finished eating in the living room. I sat there staring at the wall till something came up to my head. I got up and went back to the kitchen as everyone was walking out. Hey, when's the ball? I asked my mom this weekend, and it's going to be held by the witches this year, said my mom. Okay, goodbye, I'll see y'all after school. I was kind of excited because that meant I would see my other grandma, the Witch Queen. And when me and my grandmas got together, it was never good. I walked out to my car and got in as my sister got in, and so did Asher and Theo. Why aren't y'all taking a third car? I asked my brothers, who has gotten in the back. Because we didn't feel like it. Now drive or else we are all going to be late, sister, said Asher. I sighed and just drove, knowing why they were doing this. I listened to the music as my brothers talked about some game that they watched last night. I saw the school building coming up and I began to feel nervous. Oh God, this was a terrible idea. I should have stayed home. I rubbed my hands on my sweats as they started to feel sweaty. I could feel my wolf pacing in my head and my vampire was as nervous as I was. I pulled into my parking spot and turned off my car, and just sat there trying to force myself out of the car. Okay, Elena. Breath in, breath out, breath in, breath. Elena, are you going to get out? Asked Asher. Why, yeah, I'm coming, I said nervously. I took one last breath and then stepped out the car. I looked outside and saw that all our friends were here. I could feel tingles, which meant that Liam was somewhere looking at me. Just the thought of him looking at made me shiver. I was pulled out of my thoughts when I was tackled in a hug by Sophie and Madeline. OMG, where have you been? Elena asked Sophie. Yeah, we missed you. Don't do that to us ever again, said Madeline. Sorry, I was busy, I said, hugging them back. While they talked about who knows what, I could feel his stare and I could smell his amazing scent, which I had missed. I slowly started relaxing just from his scent. I could feel him getting closer, so I decided it was the times for me to leave. As I felt him join us, I just walked away without saying anything to my siblings. I could tell he was about to say something, but I don't have the strength to sit there and listen to him talk when all I want to do is be in his arms and cry for all the pain he's caused me. I sighed as I got further away from him and walked in through the front doors as I heard Nick calling me. I felt guilty for ignoring him, but I didn't want to look back. If I did, I would look at him and I couldn't take it. As I walked into my first class, I looked up at the clock and noticed I'm in 35 minutes early. I just went plugged in my headphones and starting working on some work. As I was finishing up my last page I was going to do, everyone started walking in. I decided to look out the window and out into the forest. I was so busy in my thoughts that I didn't notice that my siblings and friends had came in and Theo was trying to get my attention. Elena Luna Michelson. What? Sorry, I was thinking. What do you want, Theo? I asked my brother. I was asking why you just left like that. Nick was calling you, said Theo. No reason, I just wanted to finish work, I said while I got up to turn work in. I left it on her desk and turned around to walk back to my seat when Liam walked in and we bumped into each other, him knocking me down, but before I touched the ground he caught me and helped me up. I felt the spark stronger than ever, making me gasp. They felt so good, so right, just how it felt right being in his arms. Thanks, I breathed out and walked to my seat. I could feel him walking behind me, looking at the back of my head. I sat down and I looked at my sisters who were giving me worried looks. I just gave them a reassuring smile as I looked out the window for the rest of class while he looked at me. It was finally lunchtime and we all sat down. Everyone had food but me. Once again I wasn't feeling hungry, and I was feeling nauseous from all the nerves I was getting from him sitting right in front of me. I was quiet the whole time and in my own world. From across the room I could feel MS. Bimbo glaring at me, but I choose to ignore her and just listen to what these people were talking about. So were y'all invited to the royal ball? Asked Lucas. We all tensed up as he asked the question. No one said anything, so I rolled my eyes and answered him. Yes, we were invited. I said, talking for the first time. OMG. Now we can all go shopping for our ball dresses, said Sophie. No one knew we were royalty except our own families. Everyone else thinks we are your normal everyday wolves, but how wrong they were. Usually they would be able to feel the power coming from us, but my mom, being a witch, did a spell to hide the power. And to hide my dad's vampire scent and my witch and vampire as well. I just smiled as we all got up to go to gym class. We walked into the lockers to put on the gym uniforms. We all walked out and we saw the boys, so we walked to them. I could feel people looking at me up and down and it made me feel uncomfortable, and apparently Liam saw too because he let out a low growl, making people bow to him except me and my family. He looked at us confused and I just rolled my eyes and sat down on the ground near the bleachers. Soon the teacher walked in and spilt us into groups. I was stuck with Liam, of course, because apparently we can't seem to stay away from each other, Madeline and Theo. The class continued and the whole time we had to be touching each other due to Theo and Madeline working together. As soon as class finished I changed and speed walked to my car. I was feeling so overwhelmed from all the sparks and tingles that were going up my arms. I saw him come towards me and he looked like he wanted to talk to me, but I ignored him and continued to the car and waited for everyone to come out because apparently we were all going to the mall. As soon as everyone that was going in the car with me got in, I pulled out and drove to the mall with people following me and some in front. I sighed as I thought about having to spend more time with my mate, being out through that pain and not being able to be in his arms. Chapter 14 Elena's POV. I pulled up to the mall and found a parking spot near the front. I turned off my car and waited for everyone to get out. I put my head on the steering wheel debating if I should just leave and tell them something came up. Why do I have to get stuck in situations like this? I just wanted my mate. And instead I got someone who wants nothing to do with me. Elena, hurry up, said my brother Asher. I sighed and got out anyways, the whole time my heart feeling like it's being ripped apart. I wonder if he feels what I feel. Because if he does, how is he doing so well at hiding it? Okay, let's go, I told them quietly as I walked in first. First store we walked into was Forever 21 and I got some skirts from there. Then we just walked around till we were all standing in front of Victoria's Secret. As the boys were arguing about how they didn't want to go in, I rolled my eyes and walked in without them noticing, or so I thought, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. I was walking around the store picking up some cute panties and bras when I felt him right behind me, causing me to tense up at how close he was to me. I could feel his breath on me. Elena, can we talk? Please, he said quietly in my ear. I shivered at feeling him so close. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him smirk at seeing his effect on me. There's nothing to talk about, I told him quietly. Elena, you know that's not true, please. Just let me explain, he said quietly. There's nothing to explain, Liam. You didn't want me and rejected me. Nothing more, I told him. He grabbed me by my waist and turned me around so that I was facing him. Hand still on my waist, he pulled me closer so that our fronts were touching. Leaning down closer, he put one hand on my cheek, rubbing it and looking into my eyes. I've tried so hard to stay away from you, Elena, but I can't seem to stay away. I always somehow end up near you or touching. It's like the universe also wants us together. But it's more complicated than that, he said quietly while rubbing my cheek. Then tell me so I can understand. You're hurting me, Liam, and it's getting harder every day. So please help me understand, I told him sadly. But he was cut off by my brother Theo. What the hell is going on here, he said angrily. I looked at us and noticed how close we were. Our fronts were touching. His hand was on my waist and the other was on my face, and we were so close that I could have pushed myself up and we could have kissed. I looked at everyone and everyone was looking at us confused, and my sisters had worried faces. I sighed and mumbled a quiet nothing and went to look at some more lingerie. I picked out a few more stuff and then went to pay. The total ended up being $120.50. I didn't get that much stuff, did I? I quickly paid and walked out and waited for everyone to come out. Soon everyone joined me and we headed to our cars and drove to a restaurant nearby. We all walked in and we were taken to a large table in the back for all of us to sit together. We were all looking at the menu when a waitress came and started asking us for our drinks. I looked up as she started talking and my face scrunched up in disgust. The girls' boobs were practically all out and they were all up in my mate's face. So what can I get for you, sexy? Asked the waitress in an annoying high-pitched voice. Water, he mumbled with a look of disgust on his own face. She puffed up her boobs more and said in a seductive voice, if you need anything else at all, you come to me, okay, sexy? I could feel Stella and Athena trying to break through, causing me to tense up. They were pushing so hard that my head was starting to hurt, and I started to get lightheaded. Are you okay? What is happening? Asked Sapphire in my head, looking at me with panic. Elena, your eyes, said Celeste. I quickly looked down and shut my eyes closed. I felt them slowly start to go back to normal, so I looked up at my sisters who nodded their head. I sighed and made eye contact with Liam, who was looking at me with confusion. I just ignored him and looked at the menu until this other boy came and asked for our food. Everyone ordered and finally it was just me. What can I get for you? He said. I looked up at him and he was a cute-looking dude, but he could never compare to Liam. I'll just take a chicken Alfredo and some lemonade, please, I told him. Coming right up, he said while looking at me up and down with a look of lust in his face. I heard Liam growl, but I chose to ignore him, and instead started listening to what they were talking about. So do y'all know the theme of the ball this year? Asked Sophie. I heard it was going to be a masquerade ball. I told them. OMG, how exciting, said Madeline. So does everyone have a date? Asked Sophie. There was a lot of no's, as the only people that had dates were Theo, Madeline, and Sophie, whose mate was Liam's best friend. Soon the food came and everyone started eating. I could still feel Stella and Athena trying to get out for some reason. I felt like something bad was going to happen and I felt anxious. I could feel it at the pit of my stomach. I was biting my lip and looking around, which is what I would do in situations like this, and my siblings seemed to notice because soon they were asking me what was wrong. "What's wrong? Why are you looking around like that?" asked Elijah. "I don't know, something is not right," I told them through the mind link. I looked up to see all of them looking at me and then looking around worriedly. "Maybe it's just me worrying about nothing. Let's just ignore it and have fun," I told them with a smile. But inside I knew something was going to happen, so did Stella and Athena. I continued to eat when out of nowhere I smelt blood, causing me to tense. I could feel my eyes turning red and I could feel my fangs starting to come out. Chapter 15. Elena's POV. I quickly picked up that fancy rag napkin they always give out at the fancy restaurants and hid my face behind it and looked down. I saw Theo and Elijah quickly get up and come towards me. But the smell of blood just kept getting stronger. Usually I would have been able to hide the fact that I could smell blood, but with me being weaker than usual it's hard for me to control this, and the blood smells so good. "Are you okay? Or do we need to leave?" asked Theo quietly as he came and kneeled beside me. "It's very strong, Theo, and there's a lot too. Too much for it to be an accident," I told him quietly. I saw him look up at our siblings, mind linking them, but I was too busy trying to not go crazy from the smell of blood to pay attention to what they were saying. "What is wrong with her?" asked Liam. "Don't worry about it," growled out Theo. I closed my eyes as I could smell more, causing the smell to be stronger. I could feel myself start to shake and I knew I was soon going to lose control. I couldn't hold it anymore. I covered my mouth and nose with the napkin as I quickly got up, causing the chair to fall back with a loud noise. I ran outside as I felt like I was about to lose control. I walked to the side of the building toward my car when I saw a body in the alleyway bleeding out. It was the waitress that we had first, bleeding in the alleyway. I slowly walked towards the body while making sure my nose and mouth were still covered. I bent down to check her pulse and I felt nothing. I sighed. Someone had done this to her and just left her here, and from the looks of it she had gotten stabbed multiple times. I stood up fast as I felt someone coming up behind me. But I was too late. They already had me by my neck on the wall. "We've been looking for you everywhere, Elena. But we found you and you're not getting away this time," he said with a look of lust. "Let me go, Derek. My family is in there," I told him as best I could with him choking me. Beautiful, Elena. I see your mate hasn't marked you yet, which means I could still have you for myself. The strong pups we could have," he said with lust in his voice as his face was in the crook of my neck inhaling my scent. I'm not having your pea pups. You're delusional," I told him as I was starting to lose conscious from the lack of air. He punched me hard on the face as soon as I said that and squeezed harder. "Yes, you will, Elena, and we will be powerful and rule both kingdoms together. But first we have to stop the prophecy," he said, mumbling the last part so quiet I almost didn't hear him. The last thing I saw before I passed out was my mate coming towards me, and feeling the sparks I got from him touching me. Liam's POV. Spending the whole day with her had driven me and my wolf crazy. All I wanted was for her to be in my arms and make her smile. And I felt even more bad because I know it's my fault that she is feeling like this. I tried staying away from her, but the mate bond made that impossible. I had not slept right ever since that night I had rejected her. But I did this for her so that she would be safe and so that everyone else would also be safe. I tried telling her, but then her brother interrupted us. I just don't know how much longer I would be able to stay away from her. Smelling her intoxicating scent and then seeing how gorgeous she was. She's so sweet but can be mean to the ones that are rude to her. She would make the perfect Luna queen. She was practically born to rule, and I could see that in the way that she carried herself and treated others. I sighed, knowing I would have to wait a while longer. The day that I rejected her, I went home after what happened in her car due to my beta mind linking me and telling me he had found another death threat. Flashback. What did you find? I asked him. It was another threat, and we also found a dead body next to it. It belonged to us, Liam said. My beta. I sighed as I opened the letter. Dear Alpha King, I heard you found your mate, and not only do you now have your mate, but you also have what we've been looking for. And we will soon come for it. But for now, reject your mate or your sisters will die. I'm always watching them, so remember that when you think about getting close to your mate. P.S. We are also watching your mate, so as soon as we see something sneaky she will also go. DM. End of flashback. I sighed as I remember that. I've been looking for the son of a bitch threatening my family and my mate, so that I could finally be with her. But I have no idea who D. Could possibly be, and I need to figure it out soon or I will lose her. I can already tell she's weaker from the rejection, as she doesn't act the same, and you could see how physically and mentally tired she is. I was pulled out of my thoughts as I saw her hide her face behind the rag. What is wrong with her? I asked Theo, who was now kneeling beside her. Don't worry about it, growled out Theo. As I was about to say something, my beautiful Elena stood up, knocking the chair over, and ran out the restaurant door. I was about to run after her when I was pulled into Theo by the collar of my shirt. You stay away from her. I don't know what it is that you want with her, but Elena is not what you are looking for. People like you are not good for her. Now back off or else you're going to regret it, he gritted out. I pushed him off of me as my brother stood in front of me. Or else what, pup? Stay in your place. Remember who the fuck you're talking to, I growled out. I was surprised to not see him submit, which made my curiosity for this family grow. I ignored him and walked out to look for my mate. What I saw made my blood boil. I started to shift, making me have my claws out and have fur starting to come out of my body. I saw someone grabbing my mate by the neck and inhaling her. As I went to her, the person disappeared out of nowhere, but not before hearing him mumble about some prophecy and him saying that he would be back for her soon. I looked around confused, but soon I was running towards her as I heard her whimper as she was falling. I quickly caught her and started carrying her towards her car, as everyone else came out running from the restaurant. What did you fucking do to her? Growled out Theo, which for some reason didn't want me near his sister. I didn't do anything to her, Theo. I found her like this. Some dude had her by her back, choking her as he was saying stuff to her. I spat out angrily. He went to take her out of my arms, but I pulled her closer and growled at him. Don't touch her, I spat at him. What do you mean don't touch her? She's my sister and needs help. We need to take her home, he spat back at me. Okay, Theo, just let him take her back home. We need to go to Mom and Dad, said Celeste with panic. Whatever, he mumbled out angrily. I soon got in her car with her on my lap as we all rushed to her house. Chapter 16, Elena's POV. I slowly opened my eyes as I felt myself start to wake up. I groaned as the lights hit my eyes. Soon I heard them turn off. I opened my eyes and saw Liam sitting down beside me, looking at me worriedly. What happened? I asked him quietly. You were attacked, he said. As soon as he said that, the memories came rushing back in as I rushed up, remembering what Derek had said. Hey baby, calm down, he said. I just looked up at him as he was talking. I was so scared, Elena. What if I hadn't gotten there when I did? That man could have killed you, he said as he kneeled in front of me. He grabbed my face and looked into my eyes. I would have not been able to live with myself if I had lost you, he said as he pulled me into him as he hugged me, inhaling my scent. He pulled me from him and we stared into each other's eyes. Soon we found ourselves leaning in and soon our lips were touching. I could feel sparks all over my body. Athena was in my head, howling in joy. I wanted to pull away and tell him no, but I couldn't, and instead decided to enjoy this kiss I was getting from my mate. Soon he pulled me into him and sat down with me, straddling his lap. I pushed myself closer, trying to enjoy this moment I was having with him. I ran my hands through his hair, pulling at the bottoms of it as I heard him let out a small growl. Elena, what the hell are you doing now? Asked Theo from the door. I quickly pulled myself from Liam, almost falling in the process, but Liam caught me and helped me up. Theo, it's not what it looks like, I told him as I chased him out the door. Then what is it, Elena? You have a whole mate out there, he said angrily. I know, but I began to say, but he caught me off. But what, Elena? You've been acting like a whore, he said angrily, making everyone else in the living room gasp. Is that why your mate rejected you? Because you were whoring around with the Alpha King, he said. I heard everyone gasp at his harsh words, and I could see my sisters start to get up and make their way towards me. I also saw Liam tense up beside me and I could see him began to shake. Theo, you don't mean that, I told him sadly. You've caused us trouble your whole life, and now we are going to have to worry about you when he gets tired of you and dumps you. If I were your mate, I would have rejected you too for whoring around with him and for all the trouble that comes with being around you, he said harshly. But as soon as he said all that, I saw regret flash through his eyes. Elena, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, he said, walking towards me. I did not ask to be like this. Do you think it feels good to hide who you are, and to always have to watch your back because people are after you? I shouldn't even exist, and here I am, I told him as tears ran down my face. I could see my mate shaking from anger. But I couldn't be here anymore. With my magic I caused the door to fly open, and as everyone turned their heads to look what the noise was, I teleported out of there and into the treehouse. As soon as I was in the treehouse, I broke down crying. I was crying because I was rejected. I was crying because my twin brother thought this of me. And because Derek had found me, which meant I probably had to leave soon. And this time I would be leaving alone. Athena started whining in my head at the thought of leaving her mate behind. But she knew that he and everyone else would be safer if I left. They were all happy here. We had never fit in anywhere like this, and I couldn't take them away. I could feel the air picking up around me as my emotions were getting out of hand. Elena, calm down, I heard Stella say in my head. I can't. I'm scared. I don't want to go back, I told her through tears. I could feel people trying to mind link me, but I had my wall up. I didn't want to go back to Derek. I couldn't. I can't go back this time. He has me. It's going to be way worse. He already tried it once. When I was 14, I was kidnapped by him, and I was there for almost a whole month. He beat me up every day and had me chained and would inject different things into me to keep my witch Stella and Athena down. And before he had the chance to rape me, my dad rescued me, but that didn't stop him from touching me. I'm just glad he didn't take all of me with him. I was pulled out of my thoughts as I heard a noise from under the treehouse. I was getting ready to attack when I saw my mate's head pop in through the door. Oh my God, what are you doing here, Liam? You scared me, I told him as I put my hand to my chest. I wasn't going to let you be alone out here when there's a man looking for you, he said. How did you find me? I told him with confusion in my voice. You're my mate, Elena. I just went where the mate bond told me to go, he said. Oh, I told him quietly as I sat down at the window that looked out into the lake. I had threats coming in, he said. I looked up at him confused. Someone was leaving threats with dead bodies from my pack. They somehow knew you were my mate and they threatened you and my sister. I had to reject you, Elena, or my sister would be dead. And then they'd come after you, he said while looking at me. I looked up at him shocked as I felt a little bit of hope. Maybe he did want to be with me but wouldn't because of the threats. So you do want me? I asked him quietly with hope. Of course I want you, Elena, but for now we need to figure out who has been doing this, and who they are also looking for, he said. What do you mean, who they are looking for? I asked him. They said we had someone they wanted, he said, looking at me with thought. My eyes went wide at that. So they had known I was here for a while now. The question is, why did they take so long to show themselves? What's going to happen with us? I said, looking at him with sadness. I don't know, Elena, but for now no one can see we are together, he said. But I started to say, but he caught me off with a sweet gentle kiss. He pulled back from the kiss and pulled me to him, so I was laying on him with my head on his chest. Shoo, Elena, I should have told you earlier, I'm sorry. But I thought you would be safer if you didn't know. But guess I was wrong, he said, pulling me closer to him. If that was even possible, he kissed my forehead as I saw him start to close his eyes, and soon I followed. And that night I got the best sleep I had gotten in a while, and from how he looked it was also the best sleep he had gotten in a while. With that I inhaled his intoxicating scent and cuddled closer to him so my face was in his neck as I fell asleep. Chapter 17, Elena's POV. I woke up with someone leaving small kisses all over my face, and a hand running through my hair. I opened my eyes to be greeted with the blue eyes of my mate, who I had began to love, even after everything. Good morning, I said while I looked up at him. Morning, beautiful, he mumbled as he leaned down to kiss my lips. So are you going to tell me why people are after you? He asked me. Let's go back. I'll tell you in there. I need to talk to my parents first, I told him as I leaned my head on his chest and hugged him. He mumbled as he pulled me closer to him and inhaled my scent. He got up after a while and pulled me up with him. Come on, baby. Let's head back, he said as he went down first. I looked out the window and I could have sworn I saw someone looking at me. I just shook of the feeling and followed after Liam. We walked back as we made small talk and got to know each other better. His favorite food was steak, his favorite color was black, he loved the beach just like me, and he was turning 19 in 2 months. I was pulled out my thoughts as we walked in through the back door of the house. Oh baby, I'm glad you're okay, you had us all worried, said my mom as she squished the life out of me. I'm okay, Mom, but where is Dad? We need to talk, I told her quietly. Elena, I'm glad you are okay, but don't do that again, princess, he said as he hugged me. We need to talk. I didn't get to tell y'all anything that I was told yesterday, I told them. Okay, let's go to my office, he said. I could feel Liam follow us, which meant that he would have to know. We were mates after all. Hopefully his opinion on me wouldn't change after he found out who I was and what all of us were. My dad walked to his chair behind his desk as my mom stood behind him as my mate sat across my dad with the chair beside him empty for me, but I chose to stand. It was Derek. He found me, I told them as I looked out the window behind my dad. I heard my dad sigh. I thought we had more time than this, he said as he looked at my mom. I could already see them start to stress, which made me feel guilty for being the way I am. He said he would be back for me soon since me and my mate hadn't made it yet, which made me wonder how he knew I had found him. Which means he also knows I'm weak right now, and that's why he decided to show himself. I need everything back, I told them. He was also talking about me having his pups, and he said something about stopping a prophecy before I blacked out, I told them. I heard my mate growl when I said what I said about him wanting me to have his pups. I saw my mom look at him with curiosity and then look back at me, then back at him. Then she let out a small gasp. It's him, she mumbled out. What are you talking about? Asked my dad, confused. He's her mate. My baby is mated to the future Alpha King, she mumbled out. What, so you're telling me this is the bastard who rejected and hurt my princess? Growled out my dad as he got up and made his way to my mate, who had now stood up. Liam's face was emotionless as he saw my dad walk to him. He was feeling the disrespect because to him we were regular wolves. He had no idea we were also royalty, and that's why we never bowed to him. I quickly got in front of Liam as my dad was now standing in front of him. But my height was nothing compared to theirs. I stooped just below both of their shoulders so they were still face to face. Dad, please let him explain, I told him as I pushed him back. Did you reject her cause she's just a normal wolf? Or what was your reason for rejecting her? Alpha King growled out my dad. He said Alpha King with distaste. No, I would never reject her because she was normal. She's my mate, she was made for me, and I would never care what her rank was, he growled out as his eyes started to turn black. I saw a look of approval from my dad as he looked at Liam. I had to reject her. I would never willingly reject her. I was getting threats and people from my pack were dying. They told me that if I didn't reject her they'd kill my sister, and then they'd go after Elena, he said angrily. I think it was Derek because they also told him that he had something they wanted. Which also means he knew we were here for a while, but he decided to let us know now, I told them as I made a face to tell them I was what they were looking for. I think it's time I get them back, I told them quietly, talking about Stella, Athena and my witch powers. I don't know, Elena, you're still rejected and now we know why he did it. But doesn't mean he will be with you, he's still getting threats, said my dad while looking at me sadly. I just looked down. He was right, me and Liam could be okay right now, but he could go back to avoiding me and not talking to me. And just the thought made pain shoot through my heart. He's my mate, I think he should know, I mumbled out. I should know what he said as I saw worry flash through his eyes but quickly disappeared. I think all of them should know. His sister is mated to Theo, I told them. I looked up at my parents as I saw them look at each other as they were mind-linking. Soon my dad made eye contact with me and nodded his head as the door opened and in walked the rest of my siblings and Liam's, who has apparently spent the night. I saw Theo look at me, as he looked like he wanted to say something. But I ignored him. It's time for them to know, I told them. Why? Asked Theo. Well, first of all your mate needs to know, and second of all so does mine, I told him with an attitude. Who's your mate? He asked with the same attitude. I am, said Liam as he stood up and went to stand behind me. All of my sibling looked shocked and so did his except Celeste and Sapphire. And Theo seemed to notice that you two knew about this. And let me talk to her that way, he growled out. Well, she tried telling you. And you just ignored her, yelled out Celeste. Elena. I'm sorry, you know I didn't mean, started Theo but was caught off by a loud bang as something came in flying through the window aiming for my head. I was soon on the floor with Liam's body on top of mine covering me. Baby, are you? Liam started but was cut off by a scream. Chapter 18, Elena's POV. I looked back to see who was screaming and it was Celeste. She had an arrow in her body with a note stuck to her body. I quickly pushed Liam off of me as I ran to Celeste. She was losing color in her face. I saw Nick reach down to pull it out but he hissed as he came in contact with it. Silver, I heard him mumble. My vision was starting to get blurry as I saw my mom hugging Sapphire as they both sobbed. Give them back, I can heal her. I will be fine, please, I said as I looked up at my dad with tears running down my face. What if you can't? The pain is going to be too much, he said looking up at me sadly. Do it, we are wasting time, I yelled at him. I looked down at Celeste again and saw her coughing up blood. And where she had the arrow it looked as if she had burnt herself. It was a nasty color. And it was starting to look darker. And if I didn't heal her soon she wouldn't survive this. The pack doctor would not be able to save her. He looked up at my mom as they were mind-linking and then they both looked up at me and then looked back down at Celeste, and my dad nodded his head as my mom came up to me and kneeled down beside me as she touched my head with both her hands and muttered something under her breath. Soon I doubled over in pain as everything came in like a punch to the guts. I thought what I felt before was torture, but this was way worse as I felt everything Athena and Stella felt, all the pain they had held back from me. I got it all. Then I could smell the blood, and it smelt amazing. Now that I fully have her back, the smell of blood is much stronger and I crave it more. I realized that I was shaking and crying because of how overwhelming this all was, getting it all at once. I looked up through my tear-filled eyes at my parents who were now in front of me comforting me. "Princess, you have to do this now," my dad mumbled in my ear softly. I nodded as I swallowed the lump in my throat. My whole body felt like it was on fire. Everything hurt. I got up from where I was with the help of my dad as I rushed to where Celeste was and dropped to my knees by her side. I looked down at all the blood as I felt my eyes turning red. I looked up at my dad who looked at me with worried eyes. "It's Celeste, Elena. Control yourself, you are stronger than this," said my dad in my head as he looked down at me. I nodded as I slowly gripped the arrow and slowly pulled it out to not damage anything in its way. I quickly pulled off the note and put it in my pocket. I heard gasps behind me as they saw me touch the silver-covered arrow like it was nothing. To me, silver didn't affect me as bad as it would a regular wolf. It would take a special kind of silver to hurt me that would kill a regular wolf in minutes. Same with vervain, it would take a lot and a special blend to affect me. I pulled out and blood started pouring out of her so fast that I felt my fangs start to come out. I quickly threw the arrow aside as I put my hands over her wound as blood quickly covered my hands. I imagined all the silver-covered blood coming out her body. As I opened my eyes, I looked to see the ball of blood floating over her body as a large bowl was placed beside me to put the silver-coated blood. I concentrated on her wound closing up. I imagined her skin slowly closing up. As I felt my hands warm up as I started to feel pain in my stomach where she recently had her wound. Behind me I once again heard someone gasp, but I ignored them as I continued to heal her. I could feel my body begin to become heavy, as I now also felt what she had felt. I could feel tears going down my face at all the emotions going through me at the moment. I could feel my body shaking and heating up as my thirst for blood also grew. Once I felt like she was healed, I quickly backed up from her and looked at my hands. I was feeling like a druggie, like I had been in rehab and there was drugs right in front of me, tempting me to take some. I looked up and saw my brothers looking at me. I saw Theo looking at me with sympathy as he came to me. "As she needs more blood," I mumbled as Theo came up to me and picked me up and hugged me close to him. "I know, Elena, I know. We got it now, thank you," he mumbled as he hugged me tighter to him. "I'm sorry I said all that stuff to you, Elena, I didn't mean it. I've just been so worried about you," he whispered to me. I know, I whispered. I looked around and saw that the pack doctor had arrived and that he was checking her and he was putting stuff into her, as everyone else was looking at me with shock. But I was looking for certain blue eyes to calm me down, but they were nowhere to be seen. I began to panic as I didn't see him anywhere. I looked around but he was still nowhere to be seen. I looked up at Theo as he looked down at me sadly and shook his head. "He left," he told me with sympathy in his voice. I began to panic, as I knew what this meant. He didn't accept me for who I was, which meant we were back at square one. I began to hyperventilate. I quickly pushed Theo off me as I ran out the room and into one of the many halls in this huge house. I broke down crying from all the pain I felt as I knew that once again he didn't want me. I could feel my heart breaking. My wolf was in my head, howling in pain, calling out to his wolf. I ran my hands through my face to wipe my tears and I ended up wiping the blood on my mouth. I tensed up as I tasted the blood. I hadn't had blood in forever. Even though I'm not full vampire, I have problems with my bloodthirst. That's why I sometimes hated being a vampire. My dad knew that I had trouble when it came to that. I've always had a problem with losing control. I was like an addict and was addicted to cocaine. I looked up to see my brothers looking at me. My eyes were full on red and my fangs were out at this point and I was in pain. I needed release. I was like a bomb waiting to explode and my brothers knew that. As they walked quickly but with caution, I saw the syringe in their hand and teleported from there to the human town nearby in an alleyway, where I knew there'd be drunk humans. And what I needed most right now was blood and alcohol, so I found my victim and soon had him cornered as I told him not to scream and sunk my teeth into his neck as I felt like a druggie finally getting his drugs. Chapter 19, Elena's POV. I could feel my heart breaking for the millionth time. I've decided that I'll never be happy. I wasn't meant to find happiness and I'll always be on the run. Which reminded me that I needed to leave soon before Derek actually started going through with his threats and I knew where I was going. I bit into the neck of my third victim as I felt the pain, enjoying the feeling of euphoria as I drank his blood. That feeling I will never get tired of. Even though everything that's happened to me due to also having my witch and Stella, I wouldn't want it any other way. Even if that means I'll never be happy. Because they are my happiness, they are what are keeping me sane. I could feel the life of the human in my arms slipping away. I quickly pulled away to realize that I pulled away too late. I was so in my thoughts to realize that he had been dying for the past couple minutes. I let out another sob as I fell to the ground but was caught by someone. I looked up to be met by the hazel eyes of my brother Elijah. I didn't mean to kill him, I promise, I said as another sob escaped my body. I know. Elena, I know. You'll be okay, he whispered as he pulled me closer to him. She killed the other two too, I heard Nick say to Asher W. But I stopped. I know I did, I whispered to Elijah. Check again, I yelled at my brothers who were now looking at me. Elena. They're gone, said my brother as if he were talking to a little kid. I did it again, I mumbled to myself as Elijah just sighed and kissed my forehead and hugged me tighter. Mom teleported us here, said Theo as they all looked at me with sympathy. I closed my eyes as I imagined us being in the living room of our house. I soon felt the breeze and knew we were in our living room. I opened my eyes as I heard someone gasp. I looked up and saw my mom looking at me with tears in her eyes. As my dad just looked ready to kill someone. Oh, Elena, you didn't mean to. You're okay, we will help you with this like we always do, she said as she came up to me and hugged me. Soon I was sobbing in her arms as I looked up and saw all my brothers and dad looking down at the ground with anger. Celeste, I muttered as I pulled away from my mom. She's fine, baby. Thanks to you, she will be walking around tomorrow like nothing happened, she told me sadly. I looked in the corner and saw Madeline and Sophia with their brothers. -1. And seeing them and not the person I needed most just caused the pain in my chest to grow as I doubled over in pain, clutching my shirt right above my heart. I need a shower, I mumbled as I slowly got up and slowly made my way to the stairs. I could feel my whole body aching and I was so weak that I didn't know if I would make it up the stairs. I took one step. And that step felt as if I had just taken 20. Soon I felt myself be lifted up as I looked up and saw my dad carrying me up the stairs. Thank you, I whispered to him. Of course, baby. You are so strong and I'm proud of you, never forget that. And never forget that we will always be here for you, and you don't need anyone else, he said softly, and as he put me down in front of my door, and leaned down to hug me tight and kissed my forehead. Thank you, Daddy, I said as I hugged him back. I walked into my room and went straight to the bathroom and, oh my. I looked a mess, I was covered in blood and dirty. I could see the blood in my hair and on my face. I quickly got in the shower and got under the hot burning water, and watched as the dirty and bloody water came to the bottom and went into the drain. I could feel Stella and Athena and the way they were feeling was not okay. I wish I could change things so that they wouldn't have to suffer. Because of me they are jealous. I washed my body and got out and went and laid in my bed dripping and wrapped in a towel and got under my covers and curled up into a ball as I felt myself start to cry again. Soon I fell asleep. Chapter 20, Elena's POV. I woke up with the sun in my face. I went to get up but realized I was still wrapped in a towel from my shower last night. All I felt was numb. I could feel the pain but it was distant. Like I was there but I wasn't. I went into my closet and changed into some black sweats and a black crop top and added a jacket as it was cold today. It was 7:00 a.m. I could make it to school. But first I would go see Celeste. I walked out of my room and down the hall and down the stairs. I could hear people talking as I got closer to the kitchen. But as I got closer the talking stopped. But I ignored them. Elena was the last thing I heard before I closed the door. I made my way to the hospital. I walked for a couple minutes before I came face to face to Celeste's door. I had my hand on the door as I was waiting to push it open. I hesitated for a little before I finally pushed it open and there sat my beautiful sister. Celeste, I whispered. Oh, Elena, she said looking at me sadly. I am sorry, it's my fault you got hurt. That arrow was aimed for my head, Celeste. The longer I stay here the more danger I put you all in, Celeste. I'm so sorry, I told her as I hugged her tight knowing she was okay. Elena, it is not your fault and you know it. It's his, she said in disgust. Don't worry, Celeste, I will make it better. And all of you will be safe again, I said as I looked up at her one more time before walking out the door. Elena, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I swear was the last thing I heard before I slammed the door shut. Elena, I heard her yell as I made my way out the hospital doors and made my way back towards the house to get my car. I pulled up at school and saw my siblings parked in their usual spots. They had surprised looks on their faces along with his siblings. I ignored them and continued on my way to class. I sat in my usual seat and just spaced out. The royal ball was in 2 weeks. I had 2 weeks left here before I would leave. I heard the bell ring as I saw everyone getting up. I looked around surprised. I spaced out for all of class. I was walking to my next class, and I could hear my siblings calling me. I ignored them and continued on until I bumped into someone. I am sorry, I wasn't looking where I was go dash. Liam, I said with shock as I looked up at him. I heard my brothers in the back growl. What are you doing here? Evans asked Elijah as he came to stand beside me as he pulled me into him. We just moved here, he said, still looking at me. Why here, out of all the places you could have chosen? Asked Asher. Are you okay? He asked, looking down at me. Liam could always read right through me. He could always tell when something was wrong with me. And here he was in front of me after a couple years of not seeing him. Elena, I heard as I went to turn around. I turned to look at the person who had just called my name. It was Ellie, my ex-best friend. I turned back around and walked away towards my next class. I only made it a couple steps before I once again for the 100th time today bumped into someone else. But as I bumped into this person, I felt the sparks. The sparks I loved. I quickly pulled myself back as I looked up at him. Jax, I started to say, but was quickly shut up as he looked at me with a blank face and walked away. I looked down as I tried to hide the tears. I could feel the pain, but I also felt numb. Elena, I heard as I looked up at my brother's angry faces. I looked at all of them and turned back around to head to class. But not before seeing Ellie's and Liam's look of curiosity. I was walking and passed by Liam's siblings who were giving me looks of sympathy. But I ignored them and walked into class. I sat down in my seat as I felt Madeline sit beside me. I just turned my head to look out the window as I smelt him come in. I felt like I could barely breathe. I felt like I was holding my breath underwater, and I had to go up for air. But I was here in class, not underwater. I continued to look out the window as I with my powers opened the window a little so some fresh air could come in. I knew the smell of nature would calm me down. As I finally relaxed a little, the door opened and in walked Liam, Ellie, and Noah, causing me to tense back up. And now the air was thicker than ever, making me feel like it was harder to breathe. I decided to ignore them, as I could feel like 3 different eyes on me. Finally the bell rung and I was the first one out my seat and out the door. I headed towards the cafeteria with the girls walking a couple feet behind me. I sat down in between Elijah and Nick as I laid my head down on Elijah's shoulder and closed my eyes. Do you want food? Asked Nick quietly as both him and Elijah looked down at me. No, I quietly said. I heard Nick sigh. Elena, you have to eat something please, you haven't ate right in days, Elijah said. I'm fine, Elijah, I told him as I looked up at him and gave him a smile. At least some fruit or something please, Elena, we are worried about you, said Nick. Fine, I told him as I got up to get some but was stopped by Madeline and Sophie. Can we please talk to you? I know you don't want to be around any of us. But please don't blame us for what my brother is doing. He has a reason why he's like this. Just let us tell you why, said Madeline. I have nothing against any of you and y'all know that. Come on, let's go outside and talk out there, I told them quietly. We walked out the cafeteria doors that led out to the patio outside. We could still see inside the cafeteria and I saw my siblings looking at me. I sat down facing the cafeteria as I inhaled, relaxing a little. Look, we don't agree with what Liam is doing. But we just thought that it wasn't fair to you that you didn't know why he reacted this way towards you. Said Madeline. We had a sister, Freya, and she was kidnapped by some vampires. And they would send threats, they wanted to weaken us. And they did. When they took her, they would send videos and pictures of them torturing her. And that's until one day they sent her body. She was unrecognizable, said Sophie as they both had tears in their eyes. So him finding out that you are part vampire, the creature he despises most. He doesn't know what to do and instead immediately pushed you out. He doesn't want to feel like he's betraying her by being with you. A vampire, said Madeline. I quickly hugged them, ignoring the pain I was feeling by finding out this information. I looked up and saw him sitting at our table, with the bimbo on his lap, causing me to almost double over because of the pain I was feeling in my chest. But instead I cling on to Sophie and Madeline. They were what were keeping me up right now and keeping me from being on the ground. I'm sorry you guys went through that, I could not imagine. I'm so sorry y'all have to be around me knowing what I am, I said with tears in my eyes. It's okay, Elena. We know you are not them, they said, wiping the tears from their face. They said goodbye as they left me to think. One of my people. did that to their sister, and that's why he wants nothing to do with me. A vampire. I looked back up as the tears kept falling. I put my sunglasses down on my face as I tried to cover the tears the best I could. I looked at him as the bimbo was on him, hugging him and laughing. I could feel my skin burning everywhere she touched on him. Like the moon goddess was punishing me by making me feel everywhere she touched. Someone stepped in front of me, blocking the painful view. I looked up as I saw Liam, Ellie and Noah standing in front of me. I looked behind him and looked up to see the bimbo kissing all on Liam's neck, as I felt my neck burning. I rubbed on my neck and the feeling got worse. Can I help you? I asked them, glancing behind them as I felt the pain getting stronger and going down my body. Elena, we want to talk to you. We didn't leave off good before. We missed all of you. We were all so close. And we are asking y'all for forgiveness. We know we messed up, but we were being threatened. We had no choice. You know we care for all of y'all. Just please, all we ask is for another chance, said Ellie. I looked at them, analyzing them, and I could see that they were being honest. And something in me told me it was time to forgive them. Okay, I told them as I gave them a small smile as I could feel the pain getting stronger. Wait, really? Asked Ellie as she was now crying. Yeah, I said, giving them another small smile. OMG, Elena, thank you. I missed you and I'm glad to have my best friend back. I'll make it up to you, I promise, she said as she ran to hug me. I saw them all look at each other, and then Noah also came to hug me as he said thank you. They walked off, leaving me and Liam. Elena, I'm sorry for the way we left off. You know I never meant to hurt you in that way, he said, looking at me sadly. It's okay, I told him quietly as the pain increased. No, it's not okay, Elena. I hurt you. You trusted me and I hurt you. We were together, he said. I looked behind him as the pain became unbearable. I saw her stroking him under the table. Soon it became hard to breathe as I felt Stella try to come out. Elena, what's wrong? I heard him say as I was soon falling back as he caught me. Last thing I saw were my siblings rushing outside yelling at Liam. The video is about to end, but the story of Elena and Liam continues. Don't forget to subscribe for exclusive content in the next chapter. Elena has to face not only her complicated emotions with Liam, but also the responsibilities of being the queen of vampires and witches. How will she balance the two? Every update, Elena's story will take you deeper into the mystery. Subscribe and uncover the truth. Chapter 21, Elena's POV. I could hear everyone around me taking. It was like I was floating. I felt as light as a feather. What did you do to her, Evans asked Elijah angrily. I didn't do anything to her. We were talking and then she just passed out. She looked like she was in pain, I heard Liam say. It's him, I heard Theo say. I could feel them take their eyes off me and I could feel the anger radiating off of everyone. Who's him? Asked Noah. It's her story to tell, not ours, is the last thing I heard before I felt myself being placed down on something soft. I opened my eyes and I was outside. I looked around confused. I could have sworn I was just with my brothers. I felt a presence behind me. I turned around and it was the moon goddess. I gasped and bowed down. I felt her come closer and she lifted up my chin. Come here, my child. I am sorry that things have been difficult with you and your mate. It was never supposed to be like this. But things I never saw coming happened. I looked up at her with tears in my eyes. I know you're in pain, my child, but you're strong and I know you can handle it. You and your mate were destined for each other. Your love for each other has always been bigger than anything. A love like no other. She said as she looked at me and played with my curls. Y'all are the destined ones, she said as she looked at me with a breathtaking smile. What do you mean, the destined? I will see you soon, my child. Remember to stay strong and not to give up on Liam, she said as she kisses my head and I felt myself falling. Wait, what do you? I said. She always does this, I mumbled as I started to sit up on my bed. Who? I heard beside me. I screamed as I looked to my left and there sat my dumb brother. Oh my gosh, you scared me. Why are you sitting in the corner of my room like a creep, you? I said, but was interrupted by the door slamming open. What happened? Are you okay? Said my dad, looking around for any type of threat. Yes, Dad, I'm okay. It was just your idiot son sitting in the corner of my room like a creep, I said with a sheepish smile. Hey, said Theo, are you okay? Asked my mom, looking at me sadly. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, giving them a small smile. I looked at them and noticed they were all dressed up. Where are y'all going? I asked them, looking at how nice they all looked. Your grandma called all royal families for a dinner. Apparently there is lots to discuss, said my mom. Okay, I said. We didn't think you'd want to go and be around lots of people after what just happened, said my dad, looking at me with a sad smile. I'll be fine, don't worry about me, Dad, I said with a reassuring smile. Okay, just make sure if you need anything you call us, okay, Elena, said my mom. I will, Mom, now go or y'all will be late, I said as I got up and hugged them. I saw them pull out and leave in 2 cars. I sighed as I thought about what to do in this big house all by myself. I turned on the TV and put on some Grey's Anatomy. I cuddled up in my blankets and started watching the show. Stay strong, don't give up on him. I heard in my head as I was watching Grey's Anatomy. Stay strong, don't give up on him. I covered my head with a pillow as her words kept repeating in my head. Stay strong, don't give up on him. Oh my God, fine, I'll go. She always does this, I mumbled as I got up, turned off the TV. I got into the shower, washed my hair and made sure everything was shaved. After 20 minutes I finally got out the shower. I know I take very long showers, but I can't help it. I got out and started applying stuff to my natural curls. When I was done applying the products to my hair, I finally started on my makeup. I did my eyebrows and made sure they were even because if they weren't I would be bothered all afternoon. I put on some natural colored eyeshadow and put some mascara on my naturally long eyelashes. I added some gloss to my lips and headed to my closet. I walked into my closet and started looking at all the dresses I had. I spotted this black one, it came down halfway down my thighs. And it was sparkly and had slits on the arms. I grabbed some sparkly black heels and put on some gold earrings on and some bracelets on my hands. I made sure to put on some perfume, grabbed my phone and bag, and teleported to the front door of where they were going to have dinner. I teleported in front of the house and almost lost my balance as I was still kind of weak from before. I held onto the staircase railing and when I was good I looked around and noticed around 10 cars outside. I sighed as I walked up the stairs. I opened the door as it was my grandma's castle, and I knew they'd all be in the living room. I walked in and walked towards the living room as I could hear them talking. The closer I got the stronger his scent got. Stay strong, don't give up on him. That's all I could hear as I got closer to him. I walked in and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at me. I could feel his eyes burning holes as I could feel him looking at me up and down. Oh, Elena, you made it, said my grandma as she came up to me. Yeah, I did, Grandma, I said, hugging her tight as I felt myself start to get tears in my eyes. I felt myself get pulled out of her arms and into the arms of my other grandma, who I could tell by her scent. Are you okay? She whispered to me in my ear as she pulled away from me and looked at my face as she held it. Yes, I lied, but from the look they both gave me I know they could tell I wasn't okay. I stepped forward and bowed down to the other queens and kings there. As they just smiled and nodded, I walked towards my parents as they smiled at me. You made it, Elena, are you sure you feel alright? Asked my mom. Yes, Mom, I'm fine. I promise. I told her. Dinner is served, said one of the servants. We all made our way to the dining table, which was huge. We each sat down. I ended up sitting between Celeste and Sapphire. And of course I can never escape Liam, and he ended up in front of me with his brothers beside him, and 2 chairs down sat Liam. I noticed that Liam kept glancing at Liam with curiosity in his eyes. And then he looked up at me with a questioning look. I ignored him and looked to my grandma, who was looking at me. Everything about this was awkward. It's like no one knew what to say. Liam was here because he is the next to be royal second in hand of the vampires, which is a beta if you were to see it in the wolf's point of view. His parents were the second hands with my grandparents, who were going to step down and hand everything to us. And me being the only one with the vampire blood, I'm the one that now holds the responsibility of being the vampire queen and witch queen. And to be honest, I don't know how I'm going to handle everything. My parents skipped this for some reason. Maybe they were smart. But I can't do the same. Because the 2 kingdoms now depend on me. And it is my responsibility to rule and protect both. With or without my mate. Chapter 22, Elena's POV. The food had finally been brought out and everyone started to get their plates. I just grabbed some steak that came with some veggies at the side. Everyone started to eat and I started to play with my food like I usually do these days. I felt a stare on the side of my face and looked up to see my grandma staring at me and then down at my plate. Are you going to eat that? I heard her say in my ear. She was using magic on me, which never turned out good. If you don't eat your food, I'm going to use this same magic and hold you down and shove the food down till you've eaten. Do you understand? She said, looking at me with a raised brow. I felt my eyes widen when she said that and I quickly nodded as I started to eat quickly. Whenever she uses her magic, it's never good. She's too playful and her having magic is worse with her personality. It's funny when she's doing it to other people but not when she's doing it to me. So why were we asked to be here? Asked the king of the Angeles. I'm not going to lie, he wasn't bad looking for him being an angel, he was literally an angel, a god at it. But he would never compare to Liam. Because it's about time that we become allies. Our ancestors fought for the reasons to which do not matter today. Rouges and demons have started working together and are building armies. And we will survive this together if they choose to attack one of us, said my grandpa the Vampire King while he looked at everyone. Why would we work with you, said my mate with a look of disgust. Liam. Manners, I taught you better than this. Said his mom. No mom, you know what one of them did. Why would we help the people who killed my sister? Your fucking daughter, or did you forget? He said, looking at her and then looking at me. Liam, calm down. You are not yet king, so I'd suggest you fix the way you're talking to your mother. And to them, said his dad, starting to get angry. Whoa, this escalated very quickly. 1 minute we are having an awkward dinner and now insults are being thrown. I felt my sisters grab my hands under the table supporting me. And I was so thankful for them because his words were starting to hurt. Knowing that he despises the fact I'm a vampire so much. Liam Avery Somerhalder, watch your mouth, not all of them are going to be like them. What if your mate ended up being a vampire? What would you do then? Said his mother. I'd reject her. I'd never want to be with a blood-sucking killer. I'd rather be dead, he said with no emotion as he looked straight at me. I could feel my face pale as he said this. Never would I imagine that such words would have ever been said to me, or that they would have hurt this bad. I heard my vampire whine in the back of my head. Hearing her mate talk this way about her was like she was being stabbed. I saw my siblings tense up as they started growling. I saw my grandmas look at each other before looking back at me. Watch your fucking mouth, Somerhalder, said Theo through gritted teeth. I am nothing like them, I yelled at him as I stood up with such force that my chair flew back into the ground. Oh really, so this doesn't affect you, he said as he grabbed a knife and slit his wrist quickly covering in blood. I felt myself tense up as I felt my eyes start to turn red, but I stopped them. You are just like them. You are nothing but a blood-sucking leech. He yelled. I saw something flash through his eyes, but it was gone as fast as it came. This is the bastard. He is the one that rejected Elena, and he was still around the house and around her. How could y'all let this happen? Asked my grandpa as he was angry now. I heard Liam's mom gasp. Liam, why you rejected your mate? She asked, shocked as her mate was beside her looking angry and about to explode. I looked around me embarrassed. My mom had tears in her eyes as she looked at me with sadness. My grandmas looked mad, but they were too calm for my liking. That was never good. The Evans were looking at me with sadness, especially Liam. I can't believe everyone here now knew I was rejected, and by whom. I was trying to control my tears. I felt like I was about to fall. Stay strong, don't give up on him. I could feel the pain my vampire was in from her mate talking about her this way. Stay strong, don't give up on him. A headache was starting to form. Especially after those words keep repeating in my head like a record player. Stay strong, don't give up on him. Excuse me, I mumbled as I left the room and walked towards the library. I was going to look around and see if I could find something on the Destined ones, whatever that meant. The moon goddess had the habit of telling me stuff but never answering my damn questions. I sighed as I walked into the giant library. They have all kinds of books. Mating, witches, vampires. But one caught my attention. The moon goddess chosen one. I hummed as I grabbed it and started walking out into my favorite part of the castle. Chapter 23, Elena's POV. I walked down the halls of my grandparents' huge castle, looking at all the paintings on the wall of the previous kings and queens. The kings had one side and the queens the other side. But they were right in front of their mates looking at each other. One day my picture would be right beside my grandma's, and I'll probably be the only one up there without a mate. I sighed and continued on my way to the garden. It was my favorite part. She had it decorated so pretty. It had fountains and I loved how I was surrounded by water. And around the little pond was plants and statues. It looked so beautiful. I made my way to the center and sat down and inhaled the scent of nature. It had been a while since I was so close with nature. I hadn't fully connected with it in a while. I dipped my fingers in the water as I felt it wrap up my hand. I started laughing as I felt good. I hadn't felt so calm and relaxed in a while. I felt the air around me pick up as I felt it hug around me. I just smiled and pulled my hand out the water and opened the book I had brought out. The moon goddess's chosen one. One day a child will be born, and this child will be nothing like a regular werewolf. This child will possess powers that others have wanted. She will be unique and powerful. People from darkest corners of the forest will come for her and try to make her theirs. Her children are also said to be powerful, and therefore everyone will want her children. And this child along with her mate are going to be the moon goddess's warriors. The ones protecting the supernatural world of harm. Their love will be like no other. Their love is so strong. Elena. I heard Celeste yell. What? I said, looking up at her with annoyance. I just had the most brilliant idea, said Celeste. I doubt it, I whispered. Hey, I hope you know I can hear you. Werewolf hearing and all, she said, rolling her eyes at me. But like I was saying, we should go to that nightclub near here that we like going to whenever we come here, she said, smirking, knowing she had me at nightclub. You know what, Celeste, that is the best idea you've ever had, I said, winking at her. I quickly got up from where I was sitting and ran towards her and grabbed her as I pulled her inside. Come on, Celeste, you are so slow, I said, pulling her as we got into the living room where all the young adults were at. My mate was in the corner sitting down looking out the window unbothered while my brothers were basically killing him with their eyes. Come on, Sapphire, I said as I pulled her off the couch, causing her to almost fall on her face. Elena, what the hell, you Almas? She started to say but stopped when she saw my face. All she did was smirk back as she already knew where we were going. I was one to love partying. You could say between me and my sisters the bad influence was me. But that's okay because it's not like I forced them. We are better when we are together, but according to my brothers we are bad together and cause bigger trouble on them. I know, Elena, don't even think about it, said Nick as he saw the look on my face. Oh, whatever do you mean, brother, I said, giving him an innocent smile. No, Elena, we know that evil face anywhere. I see it in my Mate丨, said Asher as he shuddered. Y'all are such drama queens, I said, rolling my eyes. Us dramatic. Have you seen yourself when you get drunk or high off blood, he said, looking at me with an accusing face. I saw Ellie getting the girls out of the corner of my eyes. When you drink blood it feels like you're floating, and the more you take the better it feels. It's a feeling that's unexplainable. And vampires know that drinking fresh blood while having sex is the absolutely best feeling. It's like being on drugs. I made eye contact with every single one of my brothers as I smirked and made a run towards where all the girls were standing. My brothers saw that coming as they started to run towards us, but they were too late. Goodbye, brothers, I said as I smirked and winked at them. Last thing I saw was Liam staring at me. Chapter 24, Liam's POV. As soon as I said what I said to her, I regretted it. I saw the hurt flash through her eyes and I saw tears start to well up. You hurt, mate, growled Odysseus. I know I did. But it's what I have to do, I told Odysseus. No, it's not. Your sister would be mad at you if she found out what you're doing to your mate. He growled at me. No, she'd be mad that I betrayed her by being with a vampire, I told him. But the longer I think about, the longer I wonder if it's true. Or is it just me making up excuses? I saw her leave and head down the hallway. I sighed as I got up and headed to where we had first been, the giant living room. I had been sitting there looking out the window when I saw my mate go out and head towards this pond they had out there. I saw her sit down and saw as she dipped her fingers in the water, and the water starting going up her hand and wrapping around her hand. I leaned closer to the window as I saw the air around her pick up and the water start to lift out the pond. Wow, she really was beautiful. Amazing, isn't it? I heard behind me. I looked back to see Theo looking out the window as well. I don't understand why you won't give her a chance. She's amazing, and what she is and can do makes her even more amazing and beautiful. She's a gift given to you, said Theo as he continued to look out the window. I know, but I can't, I said as I saw her sister come out and say something, and next thing you know she smirked and ran inside pulling her sister. Oh God, this isn't good, mumbled Theo as everyone else came in. What, said Asher. Elena has that face, he mumbled. All of her brothers looked up at that. And I saw Sapphire smirk as well. I really want to give in, I hate treating her like this. But I know it's the only way. If I don't push her away and make her hate me, I'm going to fall. And I can't do that to my sister. Come on, Sapphire, I heard my mate say, causing me to look away from the window. Her and her brothers starting talking about I don't know what. I was too busy admiring her. She really was the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. From her natural curls to her beautiful body, to the way her dimples would pop up when she smiled, to the blush she'd get on her cheeks when she was mad or embarrassed, or to the way she looked at me, which I always noticed. I'm so close to giving in. I've barely talked to her and I know I'm already in love. I hate to admit it because I don't want to. What happened to my sister was horrible, and I know Elena would never do anything like that. But the guilt I feel for being with a vampire is overpowering everything. I saw her run to the girls as she looked at everyone. "Goodbye, brothers," she said and winked. And then they were gone. "Where the hell did she just go?" I asked, standing up and out my seat. "That right there is a typical Elena move," said Nick, sighing. "Well, let's go," said Elijah. "How do y'all know where they went?" said Justin. "Where she always goes," said that dude Liam. "And where is that?" said Alex. "You'll see," said Noah as he smirked and got up. We all got up and got our car keys just as all the adults came in. "Where are y'all going?" said Alpha Michael. "Elena did it again," said Asher. "That girl, when will she learn?" said Alpha Michael. "Babe, just let them have fun, she needs it," said Luna Isabella as she looked at me. "Just be careful. You know how she gets, especially right now with her emotions all over the place," said Alpha Michael. "I know, Dad," said Theo as we all walked out the door into our cars. 30 minutes later we were pulling up to what looked like a nightclub. "This girl has taste," said Alex, smirking. "That she does," said Noah. We walked in and it was huge, it was packed. I could smell that there were not only vampires here but all kind of supernatural beings. We spotted the girls and headed to the private area where they were at, but I didn't see my mate. She better not be dancing with no other male, or Odysseus is coming out to play. We sat down and I saw her sister's eyes widen as they looked behind me and then at me. I was about to turn around when some Barbie blocked my view. "Excuse me," I growled out. "Hey there, cutie, want to dance?" she said as she started touching my arm and batting her lashes, which to me looked like spiders dancing on her eyes. "No," I said as I pulled her off me. "Oh, come on, you know you want to," she purred. "No, now leave. I'm pretty sure you know who you're talking to, so disobey my orders again, and there will be consequences." I growled at her. She showed her neck, submitting, and walked away. I finally looked behind me, and what I saw had my blood boiling. Chapter 25, Elena's POV. We got to the club and we walked in, and like usual it was packed. This had to be my favorite club. I had met so many people here. "Oh my god, I missed this place so much," screamed Ellie over their loud music. "Right," screamed me and my sisters at the same time. "Let's go, follow me," I yelled. I walked us to the VIP section on the side that was a bit elevated so it looked over everyone. "Elena, long time no see," said a voice behind me. I turned and there stood an old friend. "Oh my god, Victor," I yelled as I hugged him. "The usual," he said, looking up and down my body with a smirk. "Yes, and whatever they're going to get," I said with a smile. "Oh shit, there's more beauties," he said, looking at everyone. "Celeste, Sapphire, Ellie, how are y'all?" he said with a smile. "Amazing, now just send bottles over," she said with a smile. "On it, ladies," he said as he walked away, not before sending me a wink. A while back me and him had a thing, we'd sleep around and whatnot, but we've always been good friends and it's never been more than that. He came back with 5 different drinks and my usual margaritas. "Here you go, ladies, if you need anything else don't hesitate to come look for me," he said, saying the last part to me with a smirk on his face. "Okay ladies, we need this, especially Elena," said Madeline with an awkward face. "Drinks up, bitches," I yelled as we all chugged down the tequila. We've been here for like 15 minutes and I've already drank most of my pain away. There was half a bottle left. I finished the rest of my margarita as a Bad Bunny song came on. Bringing out my inner Latina, I got up and ran to the dance floor as I started moving my hips around to the beat of the music. If only Liam was here so I could dance on him and feel him against my body. One thing I've always hated about getting drunk is that I get so horny. And that's when I also start drinking blood. And it can get out of control. I continued to dance, moving my hips, and I felt someone grab onto my hips and grind against my ass. For a minute I forgot I had a mate. But when I finally realized what I was doing, I went to pull away, but I was pulled back and into a hard chest. "What the hell are you doing?" said my mate in his sexy voice. I could feel the sparks on my arms and going up my body, causing me to moan at the sensation. One minute we were in the middle of a dance floor, the next we were in a bathroom. He slammed the door open, pulled me in and started kissing me forcefully, causing me to moan into the kiss. He picked me up and sat me down on the sink and got between my legs. He brought his large tattooed arms down to my neck as he held onto me and forced my face up so he could have more access. He was being so rough yet soft and it was all a huge turn on. I was trying so hard to pull away, but the way he was holding me was impossible for me to want to move away. He forcefully pulled me closer to him, causing my legs to spread further apart, and now our sexes were touching. I could feel as he twitched under his pants, wanting to be released. I wrapped my hands around his neck and pulled at the ends of his hair, causing him to let out a groan. He started kissing down my neck as he started to go lower. We gotta stop, I told him out of breath. He kissed and sucked at a specific spot on my neck, causing my head to go back, giving him more access. Liam, we have to, I said, pushing him away. He pulled away and I hopped off the counter and went to open the door. But he pulled me back from the door. Liam, please move, we need to go back, they're going to start wondering where we are, I told him quietly. Elena, he started to say, no, we need to go now, Liam, I told him sadly. Elena, please, he said, and then pulled me towards him. But I kept fighting him and trying to walk out the door. Because I knew if I stayed any longer something would happen that we would both regret. Stop doing that, he growled out. Let me go, I told him as I tried to pull away. I'm never letting you go, he whispered in my ear. Why not? Why do you want me around if all you're going to do is hurt me and ignore me, I whispered as I felt tears. You don't care about me, I whispered. Yes, I do. I care more about you than I should, he whispered as he put my hair behind my ears and looked down at me. Then why do you treat me like this, I said, looking up at him. It hurts, I whispered. I know, baby. I'm sorry, he said, looking down at me with sadness in his eyes. Are you going to let me in, I whispered as I looked in his eyes looking for some type of answer. He said, but I could see it in his eyes he wasn't going to. Yeah, I thought so, I said as a tear slipped down my eye. Elena, peel, he started to say, but I quickly wiped the tear down that fell and walked out the door. I know you won't accept me for what I am, and I'm sorry that I had to be the thing you despise most, I said, looking over my shoulder before walking away and leaving him there. I walked to the bar with tears going down my face. I quickly wiped them and smiled. Can I get 2 shots of tequila, please, I told the bartender. Sure, he said, and handed me my 2 shots as I quickly chugged them. I walked back to where everyone else was and sat down. I looked at everyone and mostly everyone was cuddled up and smiling. I wish that was me. But instead I got stuck with someone who doesn't want me. I sighed as I chugged down another drink. Ellie had turned out to be Alex's mate, and I was so happy for them. Nick's and Elijah's mates were away, and that's why they hadn't came here yet. But I could tell my brothers were starting to get restless. I chugged down the rest of my drink as I saw Liam sit down. I could feel the drink start to weigh down on me. Out of nowhere I smelt blood, causing me to tense up. My head automatically moved in the direction of where the smell was coming from. I saw Noah, Ellie's and Liam's head turn in the same direction. We looked at each other as everyone else turned to us. What is it? Asked Nick, concerned. Blood, we all mumbled. I quickly got up and headed in the direction of it. Elena, be careful, said my brother angrily as he pulled me back. I just ignored him and kept on going. I could feel my eyes start to turn red. But there was too much blood for it to be someone drinking blood. We followed the smell and it led us to the back, and there stood 3 dead bodies with a note on top of them. Chapter 26, Elena's POV. I got closer to the bodies and my God, did they look bad. I grabbed the letter and read it. I sighed as my brother was calling someone to come clean this up. Poor girls, they had just come here for a night out and they end up like this. I blinked the tears away, knowing this was my fault. What did the note say? Asked Nick. It was for me, I mumbled. I heard someone's growl behind me, but I ignored it. Elena, what did the note say? Asked Elijah. At this point all the alcohol had disappeared out my system. I was thinking about what to do. He was going to come soon. Let's go, I said, looking around. He could be watching me right now and I'd never know. For all we know, he could attack right now. As I was looking around I noticed someone on top of the building aiming an arrow at us. I quickly surrounded us with a protection barrier type bubble just as he aimed. If I hadn't done that when I did, that would have hit Nick. Oh my God, I heard someone say. We have to get out of here, I told them as I looked around. Can you teleport us out? Asked Theo, looking around. I looked and I knew I had no other option but to do this. I had teleported earlier and that made me a little weak, and now this giant force field. And now having to teleport this many people at once could not be good for me, but I know I had to. I just nodded as everyone held hands and I teleported them to the front of my grandma's castle. When I knew they were safe and in front of the castle, I took the barrier down. I knew he wouldn't hurt me. He needed me, wanted me. You didn't have to kill them, I said to him as he was now in front of me. Actually, baby, we did, he said as he looked at me up and down. I looked at him with disgust, but I knew my time was almost up. If he kept killing innocent people, then I'd have to go myself. And we are going to keep doing this till you decide to willingly come with us, he said. I am not going to give up easily. If you want me so bad, come get me, I said. But I knew he wouldn't try it, even though I am very weak and I can feel I'm about to pass out. He doesn't know that and therefore won't try anything. He went to make a move, and as he did I raised my hand. Do you really want to try it? I said, raising my eyebrow, but I hoped he wouldn't try it, cause then I really would be screwed. We will come back for you, Mate丨, he said before disappearing in the shadows. I sighed in relief and looked around. My time here was more and more closer to being done. And I really don't have anything to fight for anymore. My mate doesn't want me, he won't accept me, so what else is there to fight for? That way my family will be safe. I smelt someone coming and I turned in the directions to see a human. Hello there, darling, said the man, looking at me hungrily. Back off, I told him. Come on, darling, let's have some fun, he said, coming towards me. Fine, let's have some fun, I said as I smirked. Yeah, come here, I'll make you feel so good, he said as he came closer to me. When he was right in front of me, I pulled him towards me and bit into his neck as I started drinking blood. But it started to burn as soon as it went down my throat. I pulled away as I felt like my throat was burning inside out. I could feel myself start to pass out. This wasn't good. No, this can't be happening. I looked into the shadows and saw him smirking. I quickly teleported back home as I felt myself to lose consciousness. I could feel blood coming out my mouth from whatever it was he had in his system. I landed with a thug in my grandma's living room where everyone was pacing around. Elena. I heard someone yell, but I was too busy scratching at my throat and trying to breathe to notice who it was. Oh my God, what happened? I heard someone say BB blood. I croaked out as my throat hurt more. Someone had something in their system, I heard my grandma say. This is why you should have come with us. And not stayed behind, I heard Theo yell. I'm fine was the last thing I said before I passed out. Chapter 27, Elena's POV. I woke up for like the 100th time this week. I was in my bed and I was alone. I looked out the window and the sun was rising, which meant I had been out for a couple hours. I got up and walked out into the hallway, which made me realize we were still in the castle. I walked down the steps and towards the kitchen. As I was walking in, I looked up and saw my mate sitting there, his back to me. I quickly and quietly turned around to head out when he called me. Elena, he said in a sleepy voice. Fuck, I didn't even make any noises. I sighed as I went into the kitchen and sat down across him. Yes, I whispered as I sat down. Are you okay? He asked me, causing me to look up. Yes, I whispered. What happened out there? He asked me. Nothing, it was nothing new. It's under control. I told him you were threatened and you stayed behind. And you come back and you're passing out. That's not nothing, he told me as he got up and came closer. Are you going to accept me or am I wasting my time? I told him. We won't be able to be together, he said, looking down at me. Okay, I told him quietly. I got up and went back into my room and sat in my balcony that overlooked everything. I could see the beach in the distance. When will I start my training for the throne? I told my grandmas as I felt them behind me. Why didn't you tell us that you had found your mate? Asked my grandma Elizabeth, aka the Vampire Queen. Because I didn't see why I should if I really don't have one, I told them as I started to get mad and the wind picked up around me. What will you do? Asked my grandma Beatrice, aka the Queen of Witches. Nothing, I told them as I sighed. And what will you do about your stalker? We know you and we know you're planning something, said Elizabeth. I'm not going to do anything. I'm tired, I don't have the energy to do anything. I told her as I felt my wolf start to get restless. Elena, how are you really feeling? I can't imagine how you're feeling because I have your grandpa and it wasn't ever really hard for us. Tell me, child, what do we need to do for you? Said Beatrice. I just need to be left alone. I'm tired, I told them as I looked away to hide the tears. I felt them both get up and they both came and kissed my cheek and then walked out. I sighed and got up and took a shower. After my shower I changed into a blue dress and put on some necklaces, since we were still with a lot of other royals, had to dress the part. I finished curling my hair and added my makeup, and after almost 30 minutes I was finally done. I grabbed my phone and walked out. I closed my door and turned back to head towards the kitchen when I bumped into Liam's mom. I'm so sorry, Luna, I whispered as I bowed. There's no need for that, Elena, she said as she looked at me sadly. I want to apologize for my son. I don't know what got into him. And you are so beautiful and look like such a loving, kind girl. And you don't deserve this. I found out about what's happened to you. And I am so sorry, she said as tears started to form in her eyes. It's okay, I told her as I forced a smile and tried to hold back the tears. No, it's not, and I'm begging you, Elena. Please don't give up on him. I know this so much of me to ask, because I know you're in pain. But I can see even after the way he's treated you, you care about him. I can see it in your eyes and the way you look at him. And I know he sees Theo too, I can see it. And he's trying to hold back because of his sister. But I know he see Theo about you. And I don't want him to lose you for good. Just please don't give up on him, she said as she hugged me and walked down the hall. I just stood there and looked to where she was just standing. Everyone is telling me not to give up on him and be patient. But what about me? He is literally breaking me apart. I'm holding on to him. But who's going to hold me and make sure I don't fall apart? I sighed as I wiped my eyes carefully and continued in the direction that Liam's mom had just gone. I walked into the kitchen and everyone was already sitting down and eating breakfast. I quickly spotted him and I looked around and the only chair left was beside him. Fucking shit. Why does this stuff always happen to me? I just wanted to be with my mate and be happy with him. But he despises me. And the universe just keeps pulling us together. Like the moon goddess is just playing some sick joke with me. I made my way to the chair beside him and sat down. I grabbed some orange juice and drank some as I started to scroll through my phone. I felt someone staring at me, so I looked up and there was my grandma Elizabeth staring right into my Elena. I gave her a wet face as she just kept staring at me. I saw her stare down at the empty plate in front of me as she looked back at me and raised her eyebrow. Rolling my eyes, I grabbed a piece of toast and put some jelly on it and forced it down my throat. With everything that's been happening, I physically can't eat. They are preventing me from it. If I do, I just throw it back up. I closed my eyes as I felt it start to come back up. I could feel the heat from my mate and I could almost feel my skin tingling from how close we were. I sighed as I started listening to the adults' conversation. How bad is the situation with the Rouges and demons? Asked Alpha Michael. They seem to be growing by the day. We actually have the council coming down to talk about it and so we can sign the alley treaty, said my grandpa looking at me. I tensed up when I heard that the council was coming. I wasn't liked by some people. And one of the people who happened to not like me was one of the most powerful members of the council. To her, I'm a disgrace, and according to her, I should not exist and therefore treats me like I'm a piece of trash. And will always use her powers on me. I know I'm way stronger than her. But she's part of the council, therefore above everyone. But I'm not sure how I'll react to her threats this time. With everything going on. Chapter 28. Elena's POV. As soon as they finished talking, we all got up and I decided to show all the others around the castle. This castle was gorgeous. It had an old look to it, but at the same time my grandma keeps it modern. Wow, said Sophie. I looked up to see what she was looking at, and it was the hallways that had all the pervious royals. All in order with their mates right in front of them. We walked down the hallway admiring all of the previous kings and queens. Wow, will you be up here when you become queen? Asked Madeline as she looked at the picture of my grandma. Yeah, my picture will be up there, I smiled sadly at her. Then she looked across from her to my grandpa's picture, and the empty spot beside it. What about? What happens when that spot is empty? She said as everyone turned to look at me. I saw Liam tense up from the corner of my eye as he stared at me. I don't know. It's never happened before. As you can see, everyone has someone. I'll just be the first, I guess, I said, forcing a smile. I walked away and towards the main hall leading to where everyone else was. I could feel them walking behind me. Welcome, council members, I heard my grandpa Elliot say. Vampire King. I tensed up as I mentally prepared myself for what was going to happen with Cecil. Everyone knew how that girl acted towards me, but could do nothing about it due to her being one of the most powerful council members. We walked into the common room, and as soon as I walked in I was falling to the ground holding my head. I could hear Athena and Stella whining in my head. It felt as if my brain was being melted off. I could hear the ringing in my ears. I felt someone catch me as I was falling. I automatically felt the sparks and the ringing in my ears died down a little. My head started to hurt less and it now felt bearable. What is wrong with her? Asked Liam as I felt him grab my face and pull me closer to him. That bitch is what's wrong. She must have forgotten to put her shield up. This bitch always does this to her, said Celeste. I'm good, I told them as I got up and out of his arms. Did she not go full power on you today? Whispered Theo as he grabbed me and looked at me. Oh no, she most definitely did, I whispered as I looked up at Liam and then back at Theo. How did he stop it? Asked Asher confused as they all looked up at Liam who was looking at us confused. I don't know, I told them as I looked at Cecil and walked in the room towards them. She was looking at me confused with an eyebrow raised. She then looked at Liam and then back at me. Good afternoon, I told them as I bowed down and continued on my way to stand in between my grandmas. Elena, hey, said Luna, one of the other council members. She was such a good friend with me and my family while her George and Felix were. Cecil though. I could not speak for her. Hey Luna, I smiled at her as I bowed out of respect and playfulness. So this treaty, said George. Yes, we've decided it's time, and plus with Elena about to take over the throne. And her ma dash. Well, you know it's just time, said my grandpa looking at me. I hate this, the fact that they think they have to watch what they say like I'm some ticking bomb about to explode. I know Theo isn't a vampire, but he's still family with them. Shared a womb with one as a matter of fact. And I shouldn't feel this way because I know I should be happy for my brother. But the selfish part of me is jealous that he's happy with his mate. And it's time I start worrying about me and focus on my family and my training for the throne. I can't rule 2 kingdoms like this. Okay, and every kingdom present will be signing today. Asked Felix, looking around. I looked around to see everyone signing, nodding their head. I looked at Cecil to see her staring at me, and then at Liam. I made eye contact and we stood there for 2 minutes just daring the other to make a move. If I made a move I would be in trouble, but if she did, it would be plain self-defense. I saw her eye my mate and I saw her try and do her mind thing on me, but I had a protective spell around me and Liam in case she tried anything on him to try an experiment, because from her eyes I could tell she was curious as to why the mind thing she does stopped so sudden. I saw her start to get angry as her little mind thing wasn't working on Liam either. I just smirked at her and looked away and towards everyone who I had just noticed stopped talking and were watching us. Waiting for something to happen. Everyone knew how things got with us. Well, my family and the council. I raised an eyebrow at her as I saw her step forward. I saw Liam get closer to me as well as Theo. Cecil, I heard George warn her. But I was really hoping she would come for me because I need to get some anger out, and what better person than her. Chapter 29, Elena's POV. I heard you got rejected, she said, smirking. I just looked at her, trying to calm down. Knowing if Stella or Athena come out it's not going to end up good. I told you, you don't belong here, you shouldn't even exist. You were the moon goddess's experiment. You were her mistake in the lab, experiment gone wrong. And from the looks even your mate can't be around you because of what you are. How does that feel, Elena, she said, smirking at me. How does it feel to be everyone's trouble? And the most unwanted person, she said. You have killed hundreds of people on purpose and on accident. You lose control too often. Other people always have to clean up after you. Look how long your family has been running for you, she said. I looked up at my family as I knew she was right. I have been nothing but trouble to them. They don't know peace because of me. Even Liam knew to leave, she smirked at me as she winked at him. Everyone will always leave you, no one will choose you in the end. Because they know if they do, they'll never be at peace, she said. Maybe I'll take Liam like I took Liam, she smirked. I aimed at her but was pulled back into a hard chest. And pulled out of the room. I could feel Stella and Athena wanting to come out. They feel hurt and mad from everything Cecil had just said. Because deep in us we knew she was right. Elena, I heard him call me as he grabbed my face and tried to get me to look at him. My eyes were fully red, I could feel them. I could feel the anger and sadness radiating out my body and around me. I was trying hard not to lose control. Because if I did I know I would probably end up killing her. I breathed in and out trying to calm myself down. Out of habit I started to dig my nails into my skin, causing blood to come out. I was shaking and trying so hard not to lose control. I guess Liam smelt the blood because soon after he grabbed my hands and put them in his as he looked down at the scars I had from all the previous times that I had done this and left little scars. I'm okay, you can go back, I told him as I had started to calm down because of his touch. Elena, he started to say. Liam, I'm fine, I told him as I forced a smile and looked out the window. I can't keep doing this, you know, you're hurting me, you're hurting Stella, you're hurting Athena, I told him. You're slowly breaking us apart, I told him as I sat down at the balcony. Your sister accepted my brother. Why can't you accept me, I told him. He stayed quiet at that. I would have thought he had left because he made no sound. But I could still feel him behind me. It was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. I closed my eyes as I felt the wind pick up around me, and I could almost hear it communicating with me. The silence and how everything seemed so relaxed made me realize how truly tired I was. I inhaled, smelling the freshness. I was almost in a state of meditation, but was pulled out as I was pulled up from my seat. I opened my eyes and Liam was looking right at my eyes, and he then bent down and kissed me hard, as if I would slip right under him and disappear. Chapter 30, Elena's POV. I was shocked. I did not expect him to kiss me. He was making me confused and hurting me more by doing this. Because he always does this, he always has a moment of weakness. And then he realizes what he did and then he treats me worse. I pulled away, as I ran my hand through my curls and looked at him and then out the balcony behind him. You can't keep doing this, I told him as I turned around and paced around the room. You always do this, you always have a moment of weakness and then later regret it and punish me for it, I told him as I started to dig my nails in my skin once again. I don't know how much longer I can take of this, I'm holding on by a thread. And you doing this is not helping, I told him. You don't really want me, you've made that very clear by the way you act and the things you've said to me, I told him as I dug my nails deeper. Elena, he started but I cut him off. Just reject me. Maybe then I started but was cut off as he forcefully grabbed me and held on to me right as he screamed at me. I fucking can't, he yelled as he shook me. I just stood there wide-eyed looking at him, wondering if I should move or not. I've tried for my sister. But I fucking can't, and I try not to give in to you but you just make that so fucking hard for me. He said as he looked down at me, I can't anymore, I'm giving in. I can't keep resisting. You are all I think about always, and every time I see you hurt or I know that I'm the reason why you're hurting, it kills me. How could I feel this way for a girl I haven't even truly met? He said as he put my hair behind my ear. I'm tired of fighting it, Elena, he whispered as he leaned down and placed his forehead against mine. In my head Athena was running around in circles all happy, while Stella was cautious but I could tell she was feeling happy as well but was scared to get hurt again. Liam. I'm scared, I told him quietly, I know, and that's my fault. But I will get you to trust me again. I promise, he said as he pulled me into a hug as my head lay on his chest. I closed my eyes at the feeling of being in his arms as I felt a tear slip from my eyes. I was truly scared because this could be another one of his moments of weakness. I would not give my all or drop the wall I built until I know that he will not leave again, and that this isn't one of his moments. I feel like the rug will be pulled from right under me. And I'm scared that as soon as I give in he will realize it was a mistake. Like Cecil said, no one ever really stays with me, everyone ends up leaving because they know that with me life won't be easy. I always have people after me and I can lose control easily. Why bother with me when they can be somewhere else with someone they know won't cause them trouble? And soon Liam will realize that too and leave. And for that I cannot let my wall down. I looked at him as he looked at me with hope in his eyes. He looked sincere but he could change his mind in a second. I gave him a small smile as I nodded my head. Come on, they're waiting for us, I told him as I opened my door and walked down the hallway, and towards the garden where everyone was at. We walked outside where everyone was as they stood there watching people train. Hi, I told my dad as I walked up to him and laid my head on his arm, as he was too tall for me to put my head on his shoulder. Hey there baby girl, he told me as he kissed my forehead and looked over my head to see Liam. He looked at me and raised an eyebrow, wondering why he was right behind me. He asked for another chance, he said he can't hold back anymore, that his feelings are too strong and he can't fight the bond anymore, and that he should have never done what he did, I told them as I opened the mind link for my parents and siblings. They all turned to look at me and then at him. Are you sure about this? Asked Nick as he looked between the two of us. I don't know, I'm scared that he will change his mind again. But I'll never know if I don't give him a chance, I told him honestly. Oh baby, you have such a kind Elena. And you are so strong baby, said my mom as she came to my other side and hugged me from the side and leaned on me. Good job Elena, we are so proud of you. You will be an amazing queen to our kingdom, said my grandma in my head, as both my grandmas stared at me and smiled. Whatever happens, I just hope I don't end up regretting this. Chapter 31, Elena's POV. We were all on the way back home now, and I was in the car with Madeline, Theo, Celeste, Sapphire, Liam and Sophie. Liam was the one driving with Theo in the passenger seat and then us girls were in the back. Sophie and Madeline were in the middle and me and my sisters were all the way in the back. I was scrolling through my phone when I felt someone looking at me. I looked up and Liam was looking at me through the rearview mirror. I raised my eyebrow at him and pointed at the road. Mom just asked if y'all wanted to stop and get food. There's a Mexican restaurant coming up, asked Theo looking at us. I don't care, said Sophie. Yes, same, said Celeste. Okay then, we will just stop up here, he said as he continued to look at his phone. How much longer till we get home? I asked Theo. About 5 hours. Why? Said Theo looking at me through the mirror. I'm going to need blood soon, I told him as I looked out the window. I felt Theo, Celeste and Sapphire look at me as I said that. We pulled up to a nice-looking Mexican restaurant and we all got out. I was the last to get out and Liam gave me his hand to help me get out. I felt the tingles shoot up my arms as I let out a sigh. Thank you, I told him as I gave him a smile. We waited for everyone else to get out the cars as I walked up to my twin and put my head on his shoulder. "I'm so tired," I told him. "Me too," he said to me as he leaned his head on me. "You think you can wait?" he asked. "Yeah, I hope so," I told him as everyone was now walking towards the doors. They had combined some tables together for us so we could all sit together. And we even had a whole room to ourselves, which was amazing. I ended up sitting in between Liam and Theo. We were all talking and laughing until our food was here. I for once felt okay. I felt at ease. And I looked around smiling as I finally felt okay. Not everything was good with me and Liam, but we were going to work on it, and now I knew that he wanted me. We all finished our food and got back into our cars. This time Theo was driving with Madeline in the passenger seat and I was in the back with Liam and Sapphire. I could feel Athena purring and she was so relaxed. We hadn't felt this relaxed in a while. Feeling him beside me and the mate bond, I felt amazing. I felt myself falling asleep and my head slowly falling on his shoulder. I woke up to a click of a camera. I slowly opened my eyes to see the sun setting and us at a gas station. I looked to my left to see that I had been leaning my head against Liam, and he looked so relaxed and had been holding my hand. "How much longer till we get home?" I asked as I let go of Liam's hand and stretched. 1 hour and a half, said Theo as he came back in the car. "Are you still all right?" he asked, looking at me. "Yes, surprisingly I am," I said, looking at Liam as I knew the reason why I had lasted this long was to him being beside me and keeping me calm. "Okay, let's keep going then," he said as he sighed. "If you want I can drive. You should rest," I told him. "Thank you," he sighed as he ran his hands through his hair. I got out as I made my way to the front of the car. As I was passing him, he hit the back of my head. "I like your cut, G," he said as he laughed and got in the car. "Hey," I told him as I rubbed the back of my head. "You're a dick," I told him as he continued to laugh at me. "I should have ate you in the womb," I told him as he stopped laughing and now I was the one laughing. "Yeah, that what I thought," I told him as I continued to laugh. "Are they always like this?" I heard Sophie ask. "Always," said my sisters at the same time. "You're ugly," he said. "You dumbass, we look the same," I told him, laughing. "At least I'm not the baby of the family," he said. "You're only 10 minutes older than me," I said, looking through the mirror. I noticed Liam was awake and was now staring at me. I smiled at him as I saw him smile back, making me blush. I continued to drive down the road as it was starting to get dark. Madeline had put on some music and now us girls were singing our hearts out to the music. As Theo just shook his head to the music and Liam stared at me the whole time. I pulled into our driveway to see their cars there as well as the other cars of everyone else that was driving. We all got out and got our stuff. I took my stuff and dropped it in my room and walked out my door and bumped into someone, almost hitting the ground. I swear for being what I am, I'm so clumsy and do not pay attention to anything. "Sorry," I said as I looked up to see Liam caught me. "Can we talk?" he asked, looking at my eyes and pulling me up. "Yeah, of course, come on," I told him as I walked outside and sat on this hammock we had and made space for him. "Are you sure this will hold both of us?" he said, eyeing it. "Of course, me and Theo lay on this all the time and sometimes even my sister will come sit with us. And if it holds them, it will most definitely hold us," I told him, laughing. "If you say so," he said, sitting down slowly, but causing the hammock to move and making me almost fall. "Oh my God." I laughed as he held on to me to make sure I didn't fall. I looked up at him after I finished laughing to see him smiling down at me. "What?" I asked him as I continued to laugh. "Nothing," he said, smiling. "I'm sorry," he said, causing me to stop laughing. "It's okay," I told him as I looked out into the woods. "It's not okay, Elena. But I will make it up to you, I promise," he said. "Okay," I said as I looked at him and gave him a small smile. "I want to get to know you like the actual you. What you like, what you dislike, not what I've seen," he said as he went for my hand and made sure I wouldn't pull away before holding it. "Well, what do you want to know?" I told him, smiling. "When's your birthday?" he said. "April 20th, I told him. "What about you?" I said. "October 25th, he said. "I'm a Scorpio," I said, looking at the stars. "What's your favorite color?" I told him. "Black," he said. "Of course it is," I said, laughing at him. "What about you?" he said. "Pink," I told him, smiling up at him. "Of course it is," he said, copying me and trying to do my voice, making me laugh. "What's your wolf's name?" he said. "Athena." "What about yours?" I told him. "Odysseus," he whispered. "Odysseus," I whispered back. I saw him tense up as I saw his eyes start to turn black. "What's your vampire's name?" he said, clearing his throat. "I'm Stella," I said, tensing up as I started to play with my hair nervously. "I would like to apologize to her." I snapped my head to look at him. What?" I said, shocked. "I said stuff about her that I didn't mean, and that I should have never said about her." he said, looking at me. "W, what is he being for real?" said Stella, in my head, shocked. "I guess so," I told her quietly. Aye, she says you're forgiven," I told him. I started to get tears in my eyes, so I looked away. It felt nice outside today. The moon was up high, the stars were shining bright, and it was just the right temperature, and the wind would blow, causing my heat to get in my face. "I am truly sorry, Elena," he said, pulling me into his arms. I leaned on him as we swung on the hammock and looked out into the forest that was lit with fireflies. Every subscription is a deeper dive into Elena's story world. Click subscribe and don't get lost. After a passionate night, Elena accidentally marks Liam, but her action fills him with disgust and anger. Will Liam forgive Elena for this uncontrollable act? Can their relationship be mended? Follow the footsteps of Elena and Liam. Explore unknown powers and forbidden love. Subscribe to our channel and embark on an extraordinary journey. Chapter 32, Elena's POV. I sighed as I took in the scent of my mate. I had never had him this close to me. And right now I felt so happy, so at ease. We continued to just swing on the hammock, none of us saying anything. We were just enjoying each other's company. He started to play with my hair, causing me to close my eyes. "What powers do you have?" he whispered. "I can control the elements, I can obviously teleport, my voice could be used to hypnotize people, and I also have witch powers, and for now that's all I have," I told him. "You could get more?" he asked me, pulling me closer to him. "Yup, at any time," I told him. "Wow, you're badass," he said, causing me to laugh. "Yeah, I guess so," I told him, smiling as I looked up at him. He looked into my eyes and slowly started to lean in. I felt my heart pick up as his lips touched mine. It felt like if this was our first kiss, the feeling of having his lips on mine, the tingles going through my body. I could feel the mate bond getting stronger just from this kiss. He licked my bottom lip, asking for permission, but I was too busy trying not to pass out from this feeling to notice I was taking too long. I felt his hand go up to my neck as I felt it tighten, causing me to let out a small moan. He took that to his advantage and shoved his tongue in my mouth. Our tongues battled till I just couldn't anymore, and he smirked as he had won. He pulled away and looked at me in the eyes and pecked my lips once more before running his thumb through my lips and looking down at them. "I have to go, we have school tomorrow and I have a couple things I have to do before I go to sleep," he said as he pecked my lips once more and stood up and pulled me with him. "Okay," I told him as I felt myself blush from that intense makeout session. "I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" he said, looking down at me as he pulled me into a hug. "Okay," I told him, sighing as I leaned into him. He pulled away and looked down at me. He kissed my forehead before making his way around the house towards his car. I just stood there and watched him go around the corner and bit my lip as I did a little dance. I walked inside smiling as I closed the door and locked it. I turned around and let out a scream. "What the fuck, Nick? Next time make a sound or something to let me know you're there, you rat." "How am I a rat?" he said, raising an eyebrow at me. "Well, you are as quiet as one." I was going to say mouse, but some are cute, and rats are ugly, so therefore you're a rat, I said to him, smiling. "Ugh, and what does that make you, Elena?" he said, smirking at me. "A queen," I told him as I stuck my tongue out at him. "And you are sure about that?" he said, laughing. "Come on, kid, let's go to sleep," he said as he bent down for me to jump on him. "Yay, piggyback ride," I said as I laughed. "Ugh, so much for the next queen," he said, laughing at me. "When is Alice coming back?" I asked him as I leaned my head on his. "She should be here in 2 days, I miss her." "My wolf is going crazy without her," he said, sighing. "I'm sure she misses you too. And you'll see her soon, Nick," I said. "You're so strong, Elena, you went through all that and was apart from your mate. I'm suffering for being away from her for a couple weeks, and I just can't imagine how you felt," he said as he put me down right in front of my door. "Well, good thing it was me and not you, I told him, forcing a laugh. He gave me a smile as he pulled me in for a hug. "I'm so proud of you, and I saw you guys out there. Just be careful, okay?" he said, pulling away. I blushed at that. "You weirdo, why were you watching us?" I told him, blushing. "But I will, Nick," I told him as I hugged him. "Good night, Elena," he said. "Night, Nick," I told him as I walked in my room. I closed my door and sighed. I felt good right now. I looked up at the clock to see it was 11:30 am. I took a quick shower and changed into an oversized t-shirt and some short shorts and put my hair up in a bun. I grabbed my phone and plugged it up, and as it lit up I saw I had gotten a message. It was from the group chat with me, Sapphire, and Celeste. Sapphire had sent a pic of me and Liam asleep in the car. I was leaning on him and he was holding my hand and he looked so relaxed. I smiled as I saved it to my camera roll. Our first picture together. Sighing, I turned off my phone and turned towards the moon, and soon I had fallen asleep. Chapter 33, Elena's POV. I woke up to my alarm ringing. I groaned as I stretched in bed and turned it off. I stayed there laying for 5 minutes, and then after a while I decided to finally get up. I got up and walked into the bathroom and washed my teeth. After I did my makeup and my hair, and then went to change into a green sweater with a white skirt, and added a necklace and some bracelets and my 2 favorite rings. I was walking out the door with my bag and my phone when I remembered I needed earrings. I looked on my stand for my favorite gold hoops and put them on. "Good morning, Michaelsons," I told everyone as I walked in and sat down to grab some food. "Morning," everyone mumbled. I just grabbed a piece of bacon with some eggs and toast, and then I poured myself some orange juice. "Bye babies," my mom said to all of us as we walked out the door and towards our cars. I hopped in my Jeep along with Celeste and Sapphire. We talked about the upcoming ball and listened to some music. As soon as I saw the school, I started to get nervous, as me and Liam were now good. I was wondering how things would be. I pulled up to our regular parking spot as I saw Madeline and her siblings walking up to us, along with Liam and his siblings. "Hey guys," I told them as I got out my car. "Hey Elena," said Sophie, giving me a huge smile. "So we were thinking," said Madeline. "Oh no, this ought to be bad," said someone from behind me. I looked back to see Liam walking towards us. He looked down at me and smiled as he hugged me and gave me a kiss on the forehead, causing me to blush and look down at my shoes. "Hey," I mumbled as I looked at him and gave him a smile. "Like I was saying, for spring break we should go on a vacation," said Madeline, excited. "Where?" I asked her. "That I don't know yet. I thought we should all pick the place together," she said. We all started to walk towards the building when Liam put his arm over my shoulder and pulled me closer to him. "Did you sleep okay?" he whispered in my ear. "Yeah, I slept all right. Did you?" I smiled up at him. "Me too," he said as we walked in the building. I could hear people whispering about me and Liam. Liam just ignored them and continued on walking towards my locker. "I want to take you out on our first official date," he whispered in my ear so only we could hear. I smiled up at him as I nodded my head. When I smiled up at him, "How about this Friday?" he said, smiling down at me. "That sounds perfect," I told him, smiling up at him. "Come on, let's go to class," he groaned, pulling me with him towards our first class. He sat beside me in his usual spot, but this time it would be different because he was talking to me now and not trying to reject me. I sighed as I pulled out my stuff and got ready for the teacher to start talking about God knows what. Classes went by fast and it was finally lunchtime. I walked with Madeline, Sophie, Celeste, Sapphire and Ellie towards the cafeteria. As soon as we walked in, the boys got up and started walking towards us. "Where y'all going?" asked Madeline. "Let's go, we are ditching this place," said Elijah as he grabbed me and lifted me up in the air. "Elijah, what the fuck are you doing?" I yelled. Everyone just laughed. "Elijah, I have a skirt on. You are about to make me flash everyone," I said, causing my mate to let out a small growl. "Fine, but you win this time," he said, rolling his eyes. "And this time," I said as I flicked my hand and he tripped. "Elena, that's cheating. You always do this," he whined. "Loser," I said as I ran out. I hopped in my car as everyone else came out laughing at Elijah, and everyone went to their cars. I saw Liam give Madeline his keys as I saw his eyes widen and he looked like he was threatening her. But she was excited as he took the keys and made a run for Liam's car. I turned my baby on and turned the volume down as Telepatia started blasting, causing me to blush. He hopped in my passenger seat and closed the door behind him. I started blushing as I remembered what happened the last time me and him were together in my car by ourselves. "Where are we going?" I asked him. "Honestly, I don't know, just follow them," he said as he looked at me. I just continued to drive but could still see him looking at me. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I asked him, looking back at him. "Because you're so beautiful," he said, eyeing me. I just blushed and looked ahead. "So how was it growing up with your powers?" he asked. I looked at him, trying to read his face, whether to be honest or not. I didn't want to once again freak him out. It was hard. When I was little I lost control a lot. I couldn't control my powers, much less control my thirst for blood. I said the last part quietly, looking at him. "I attached Theo once. I could have killed him," I said, starting to tear up. "What happened?" he said, putting his hand on my knee for support. "We were little kids. I got mad at him and attacked him. And I lost control," I told him quietly. "You were little kid, it wasn't your fault," he said. We also had to move a lot because of me. Derek has been chasing after me since I was a baby, I told him. Who's Derek? He asked. The man that attacked us last time. He had lost us for a while. But he found us here. I told him I won't let him get to you, he said with a growl. I just nodded, but I knew that no one could stop him. He hasn't gotten me because he can't. He hasn't for a reason, and the reason why is killing me. Because he will come when we least expect it. I pulled up behind them and parked my car and got out with Liam beside me. We walked towards the front, and I walked up to Theo and grabbed onto his arm and hugged him. He knew that when I did this I was upset and something was wrong. He looked at me and pulled me closer as we walked in. I sat in between Theo and Liam as I leaned on Theo. He was always my emotional support. I looked up as I saw the scar I left on him. If you're not looking for it, you won't find it. But every time I look at him, I look at the scar. It's big up close. I sighed as I straightened up and looked down at my hands. The waves of sadness hit me when I start to feel happy. I can never escape the sadness that hits me. It smacks me right in the face over and over again. Chapter 34, Elena's POV. It has been almost 2 weeks since I decided to give Liam another chance, and so far everything is good between us. I've gotten to know him better these last couple days and we've gotten closer. And that SC Theo me, because I know if he chooses to leave me, this time I would not survive this. I was pulled out of my thoughts when someone hugged me from behind and pulled me to their chest. I felt the sparks go all over my body, causing me to relax. I could feel his six-pack through his shirt and even feel Liam Jr. With us getting closer, the sexual tension and the mate pull have gotten stronger. Hey baby girl, he whispered in my ear as he kissed the side of my neck. Hey there, I whispered back, biting my lip. He smirked as he knew his effect on me and moved beside me and put his arm around me dangerously close to my ass. So the royal ball is this weekend and we need to go dress shopping, said Sapphire. Oh my god. I had totally forgotten about the ball, said Ellie. I know just the perfect place to get our dresses, I told them, smiling. Where? Asked Sophie. Dame Tussauds, I said. Oh yeah. She always has the best things, said Sapphire. We all walked towards gym class. This was our last class of the day. As we walked in the gym, we saw people coming out the locker rooms and heading outside. I'll see you in a bit, I told him as I pecked his lips. He nodded and walked in the locker room with my brothers and his. I quickly changed into the slutty uniforms and walked out with the girls. As soon as I walked out, Liam was at my side protectively and wrapped his arm around me again. This time on my ass, causing me to blush. You look so good in this, but it's not for everyone to see you like this, he growled in my ear, causing me to clench my thighs together. He smirked as he knew what he was doing to me. It was getting harder for us to control ourselves around each other. Every time I saw him, I wanted to jump his bones. And remember how it felt to have him all on me, kissing me all over. I cleared my throat as it suddenly started to get hotter in here. Finally everyone was out, and we all started walking out towards the football field where everyone else was. Nice of you guys to join us, said the coach, raising an eyebrow. Okay, split up boys, y'all will be over there, and girls, y'all will stay here and do the stations. Liam kissed my forehead as he walked away with everyone else. So you and Liam look like y'all are doing amazing, said Sophie, smiling. Yeah, we are, I told them as I looked up at him and saw him running around and laughing. Have you guys made it since y'all got back together, said Ellie, smirking at me. No, not yet, but it might happen soon. Our wolves are some horny dogs and it's getting harder to resist each other, I told them, blushing. Just don't make us ants yet, said Mate丨, causing everyone else to laugh. We finally started to stretch and I put my legs apart and reached down and touched the ground. As soon as my ass was in the air, I could feel Liam's eyes on me. I decided to tease him a little. I shook my ass a little. I stretched to the side and I could still feel him staring at my ass. I stood up straight and finally looked at him and made eye contact with him as I saw his eyes were darker and he raised an eyebrow at me. I just winked and ran towards the girls who had just started to jog. I had ran a couple laps when I had to all of a sudden pee really bad, so I ran off towards the school and went to the bathroom. I was washing my hands and looked up at the mirror. I had always thought I was very pretty. And I had a nice body. But with being a girl there is still a lot of insecurities. I had some scars that weren't that noticeable, but to me every time I looked in the mirror I saw. I sighed as I exited the locker room and was pulled into the janitor's closet, causing me to scream. When I noticed it was just Liam, I relaxed. Jesus, what is wrong with you and janitor's closets, I said as I finally caught my breath. What's with you and screaming, he said, smirking. I started to say but was cut off. I make you scream for that. Imagine how I'm going to have you screaming when I'm making love to you, he whispered in my ear. I clenched my thighs together to try and stop the ache I currently felt. He pushed me up against the wall as he wrapped his arm around my throat. I saw how you were shaking that ass. And as much as I loved the view, other males were around, he said as he kissed down my neck, causing me to let out a breathless moan. That was enough for him to slam his lips on mine. It started off gentle, but soon things started getting rough. He picked me up by my ass and slammed me onto the wall, causing me to let out a groan of pain and pleasure. Liam, I breathed out as he started to trail kisses down my neck, and slowly started to grind himself on my sex, so I could feel just how hard he was. The feeling of him rubbing himself on my pussy caused me to let out a moan. Next time I get you alone like this, it's going to be in my bedroom, and I'm going to have you moaning louder, he said to me as he put me down and pecked my lips once more. He grabbed my hand and kissed it as we walked out, and we could hear everyone coming back in, so we each went into the locker rooms to calm down and start changing back. I was putting on my shoes when the girls came in. Where did you disappear off to? Asked Madeline, smirking. And Liam, 'cause apparently y'all both disappeared at the same time and none of you came back, asked Sophie, laughing. I just laughed as we walked out and went to the guys who were waiting for us. I walked to Liam as he pulled me into his chest and kissed my forehead. I accidentally left something on your neck, he whispered as he smirked. I quickly grabbed my hair and made sure to cover my neck. You weren't supposed to do that, I told him as I playfully slapped his chest. Where we heading? Asked Elijah. Our house, said my sisters and me. Pool time, we all said come with me, said Liam. I just nodded and handed Celeste my keys and told her to be careful with my baby. Can I drive? I said, giving him puppy dog eyes. I don't think that's a good idea, he said, looking kinda nervous. Baby please, I said with a sad tone. Ugh, fine, just be careful. Don't want my baby getting hurt, he mumbled. From beside us, everyone else laughed at him and started calling him whipped as he just rolled his eyes and got in. Thank you, baby, I told him as I reached over and pecked his lips. I started the car and the car roared to life and caused me to smile. I rolled down the windows and pulled out the parking spot. As I was pulling out, I nodded at my brother Theo, who had his white Lumbo with him today. He raised his eyebrow as he nodded, accepting the challenge. What was that look? Asked Liam. Oh, nothing, I told him innocently. Elena, he said. But I had already pressed on the gas and were zooming out the parking lot and onto the street. Just be careful, he said as he looked beside us at Theo and Madeline, who were now beside us. Y'all are going down, yelled Madeline as they sped up. Step on it, baby girl, he said, nodding at me as I just smirked and pressed on the gas, driving right past Theo. Cha losers, I yelled, knowing they'd hear me. We of course won as we pulled up onto our driveway. I parked the car and got out just as Theo pulled up, and behind them was everyone else. Told you I'd win, I told Theo, sticking my tongue out at him. Cheater, he mumbled as he hit the back of my head as he was passing. We never doubted you, said Asher, laughing. With that, we all went inside and got changed into our swimsuits. Chapter 35, Elena's POV. I quickly got changed into a purple bikini and grabbed a towel and walked down towards where everyone was. Finally, said Theo, turning around. He was near the pool, so I quickly ran towards him using my vampire speed and pushed him in the water, causing him to let out a small scream, making us all laugh. That's not fair, Elena, he mumbled as he started to float around. Sucks to not be as cool as me, I said as I sat down with the girls. So what color dress are y'all looking for? Asked Ellie. I think I want light colors, mumbled Sophie as she finished her ice cream. We can go tomorrow, I'll let her know, I told them. Guys, did y'all forget that her shop is like 7 hours from here, said Madeline. That's what we have Elena for, said Celeste as she continued to apply sunscreen. But what about what happened to her last time, said Madeline. That only happened because I was weak. I'm not anymore, I said, looking in Liam's direction. Oh, mumbled Madeline, looking at him too. We had all laid down to tan on the chairs when out of nowhere I felt hands on me as I got picked up. I quickly opened my eyes to see all my brothers holding on to me as they swung me around. What the hell are y'all doing? I yelled at them. They kept swinging me till finally they threw me in the water. I hit the water and swam back up as I took in a breath. Y'all are some assholes, I told them as I laid on my back and floated. You had it coming, said Asher. We need blood, said Stella. Last time we were supposed to get it, we didn't. Our mate helped control the thirst. But now we need a little or we will be too weak, said Stella. How much longer can we go? I asked her. Couple hours, she mumbled. Okay, I told her. Soon we will also need mate's blood, she told me. Stella. I don't know how he will feel about that, I told her. Well, we will need it soon. If we don't, you know what will happen, she told me as she went away. I sighed as I continued to float. I had my eyes closed when I felt the sun disappear from my face. I opened my eyes and there stood my sexy mate. "Hello there," I told him, smiling. "Hey baby," he said, pecking my lips. I looked around and saw that everyone else was talking and in their own world. "You look sexy in this bikini," he said as he trailed his finger from right below my boob to the bottom where the strings to my bikini stood. "You think so?" I told him as I stood up and threw myself at him. He caught me and I wrapped my legs around his waist and wrapped my hands around his neck. I sighed as he pulled me in tighter. He pecked my lips and then kissed my forehead. "Guys, food is here," shouted Nick. He gave me one last peck on the lips before he put me down and grabbed onto my hand as he walked out the pool. I grabbed a box of pizza as I told him to follow me. I started walking out into the trail that led me to the treehouse. "Where are we going? You aren't going to kill me, are you?" he said with a smirk. "I don't know, maybe." I told him back as we reached the tree. He looked around and then gave me a questioning look. I looked up, causing him to look up too. When he saw the treehouse, his eyes lit up like a child on Christmas morning. "No you don't," he said as he walked around the tree looking for the stairs. For him to be the big bad future Alpha King, he didn't seem so bad. I just smiled as he started to go up the treehouse and stretched his hand out in my direction to get the pizza. I handed it to him as he put it inside and then reached for my hand and helped me in. He looked around amazed. "Did you decorate this?" he asked. "Yes, do you like it?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "I can't wait to see how you'll decorate our future home," he mumbled to himself. My wolf stood up at that as she started jumping around. I just smiled and sat down beside him as he started eating. We just talked about ourselves, our childhood, and laughed. Suddenly the wind picked up around me. It came in through the window and wrapped around me. "How does it feel to be so connected to nature?" he said, looking out the small window. "I love it, it's an amazing feeling. You literally feel everything," I told him. "What do you mean?" he said. "Well, we are like one. I can feel the way it feels sometimes. If I'm not careful, my emotions will control the weather. It's happened a couple times, especially when I didn't know I could even do this." I told him as I made a little tornado on my hand, and it started speeding up. I stared at it as it slowly went away. "Did you ever hurt anyone? Like before you knew about your powers?" he questioned as he laid his head on my thighs and drew small circles on my thighs. "I've hurt many people. I had powers I didn't even know I had. And that caused me to hurt a lot of people in my life," I told him, sighing. "You'd think that having the power I had would be easy. With it comes a lot of consequences, a lot of pain, a lot of people after you," I told him. He got off me and pulled me down beside him. We were facing each other. He put his hand on my cheek as he looked in my eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. I just nodded and he pulled me to him and started kissing me. It was slow and he was pouring all his emotions into it. He pulled me onto him as he continued to lay down. "You're beautiful," he whispered as he just stared at me. "Thank you," I whispered back. His hand slowly lowered to my ass as he cupped it and started playing with it. He spread my legs open as I felt his throbbing cock on my wet pussy. The sensation caused me to moan as he grabbed onto my chin hard and started kissing me. His aggressiveness was turning me on more as I slowly started to grind on him. "Being aggressive turns you on? Huh, baby girl," he said as he slid his hand between us and into my bathing suit. I moaned out as he started playing with my lips. He then shoved a finger in as he started kissing me again. He flipped us over as I was now under him. He pulled the bathing suit off and spread my legs as he got in between me legs. He started rubbing harder and faster. He was kissing me hard and passionately. He then pulls away as he makes his way down to my sex. He looks up at me and then kisses my pussy. Still making eye contact, he spreads my legs wider and starts licking and sucking. My head falls back at the sensation I get. He then slips 2 fingers in as he's still eating me out. The feeling was beginning to be too much as I felt my stomach clench. "Jaliam," I moaned out. He looked up at me, raising a brow. I was so close and the feeling was so strong that I started to close my legs, causing him to open them wider and hold them there. My legs started to shake and I tried pulling away, but that just caused him to pull me closer and held me down. I couldn't take it no more, so I came in his mouth and my legs shook. I looked down at him and saw him close his eyes as he cleaned all my juices. "Don't try to pull away from me like that ever again while I'm trying to make you come. Do you understand?" he said as he grabbed my face. I just nodded as I didn't have the energy to talk. "Good," he said as he flipped me around and pulled my ass up towards him as I felt him enter me. I let out a loud moan, not holding back anymore. We were in the middle of the forest anyway. He slammed into me as he grabbed onto my hair and pulled me towards him as he started kissing all over my neck, leaving marks. At this point, neither of us cared. We were both being loud and just letting out all that sexual frustration we felt. His strokes became faster and harder as he flipped me back around with him still in me. He was now kissing and leaving marks all over my boobs. "You're so beautiful," he said as he made his way up to my lips. He sped up and his strokes got harder, if it was even possible. He was kissing me hard and passionately as his hand made his way up to my neck, and I got that feeling again and I knew I was about to come. We both came at the same time. He fell beside me breathing hard. He grabbed the blanket that was on the side and covered us as he pulled me to his chest. "Are you okay? Was I too rough?" he said as he seethed my cheek. "No, baby. You were amazing," I told him as I let out a little laugh. Next thing I knew, my eyes were closing, and I fell asleep with the rhythm of his heart. Chapter 36. Elena's POV. I woke up cold. I quickly stood up and looked around to find Liam gone. I put on the bathing suit I had on yesterday and looked outside the window. I felt myself start to panic. Is this what he wanted? What did I do? Baby, what's wrong? I heard behind me. I quickly turned to see him behind me. I let out a sigh of relief. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" he said, looking at me. I started but couldn't finish. Realization crossed his face as he realized why I looked so panicked and was crying. "You thought I left again, didn't you?" he said, looking at me with guilt and sadness. "Yeah," I told him quietly. "I just went to get us some clothes. Baby, I told you I wouldn't leave you again. What I did was a mistake and never again will I do," he said as he pulled me to him and hugged me tight. "I know, I'm sorry, Liam," I told him. "I just couldn't have you walking in there looking the way you do," he said with a smirk. "What do you mean?" I told him. He pulled out his phone and took a picture of me. He flipped his phone and my mouth dropped. There I stood covered in hickeys and bruises all over my body. Now that I wasn't panicking, I felt the ache between my legs and my whole body felt sore. What did you do to me?" I asked him, laughing as I put on the hoodie he had brought me and the sweats. "What I should have done a long time ago," he said as he kissed my forehead, and we walked towards the little door that took us down. "So, I was wondering if you'd be my date to the ball this weekend. I know we are already together, but I thought you would have loved if I asked you," he said, scratching the back of his neck. "Of course, I would love to," I told him as I hugged him. "Good," he said as he smiled and picked me up. I wrapped my legs around his waist, our fronts facing each other. "What color do you think we should go with?" I asked him as I played with his hair. "I don't know, love," he said, pulling me impossibly closer. "Red," we both said at the same time as we looked at each other. "Perfect," I told him, smiling. We got to my house and walked in through the back door. We see everyone sitting around the table. We quietly snuck through the hallway towards the stairs but stopped in our tracks just as we stepped on the first stair. "Where have you been, Elena?" I heard my father say. "Oh, just around the usual, Dad," I told him as I made a face at Liam. "Elena Michelson, you reek of your mate," he said with a serious tone. My eyes got wide as both me and Liam ran up the stairs and towards my room. "Bye, Dad, gotta go get ready," I told him quickly. "Elena McKeels," he started, but I closed the door before he could finish. I was laughing but was stopped as Liam started kissing me. He grabbed onto my throat as he deepened the kiss. "Jackson," I moaned out. He said while still kissing me. "Baby, we have to shower and get ready," I told him. "Let's go shower then," he said as he picked me up again and threw me over his shoulder. I just laughed as he smacked my butt and put me on the counter as he started the shower. I got off and started stripping in front of him. His eyes started to darken as he himself started to strip. I let my hair down from the bun I had done. As my hair touched my shoulders, he reached for me and picked me up. I wrapped my legs around him. I felt him right at my entrance, causing me to let out a moan and throw my head back. He slammed me onto the shower wall as he shoved himself in me, causing me to let out a loud moan. "Baby, your parents are downstairs," he said, smirking. "I wouldn't be loud if you didn't," I started, but let out a loud moan as he slammed back into me again, causing him to cover my mouth. He sped up as he started to slam in and out of me, all while he covered my mouth with his hand. I loved this side of him, the rough side. He took his hand off my mouth as he was now gripping my hips with both hands, slamming into me harder. "Liam," I said as I threw my head back, and was about to let out a loud moan but was quieted down by Liam kissing me. He put his forehead on mine as we just stood there, the water hitting us. He pecked my lips and then my forehead as he put me down. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I was falling. "Whoa there," said Liam, smirking as he caught me. "Liam, It's not funny, I said as I let go of him and stood right under the water as it relaxed my muscles. I closed my eyes and just stood under the water. I felt something fall on the top of my head and I opened my eyes to see Liam putting some shampoo in my hair. He started to rub it all over my hair as I closed my eyes again, enjoying the feeling. Soon he added conditioner and washed it off as he then grabbed my loofah and added my body wash and began to wash my body. He slowly washed all over my body slowly while looking at my body. I just watched him as he watched his hand. When he was done, I did the same with him. We got out the shower and walked to my closet. He had left some clothes here and he grabbed them from the 2 drawers I gave him. And I put on a skirt and a turtleneck to cover everything. Liam did. I sprayed myself with some perfume, added lotion to my body, grabbed some necklaces, my rings, and grabbed our stuff and headed down to the living room. About time y'all come down, said his brother with a smirk. Is everyone ready? I said with a blush. Yes, we were just waiting on y'all, said Ellie. Okay, everyone hold hands, I told them as everyone held hands. And you sure you can teleport all of us, right? Said Theo. Yes, I'm stronger now, I said to him as I looked up at Liam who was beside me. Oh wait, I forgot something. Be right back, I told them as I quickly ran to the basement and quickly drank a bag of blood. I was still thirsty, so I ended up drinking 3. I quickly looked in the mirror to make sure I had no blood on me. I vamp sped to everyone else. I grabbed onto Liam and Theo's hand. I looked at Theo and he nodded at me. I closed my eyes and imagined us in front of Madame Tussauds' shop. I opened them and we were in front of the giant shop. Chapter 37, Elena's POV. We walked in the shop and were greeted by Madame Tussauds. Michelson's, long time no see. Where have you guys been? She said as she came and hugged us. Oh, around, said Celeste. I see all of you are royals. I'm guessing y'all are here to get a dress for the ball this weekend, she said. Yeah, about time. My grandma stopped postponing it, I said with a laugh. So I have some stuff picked out for y'all, some new stuff I just made especially for this ball, said Madame Tussauds. Perfect, I said, grabbing Liam's hand and pulling him to the back. When we got to the back, my eyes lit up seeing all the gorgeous dresses she had. I'll be over there looking at the suits. Okay, baby, said Liam as he kissed my forehead and walked with the boys to the other side. I just nodded and walked to the dresses, admiring them and feeling the material. I see you finally found your mate, said Madame Tussauds with happiness. Yes, took us a while, but we are here now, I told her as I turned to her and smiled. I looked behind her and let out a gasp. That dress. It's gorgeous, I told her looking behind her. I see, want to try it on. I'm not finished with it yet, but if you like it I can set it to your size, she said with a smile. Yes, I'd love to, I said, admiring the dress as I walked to it. Okay, let's go try it on, she said. I stepped into the dress and fell in love. It was a beautiful red color. It had a beautiful design on the top part that went down halfway of the dress and had a slit on the leg. I love it, I told her, smiling wide. It looks gorgeous on you, Elena, she said with a smile. I'm going to finish some final things on it and then it will be ready for you. I'll make sure of it, she said as she walked out with it. I changed back and opened the curtain and was met with Liam. Oh God, Liam. You have to stop doing that, I told him as I put my hand over my speeding heart. I'm sorry, mi amor, he said, laughing as he hugged me. Did you find a suit? I asked him, hugging him. Yes, did you find a dress? He asked, pecking my lips. Yes, I loved it. I can't wait to wear it, I told him. Okay, everything is set up. I'll make sure you and Liam match. I'll drop the dresses off tomorrow, said Madame Tussauds. Thank you so much, I told her as I hugged her. We all walked out the shop and looked around. Liam came up behind me and wrapped his arms around me and pulled me to him. So where to next? I asked them. Oh my God, guys, let's go to Disney, said Sophie, causing all of us to laugh. I'm serious, she said. I see, why not, I said with a big smile. Everybody just shrugged and nodded. Guys, we are going to Disney, I told them as everyone held on to each other. Soon we were at the entrance to buy the tickets. We all got in line. You couldn't teleport us inside the park, said Noah. Oh come on, Noah, do you really want to cheat like that? I asked him while laughing. Soon we were through the gates and inside the park. We went to a shop to buy some mini ears because what's a Disney trip without them? Baby, let's take a picture, I told him as I pulled out my phone and took some pictures of him behind me. We had been at the park all day, and it was currently 10:00 p.m. and we were about to leave. Okay, you guys ready? We have to leave to the castle tomorrow, I asked them. I got a bunch of tired yes as everyone grabbed onto each other, and soon we were in front of our house. Baby, come home with me, said Liam in my ear as he hugged me from behind. Okay, I told him as I nodded. Hey guys, I'm going with him, I told my siblings. They just nodded and continued to the house. Let's go me amor, he said as he picked me up. I laid my head on his shoulder, enjoying how close we were. He put me in the passenger seat of his car as his siblings got in their cars. Soon we were pulling up to a mansion, making me realize I had never been to his house. Come on baby, he said as he parked in a huge garage that had other nice and expensive cars. Soon we were walking inside his house. Oh, you guys are finally home, said Amelia, Liam's mom, coming out of the kitchen. Elena. It's so good to see you, she said, hugging me. You too, Luna, I told her, hugging her back. Oh, Elena, we are family now, call me Amelia please, she said with a big smile. Okay, Amelia, I told her with a smile of my own. So did everyone find a dress, she asked. Yes, Mom, Madame Tussauds has some beautiful dresses, said Madeline. Well, Mom, we are heading up now, we are tired, we've had a long day, he said, going up to his mom and hugging her and giving her a kiss. Good night, Amelia, I told her as I waved. Good night, guys, I said to the others as they just waved good night, I heard back. And don't be too loud, some people are actually tired and want to sleep, said his brother teasingly, causing my jaw to drop as my cheeks turned red. Come on baby, he said as he picked me up and ran up the stairs. We turned a corner, and then another one, and his room was at the end of the hall. Wow, I said as we walked in his room. You like it, he asked. Yes, I told him. Good, he said, throwing me on his bed and jumping on it after. I just turned to my side facing him and just admired his beauty. He was such a sexy looking man. From his beautiful eyes to the dimples he gets on his cheeks when he smiles at me, to his lips. Everything about him is perfect. I bit my lip as I watched him as he watched me. As soon as I bit my lip, his eyes went to my lips. He put his hand on my lips and pulled my lip out, and pulled me towards him as he started kissing me. He pecked my lips one last time and got up and walked into what I believe was his closet. He came out with a t-shirt and handed it to me. Here you go, baby girl. Doubt you'll want to sleep in that, he said as he took his shirt off. I just bit my lips, admiring his gorgeous body. Like what you see, princess, he asked as he smirked. Yes, I love it, I told him with a wink, causing him to raise a brow. Since he was teasing me, I got up and slipped the skirt I had on off, and threw the shirt in his face as I slipped on the shirt. You're gorgeous, Elena, he told me as he kissed my lips. He grabbed my hand and walked us into the bathroom. Here, you can use this toothbrush. And if you need anything else, you will most likely find it in the cabinet. Soon we were in bed together. He pulled me to him, so I was mostly on him. And just like that, we were both asleep and in each other's arms. Chapter 38, Elena's POV. I felt someone playing with my hair and leaving kisses on my head. I opened my eyes and looked around, remembering that I had spent the night at Liam's. Good morning, I mumbled, digging my head under the pillows and away from the sunlight. Morning, princess, he said, pulling my body towards him. Come on, we have to go get ready and pack. We have to start making our way down to the castle, he said as he cuddled me. I don't have clothes, I mumbled from under the pillows. I got someone to get you some. They're in the closet, he said, causing me to get up and go to the closet. And someone had bought clothes. I had a little corner for myself, and to the size of his closet it was a big corner. Thank you, baby, I told him as I hugged him. Okay, there's towels in the bathroom. I'm going to go check around and do some stuff before we have to go. I'll be back by the time you're ready to go down, he said, kissing me. I just now looked at him and he was already showered and wearing some jeans and a tight t-shirt that showed his abs. Since today we were going to be in the car and not do anything else. Bye, baby, I told him as I picked out some black ripped shorts and a long-sleeved black shirt. I got in the shower and washed my hair and then washed my body in his products, since it was the only thing I had. I got out the shower and walked back into the closet to look for some undergarments. I picked a matching black lacy set. Hey baby, are you restarted? As he walked in. I had just finished putting on my undergarments when he walked in. He walked towards me and hugged me from behind. He kissed the side of my neck as he just hugged me and stared at me through the mirror. You're so beautiful, he whispered. Thank you, baby, I told him as I turned around and hugged him. Are your bags packed? I asked him. Yeah, I packed them this morning, he said as he pulled away and passed me my shorts. Well, look at you, I told him. He just rolled his eyes and smiled as he watched me change. Before I was fully dressed, I saw him take a picture of me. I walked towards his bathroom and let my hair out the towel and left it to Erdogan. Okay, Jackson, I'm ready, I told him as I saw him look up from his phone. Let's go, he said as he grabbed his bag and grabbed my hand. We walked down the stairs just as everyone else started coming down. Everyone was dressed casual but not too underdressed, as everyone was still royalty and they would all be going to a castle. Okay, Mom, we will see you all down there, he said as he went and kissed her cheek. Okay, y'all be safe baby, she said as she came and hugged me too. Bye, safe travels, I told them as we walked out and got in the car and drove towards my house. We pulled up to my house and got out. I ran towards my room and bumped into someone and was falling back but was pulled back. Oh my goddess, I'm always bumping into something, I muttered as I looked up and saw Theo. Theo, I thought you'd be gone by now, I told him as I walked into my room to get my bag. No, we are just now leaving. Mom and Dad left early this morning, he said as I saw everyone was now downstairs. Okay, well let's go, I told them. But as we were getting in our cars, we saw a party bus pull up in the driveway. Get in, losers, said Noah as he pulled in and opened the doors. Where did you get this, asked Ellie as she ran inside with everyone else running in behind her. After a couple hours of laughing and dancing, we pulled up to the castle. We're here, said Noah as he put the bus on park and got out. I got out, and there were lots of people everywhere. Everyone was rushing and trying to get the castle ready for tomorrow. You guys finally made it, said my grandma Beatrice as she hugged us. Hi grandma, I told her as I hugged her. You guys have the same rooms as always, and for everyone else you will get shown to your rooms, said my grandma as she walked inside. Chapter 39, Elena's POV. I grabbed Liam's hand as I pulled him up the huge staircase and down the hallway towards my room. I opened the door and set my things down on the couch and jumped on my bed. Has this always been your room? He asked as he jumped on the bed beside me and laid on my chest. Yeah, ever since I first started coming here, I told him as I started to play with his hair. Did you spend a lot of time here, he asked. Yeah, my parents would bring me here a lot when I was younger. I practically grew up here and at the other castle, I told him. Theo always followed me though, he never left me alone. He was always by my side protecting me. I think that's part of the reason why I never felt alone and never minded coming here. I told him as I started to remember my time Theo and me spent at this castle. He just hugged me tighter to him as I told him this. He kissed me softly as if he was telling me he was listening and here for me. There was a knock on the door as my Nana Liz came in. Nana, I said as I pushed Liam off of me and ran to hug her. Hey baby, she said as she hugged me back. Where were you last time? I didn't see you, I told her. I had gone on a trip with Daniel, she said looking behind me. Nana, this is my mate Liam, I said turning towards him. Hello ma'am. Nice to meet you, he said as he came beside me and gave her his hand to shake. Oh, call me Liz, she said as she ignored his hand and hugged him. Look at you, so grown, she said as she looked at me and then at Liam. I brought you your dress, dear, she said as she hung it up in my closet. Thank you, Nana, I told her as I hugged her. Of course, sweetheart, dinner will be served in 5, she said as she walked out. Come on, I told him as I pulled him out my room and out into the long hallway that led to the stairs. I saw Theo in front of us, so I let go of Liam's hand and ran full speed at Theo and jumped on his back. He made an oomph as I wrapped my hands around his neck. Elena, he said as he held on to my legs so I wouldn't fall off. And soon he took off, leaving Liam and Madeline behind us as we walked through the kitchen door. Soon after they walked in behind us. Theo, Elena, screamed my Nana Liz as we almost knocked down some dishes. You two will never change, she mumbled as she just shook her head and let out a little smile. You love us both, me and Theo said at the same time. He put me down and I sat in between him and Liam. I see you guys are really close, said Amelia. Yeah, we have always been inseparable, I told her as I looked at Theo. Liam and Freya were like that, she said as she started to tear up. Liam tensed up beside me and I put my hand on his knee, letting him know I was here for him. I looked up at him and gave him a small smile. Soon we were all eating and talking about the ball tomorrow. After everyone was done, everyone was going to their rooms and I caught up with Alice, who was Nick's mate, Haley, who was Elijah's mate, and Vanessa, who was Asher's. They were telling me about training and how everything went. I looked over and saw Liam talking to my brothers. How is he? Asked Haley as everyone was now looking at him. Amazing, even though at the beginning it wasn't like this. But we are happy. He's so good to me, I told them as I looked at him. Oh, as he said, Alice wiggling her eyebrows. I just winked at her as we all laughed. Soon the boys joined us. Liam, this is Alice, Haley, and Vanessa, I told him pointing at them. He said hey to them and soon we were all making conversation. We looked up at the clock and it was 10 p.m. Okay guys, we have to get up early, I told them as I stood up. Everyone following my lead. Good night y'all, I told everyone as Liam picked me up and ran up the stairs and towards my room. Chapter 40, Elena's POV. He walked into my room and threw me on the bed. I laughed as he ran and jumped onto the bed beside me. He pulled me towards him and started kissing me. He gripped my jaw, pulling me closer and making my mouth open wider for him to kiss me. He pulled my shorts off and threw my shirt across the room. I pulled on his shirt as he took it off and threw it behind him. He kissed me again and I started to unbuckle his belt, and he pulled the rest off. I somehow managed to flip us as I was now on top of him. I was kissing down his jaw and on his neck. I made sure to leave some hickeys here, and there as I got down to his member I gripped it and took it into my mouth. He grabbed onto my hair as he started fucking my mouth. I felt as he was about to come, so I stopped and looked at him. I made my way up as I lifted myself up and dropped down on his member. We both let out a moan as he went all the way in. I slowly started to rock my hips back and forward as he slid back onto the headboard so he was sitting. Jallium, I moaned as he started to move his hips with me. The feeling of him was amazing, but I was feeling like I was missing something. I opened my eyes to see him already looking at me. He grabbed onto my neck and pulled me to him as we kissed. I made my way down to his neck as I started kissing on there more. The taste of his blood and having just climaxed was amazing. I moaned at the taste of his blood. This is what I was missing. Elena, what are you doing? Said Liam as he pushed me off. Oh my God. Liam, I am so sorry, I told his as I started to get tears as I knew I had just fucked up. Liam, I lost control, I told him. Stella had needed your blood for a while and I just lost control, I mumbled. He looked at me with wide eyes in disgust as he gripped his bloody neck. He started to get up as he quickly put on his boxers and the clothes he just had on. Liam, please, where are you going? I told him through tears. Liam, please, I told him as I got up and was now beside him gripping his arm. Elena, let go of me, he said as he yanked his hand away from me and walked out the door. As he slammed the door I fell to the ground crying. What had I just done? I'm sorry, Elena, said Stella. I just lost control. I'm sorry, she said as she was now crying. I don't think he's going to forgive us for that, mumbled Athena quietly. Me either, I said. I wrapped the blanket around me as I walked to the window and sat down and looked out into the forest. This night had gone from being a good night to being the worst. I don't think Liam will forgive me for this. I wiped the tears from my face as I looked out into the forest. I looked at the clock and it had been 2 hours since Liam left. I wrapped the blanket tighter on me. I looked at the door, hoping he would come in and forgive me. The tears continued to fall as I knew I had hurt him. I marked him. This should be something to be happy about, but the way it was done was the worst. I looked at the clock again. It had been 5 hours since he walked out. And it was now 5 a.m. I sighed as I got up from my spot on the window and laid against the headboard staring at the door. Chapter 41, Elena's POV. I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with a startle as someone opened the door. Elena, time for y'all to get up and shower. Makeup and hair will be here in 20 minutes, said my Nana as she closed the door. I looked beside me to see that the bed was still empty and no one had slept on it. I sighed as I got up and got in the shower. 15 minutes later my Nana knocked on my door as Makeup and Hair was here. Okay ladies, she's all yours, she said as she let them in and then closed the door behind her. Okay, let's get you ready, said one of the makeup artists. 5 hours later my hair and makeup were done, and all I needed to do now was slip into my dress. Thank you, I told them. They just bowed and walked out. I walked down the stairs and looked around for Liam. And with no luck I ended up at the kitchen. Oh Elena, you look beautiful, said my grandma as she and my Nana talked about how beautiful I looked. Thank you. Have you guys seen Liam? I told them as I finally looked up at them. No. What's wrong? Said my grandma as they could both see right through me. Nothing. Everything is fine, I mumbled as I walked out. I saw them both look at each other as I walked down the hall and back up the stairs. What are we going to do? I mumbled to myself. Why are you talking to yourself, you weirdo? I heard behind me. It was Celeste and Sapphire. Have you guys seen Liam? I asked them with hope. No, what's wrong? They asked, shutting the door. I messed up, I told them. What happened? Asked Sapphire. Stella took over last night and lost control. She bit him. I marked him, I told them as I started tearing up. Elena, started Celeste as they both looked at me knowing I fucked up. Itchy hates me. We were finally okay. And I had to mess it up, I started as I started pacing around the room. Elena, it wasn't your fault. If Stella lost control, it's because she needed it. She probably couldn't wait anymore, said Sapphire. Girls, get into your dresses, it's almost time, yelled Mom. It will be okay, Elena, said Celeste as they walked out. But something was telling me it wouldn't be okay. I quickly slipped into my dress and slipped on my heels. I made sure I looked okay. I paced around a little more, wondering where Liam was. We are supposed to enter the hall and walk down together. I walked out and got in line behind everyone, feeling anxious because Liam was not here. They just looked at me weird as Liam was not beside me. Theo raised an eyebrow at me. No one knew me better than him, and he could tell something was wrong. My leg was bouncing and I was shaking. Fuck, what do I do now? Shit, Elena, you really fucked up. Everyone had just gone down and finally it was me. And Liam was nowhere to be seen. Elena Michelson and Liam Summerholder, I heard from the inside. I went to take a step when I saw someone stand beside me. Liam, you're here, I told him with relief. Let's just get this over with, he mumbled coldly as he gave me his arm. Liam, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to, she lost. I started but was cut off by him. Let's just do this, he said as he started to walk. But I started, Elena, he said, finally looking at me. I just looked forward as I had the urge to cry again. We walked down the stairs as everyone stared. I put on a fake smile as we got to the bottom and they snapped a picture of us. Thank you everyone for coming. I hope everyone has a good night. Enjoy yourselves, and now for the first dance, my granddaughter and future queen. And her mate Liam, said my grandma into the microphone. I looked at Liam looking to see how he felt, but he just grabbed my hand and walked us towards the center. He pulled me close as he looked down at me. I could see every emotion he was feeling, and I felt so bad knowing it was my fault he was feeling this way. We danced to the song and moved around as he spun me. I looked away as I felt myself start to tear up. The song soon ended and everyone continued on. He let go of me as soon as everyone went back to doing what they were doing. He walked towards everyone else, leaving me behind. I just stood there looking after him. With the pain in my heart, I decided it was best I go get something to drink from the bar. I chugged down 2 shots and looked around. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. I saw Liam now getting some drinks for him and the others. I walked towards him quickly so he wouldn't walk away from me. Liam, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I didn't mean to. After a while, Vampy, I started but was cut off by Liam. Not now, Elena, he said as he walked away, not even looking at me. I stood there as my heart shattered a bit. What was I going to do now? It had been an hour and I was just watching as Liam talked to the princess of the fairies. He was laughing and talking to her about goddess knows what. I chugged another shot down as I walked out the hall and into the yard. I needed some fresh air. I was feeling suffocated in there. Watching him look happy while talking to her, I sighed and closed my eyes as I tilted my head towards the sky. A cloth was placed above my mouth and nose, and as much as I tried to fight it and scream, I was soon falling towards the ground. The story continues. Subscribe to our channel and meet new challenges with Elena and Liam. After a mysterious faint, Elena wakes up in an unknown realm. How will she face the challenges ahead? Where is her mate Liam, and will they reunite? Want to follow Elena's adventure and uncover the secrets behind her coma? Subscribe to our channel to never miss a twist. Chapter 42, Theo POV. I looked at Elena as she walked down the stairs looking as if she was looking for someone. She looked worried. Hey, so, I started but I don't think she even noticed I was standing here. I continued to watch her as she got to the kitchen. I heard her ask Grandma and Nana about Jackson. Something is wrong with her. She walked back upstairs and went into her room. I went back into my room and continued to get ready and put my suit on just as Madeline entered the room again. You look beautiful, I told her as I went up to her and kissed her. Girls, put your dresses on. It's almost time, said my min, causing Madeline's eyes to widen and go slip on her dress. We all walked out and lined up like we were supposed to, and I saw Elena was alone. I raised an eyebrow at her, wondering where Liam was. I was about to walk towards her and ask her what was wrong, but my name was called for me to enter. Finally they called her name, and I was about to walk towards the stairs to receive her, but I saw Liam was with her. But she looked upset, they both did. Finally they got to the bottom and they both gave a fake smile for the picture and walked towards my grandma as they would be the ones to dance first. They both looked very upset, but even though they were both upset, you could still see the love they had for each other from the way they were looking at each other. The dance was over and he walked away from her as she just stood there and watched him walk away. I raised an eyebrow at that. I was about to walk towards her, but my beautiful mate asked to dance. So we did. After an hour of dancing and me being with Madeline, I noticed Elena was nowhere to be seen and Liam was with the princess of the fairies. That caused me to get mad, so I kissed Madeline's forehead and told her I'd be back. Where is your mate? I told him with a raised eyebrow. I saw him look around and saw worry on his face as he didn't see her either. I rolled my eyes and walked around trying to find Elena. I looked outside as she always goes outside for everything. And what I saw had my blood boiling. There on the wall of the castle was a note. We got her D. He took her, I said through the mind link as I started pacing around getting more and more angry. Soon everyone had ran out here. What do you mean he took her? Roared my dad angrily. What's going on? Did you find her? Asked Liam as he walked out looking around. What was going on with you and Elena? I yelled at him. It doesn't concern you, he growled, starting to get mad. It does concern me. Elena is gone, I yelled at him. What do you mean she's gone? He roared as he was now mad. I mean you were too busy with that whore to pay attention to your mate and she was taken. From right under our noses, I yelled at him. Fuck, he growled as he punched the wall. I saw him mindlink someone and soon 15 of his warriors were out here. Find her, he growled at him. All he got was a bunch of yes alpha as they all took off and were now searching for her. Nick had also sent out 10 warriors who were also looking for her. He had it all planned. This is why he hadn't attacked, said my dad as he held my crying mother. My grandma was now using a tracking spell to try and find her, but had no luck. They must have a witch on their side. I can't see her, she said as she started to get angry. Soon all the warriors walked in and shook their head as they put their head down. Fuck, roared Liam. Anything at all? He asked angrily. We had it, and then it just stopped, said one of his warriors. He ran his hand through his hair as he looked panicked. Chapter 43 Elena's POV. I woke up as someone slapped me across my face. My head turned to the right and I moved my jaw as it was in pain. I fully opened my eyes and looked around as I was in a cell. I went to cover my nose as it smelt so bad down here. But my hands were tied up. Finally I heard. Really, Derek had to ruin my night. Couldn't wait till the next day or something, I asked him with a raised brow. What can I say? Had to make my appearance today, he said as he looked me up and down. I looked at him with disgust as he continued to look at me. I looked down and realized I was no longer in my dress, but in a plain white t-shirt. Fit me like a dress but was too revealing. Oh Elena, the fun we will have, he said walking out. I looked around and saw there was a tiny window behind me that just showed the moon. Fuck, I said as I started to get tears in my eyes. Are you okay? I heard from the cell in front of me. Yeah, I'll be fine, I said as I gripped my head. My head was pounding from whatever it is they used to knock me out, and then the slap to the face didn't help. I looked up as I heard her move. She had moved closer to the door. When I saw her face, you gasped. Oh my God, why you? I started, but I was in too much shock. I could not believe my eyes. Your eye started but was cut off as Cecil entered. You bitch, I'm not even surprised, I said as I rolled my eyes. Shut it, Elena, you're my little bitch now, she said as she brought in some torture knives. I started to freak out a little inside as I knew what was coming. This bitch would not hold back. But of course I would not let her know how I was feeling. She came closer to me as she swung the knife at me, and made a cut through my chest, ripping part of the shirt in the process. She had coated that knife with everything that would hurt me, and I just sat there emotionless. That's for that day at the castle, she said as she stabbed my leg with the knife and dug it deeper and wiggled it. After that she walked out and left me there to bleed. Now that she was gone, I let a couple tears escape because of the amount of pain I was feeling. Are you alright? Asked the girl in front of me. I had completely forgotten she was there. Yes, I'll be alright, Freya, I told her. How do you know my name? She asked, now intrigued. Everyone thinks you're dead, you know, I told her as I sat up a little more, and bit my lip at the pain that went through my body. Yeah, I figured, it's been years, she said, sighing. But how do you know me? She asked. Liam, I said as I let out a sad smile at the thought of him. You're his mate, she said sadly. Yeah, I said with tears in my eyes. Poor Liam, I can't imagine how he feels, she said with worry. How did he take it? She asked quietly. Not good from what I've seen, I told her. Oh Liam, she said, I'm a hybrid. I have vampire blood in me. He didn't take it well. Said if he was with me he'd be betraying you. I told her quietly. What happened? She asked. Well, it wasn't good at the beginning. He actually rejected me, I told her. Oh my God. Thank you for giving him another chance, she told me. Yeah, we actually didn't end well. He was mad at me when I got taken. And I'm just scared if I don't make it out of here. That's how he would remember me, I told her quietly. Chapter 44 Elena's POV. From what I could tell, I've been here for a week. Every day it's the same thing, torture all day till I pass out. But not once do I yell. I will not satisfy them by hearing me yell. Elena baby, said Derek as he opened my cell door. I'm not your baby, Derek, I spat at him. I saw anger flash through his eyes as he punched me across my face. I spit out the blood I had in my mouth as I could not stand the taste. Freya, darling, it's your turn, he said as he walked out and locked my cell. Derek, wait. Don't hurt her. What you're going to do to her, do it to me, I told him as I did not want her hurt. She's been here long enough and I will help her get out. Say less, he said with an evil smirk. No, wait. Leave her alone, I can handle it, she said as she started to panic. Derek, I yelled as he looked back at her. Sorry, sweetheart, but I need Elena, he said as he pulled me up and dragged me out. Elena, she yelled after me. He took me to a room that had a doctor's chair type thing and shoved me in it. Oh, the things I could do with you, he said as he licked his lips and looked me up and down. Mature content, sexual abuse. Read at your own risk, I'll tell you when it's okay to read. Come here, he said, as he dragged me to the edge of the chair. He pulled on my shirt and this was the only time I fought back. Derek, wait, don't do this, I begged as he spread my legs open. I tried my hardest to close them or push him off, but he was too strong. I fought back, but it was no use. I was too weak. The more I fought back, the more he'd hurt me. As he took advantage of me, he had a knife in his hand and would run it across my skin, leaving the trail of blood behind. I watched as this man took advantage of me, and as the blood dripped down my body, and all he did was grin. He was happy. If you skipped, you may now read. When he was done with me, he dragged me back up and down the stairs to the basement. I could not walk. My whole body hurt. I felt disgusted. How would Liam ever want me again after this? Derek has left scars on me. How will he want me now? That wasn't so hard now, was it, sweetheart, he said as he threw me in the cell. I fell to the ground in pain and just laid there. Elena, I heard Freya call. But I just ignored her, too weak to say a word or to even move. A couple hours had passed of us in silence. We need to get you out of here. Liam needs you, I told her. How are we going to get out, she asked me. I can get you out, I just need enough strength to, I told her quietly. And how will we do that, she asked. I need blood, it should heal me enough to get you out of here, I told her. Us, you mean us, right, she said. Yes, us, I told her. But I would not be going, I was only strong enough to teleport her. And I'm going to get her as close to them as possible. But with how weak I currently am, I know I might not be able to teleport her all the way to Liam. With that, I drifted off to sleep to try and make the pain I was feeling go away. I woke up to a banging noise. They were pulling Freya out of her cell. What are you doing? Where are you taking her? I asked as I slowly stood up and got closer to the cell door. To see Derek, said the man. Stop, take me, I told him. Boss didn't ask for you, he said as he continued to drag her out. Wait. Derek, I yelled out to him, hoping he would hear me. Yes, darling, he said with a smirk as he came in. Take me, I told him. You're too weak, he said. No, I'm not, I can handle whatever, I said. Bring her, he said as he walked out. The guard shoved her back in the cell and grabbed me out and harshly pulled me up the stairs. Elena called Freya. It's okay, Freya, I told her as they shut the door. They had taken me back to the same room I was in before, and he started hitting me and torturing me in ways I didn't know were possible. You are so strong, Elena, said Derek as he continued to use my body as a canvas and cut on me, leaving his marks behind that will forever remind me of this day. I had lost so much blood that I slowly felt myself start to lose conscious. I thought I felt weak before, but I had never felt this weak and helpless in my life. And with that thought, you drifted off and let the darkness consume me. I woke up back in the room. I was laying in the middle of the cell. Elena, oh thank goddess you're okay. Please, you have to stop doing this. Liam would never forgive me for this, she said as she looked at me. And he'd never forgive me, I told her weakly. Elena, please, I've been here way longer, I can handle it, she said, looking at me sadly. I'm okay, I told her as I forced myself to sit up and sit against the wall. I winced as I felt a shock go through my body. Elena, here, I heard, causing me to look up. I saw the blood dripping down Freya's arm, causing my teeth to come out. We need to get out of here, she said, pushing her hand out as far out of her cell as she could. I knew I had to do this, I had to get her out. If Liam didn't have me, at least he'd have his twin sister. I know that would get him to feel better and possibly forget about me. And teleporting her without teleporting myself would be the first time of me trying this. And hopefully I wouldn't mess up, because who knows where she'd end up. I crawled closer to the cell door as more blood started pouring out. I somehow was able to get the blood and soon began drinking. Elena, she said as she started getting pale. Sorry, I said as I felt myself get a little stronger, but I knew it still wouldn't be enough for both of us. It was either me or her. And I couldn't leave her here. Not again. Liam needed her. Chapter 45. Elena's POV. I reached out for her hand as I looked at her for the last time. She had the same eyes as Liam and the same dimples. Sometimes looking at her eyes was too painful, so I mostly avoided looking at her in the eyes. Okay, are you ready? I asked her as I gripped her hand. Yes, we need to get out of here. Liam is waiting for us, she said, looking hopeful. Okay, when teleporting you might get nauseous or dizzy, and that's completely normal, okay? Just close your eyes and breathe in. I told her, gripping both her hands. Okay, let's go, she said, looking up at me. And for the last time I looked up and made eye contact, imaging it was Liam's eyes I was looking into. My eyes started to water as I looked at her. I closed my eyes and imagined her in front of her house. Elena. I heard Derek yell as I heard her running towards me. I opened my eyes and she was gone. But my hands were still out and he stepped on my left hand, causing me to, for the first time, let out a scream as I did not see it coming. You stupid whore, he yelled as he slammed the cell door open and grabbed me by my neck, choking me. How did you even do that? He yelled in my face angrily as he added more pressure to my neck. As I started to lose conscious, he let go and pulled me out and up the stairs by my hair. I was finally able to breathe properly, but the air was once again knocked out of me as he slammed me on the floor. You will pay for this, you stupid whore, he said as he started whipping my back. He extended his claws and clawed down my back. He continued on with the torture as he talked about how I was going to pay, and how he was going to make sure I gave him a child. As soon as he was done with me, he dumped me back in the cell, and this time I did not have Freya to talk to and distract me from the pain. Cried I missed him. But now I knew he would be fine. He would have his sister, so he could finally be happy. I just wish I could see his face when he sees her. I smiled as I imagined his happiness in knowing his sister, who was supposed to be dead, wasn't. I was in so much pain that I started feeling nauseous. I rolled up into a ball and decided to drift off into the darkness as I felt the bile start to come up. I started thinking about him, and soon after I was out and dreaming with him. Chapter 46. Freya's POV. I was free. After years of being locked in there, I was free. I started to cry as I fell to the ground and touched the grass and took in a big whiff of nature. Elena. We made it out, can you believe it? I said as I turned behind me. Elena. I asked as I looked around, panicked. No, I said as I realized she wasn't here. She never planned on coming. I should have realized sooner. Elena, what did you do? I asked as tears started running down my face. I looked around and finally noticed I wasn't in front of my house. I spun in circles trying to figure out which way to go. Go straight, I heard my wolf say weakly. I did what she said and I just kept walking. I had been walking for around 2 hours when I came around a familiar-looking tree. I saw my name and my siblings' names on the tree and I knew. I started running as fast as my weak body could take me till I was right in front of the door. I stood out there just waiting to ring the doorbell. What do I say to them? They think I'm dead. I heard someone yell. And I looked up to see that the door had been opened and there stood Madeline. A much older Madeline, that is. How she stuttered as I heard people running. What's wrong? I heard Liam's voice as he ran towards her. He hadn't noticed me yet though. He was checking her, making sure she was all right. Until finally Madeline looked back at me, causing Liam to look at me as well, and the shock on his face was evident as he fell to his knees. I quickly ran to him and fell on my knees as I hugged him. He hugged me back and cried. How? I don't understand, he said as he hugged me tighter. I finally looked at his face and I could see the dark bags under his eyes, and he was very pale. Probably due to Elena have been taken. Oh Elena. What will I tell him? How do I tell him his mate sacrificed herself to get me out? I heard someone let out a loud gasp, causing me to look up, and there stood my parents looking at me with shock and tears in their eyes. Mom, Dad, I said as I ran to them as fast as I could. Freya, how? Said my mom as she cried. Elena got me out, I said quietly. What? I heard Liam say. He came towards me as he heard his mate's name, and the sadness was evident in his face. I could also see guilt for some reason. You met Elena? He asked sadly. Yes, I did. She has such a beautiful Elena. She helped me out, I told him sadly. Where is she? Did she come with you? He said, looking out the door. As she just got me out, I thought she was going to be coming with me. But she was too weak, and with the little strength my blood gave her, she got me out. She teleported me as close to here as possible. I told him sadly as he looked at me. He ran his hands through his hair aggressively as he paced around. Baby, let's get you to your room. Let's clean you up and get the pack doctor to check you out, said Mom as she pulled me up the stairs. But all I could do was look at Liam. Feeling bad I was here and not his mate. After a long shower and the doctor checking on me, my other brothers and sister came in and cried as they saw me. And I once again told them what happened. Oh, Elena, said Sophie as she cried. She was such a caring person, I told her as I got tears in my eyes. She always puts others' happiness before hers, she said sadly. After getting some food, I went to the office as I was going to give Liam as much information as I could remember about the place. Liam, I whispered as I opened the door and saw him sitting by his desk looking at a bunch of maps. I need to get her back, he whispered. I know. I will help you, I told him as I hugged him. Chapter 47, Elena's POV. It had been 2 weeks since I helped Freya escape, and since then things got worse. The beatings got worse, now they did it more. I was at a point where I would happily accept death. I wanted to give up, especially since I started feeling worse. They started feeding me less and I was throwing up constantly. I missed him. Oh, what I would do to see him one last time. I know he's happy to have his sister back. Maybe that would help him forget. I felt the bile rise back up as I heard the whip, and as soon as I heard it, it hit my back. At this point I had so many scars on my body that I knew I looked horrible. I could feel the claw marks he left me 2 weeks ago. I could feel the fire burns. I could feel the cuts on my face. What is wrong with her? He asked angrily as I got weaker and weaker. Sir, I said, the poot girl as she looked afraid to even talk. Spit it out, girl, he yelled at her. I think she might be pregnant, she said quietly, causing my eyes to widen as I began to panic. No, this couldn't be. How could I ever face Liam like this? He just looked at me with a raised brow as he looked back at her and told her to check if I was. I began praying that I wasn't. What would I do if I was? How could I ever face anyone? She made me pee in a cup as she did the test. As the test beeped and walked Derek. So, he asked, she's pregnant, sir, she said. And just like that everything stopped. I felt my heart stop. I could hear my ears ringing. I wanted to die. How could I possibly face anyone? What would he think of me? Derek smirked as looked at me and down at my stomach and nodded and walked out. I sat there in shock. Goddess, why would you let this happen? I said as the sob I had been holding in escaped, and soon I was crying. I cried because I knew everything with Liam was over. He would never want me like this. Now I was just a damaged Elena. Nothing to the person I once was. I was soon dragged out the room and placed in my cell carefully. Now they all knew I was pregnant. It had now been 6 weeks since Freya left and 6 weeks from when I found out I was pregnant. All I felt was pain. The pain of knowing I was carrying someone else's child and not Liam's. And once again it was another day where I cried myself to sleep, a cycle that has been repeated every day of this hell hole. And soon I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 48, Elena's POV. It had been 2 months since I found out I was pregnant, and I was currently getting checked. Everything all right in there? Asked Derek from beside me. I just looked at the wall, not wanting to see the screen which was showing the baby inside of me. I heard a gasp causing me to look towards the screen, and there on the screen showed 2 babies. She's having twins, said the girl. Oh, Elena. You did good, he said with a smirk. Said the girl, causing him to get mad. Spit it out, he said angrily. It's just that it shows that these babies are. As she stuttered. They're what, he said angrily. They are older than 2 months, she whispered. W, he yelled. I looked at her shocked and then looked at the screen shocked. These were mine and Liam's babies. Ours. You fucking whore, he yelled as he threw me against the wall and started punching me and yelling at me. Did you know these bastards were his? He yelled in my face. I just stood there in pain as he stared at me. Answer me, he yelled as he pulled me from the wall and slammed me back on it harder. And no, I said through the pain. Take her back, he growled out as he threw me on the ground and stormed out. I'm sorry, are you okay? Asked the girl quietly as she ran to me. I'm fine, I gritted out through the pain. Why are you here? I asked her. I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time and they saw me and took me, she said sadly. Here, let me help you get back into your room, she said as she helped me up and brought me back to the cell. I'm sorry, she said as she locked the cell door. It's okay, I told her. And finally it all clicked. These babies were mine and Liam's. We were going to be parents. For the first time since finding out I was pregnant, I held my stomach and cried happy tears. I had to get back to Liam, and for once since being here I had hope. After a while he stormed back in and looked at me and stormed towards me and started beating me there on the spot, and this time he did it with such anger and purpose that I didn't think I would see tomorrow. And after finding this out every day he would beat me in that same corner, but he would never touch my stomach, for some reason, and it scared me. And every day it was the same. Me passing out from the pain, waking up and repeat. I could feel myself slowly slipping away. I would have if it weren't for these babies inside of me. I had to get them back to Liam and made sure they would be okay. Chapter 49 Liam's POV. It had now been 3 months since Elena had been taken, and I don't know what to do anymore. We had been searching for 3 whole months and we had not one clue of where she could possibly be. It was all my fault. If I hadn't acted the way I did with her that night, they wouldn't have snatched her right in front of us. She didn't deserve the way I treated her that night. My sister also came back and I owe it all to Elena, all that she has done for me. When Freya got here she told us all that my Elena did for her. And getting her back to me and knowing she would be stuck there just shows what a kind Elena she has. And I need to get her back, I have to. Liam, I heard my mom say, causing me to look up. Yes, Mom, I said with a sigh. Baby, you need to get some rest and eat something, she said as she put a plate down in front of me. Who knows if Elena was getting any food? What gives me the right to eat? I could barely feel her anymore, which made me more mad. I could not lose her. Mom, why? I started but was cut off as someone came in and slammed the door open. We found her, said my warrior. Where is she? I asked as I mind-linked everyone to get their weapons and to say their goodbyes as we would be leaving as soon as everyone else got here. She is in a old-looking cabin, it's 3 hours from here. And it was hidden with a spell, said my warrior. It seems to have an underground basement of some sorts, and we believe she is in there. Alpha, said my warrior as he looked around nervously. Okay, go say goodbye to your family and be back in 20 minutes, I told him. Liam. Slow down, breath, said my mom calmly. Mom, she's been found. I told her as I hugged her close. Where is this? Said a voice as the door was slammed open in a rush. She is 3 hours away. According to my warrior, it was hidden with a spell, and that's why we couldn't locate her, I told Theo. Okay, is everyone ready? Said Nick in a serious voice. Yes, are all your warriors ready? I asked as I looked down at my mom, who I just realized I was still holding on to. Okay, son, we are all ready, said my dad as he walked in and hugged my mom. Okay, let's go, I said as I rushed out. Liam, be careful, said my mom as she held my face and pulled me in for one last hug. I will, Mom, I told her as I kissed the top off her head and walked out toward the yard where my warriors and the warriors from Elena's pack stood. Okay, lead the way, I told my warrior as we all shifted. I let out a loud howl, letting Elena know wherever she was I'd be getting her soon. Soon we were on the way, 400 of us running in a group, me, Nick, and my warrior at the front. And my dad and Elena's dad right behind us. And the rest of the warriors behind them. I broke my promise to her again. And I hope she can forgive me. I will protect her with my life. I just hope I'm not too late. I'm coming, baby. Chapter 50 Elena's POV. I was tired, my whole body ached. At this point I don't think Liam was coming or anybody. It's been 3 months since I got taken and have been here ever since. The pain of the beatings got stronger as I got weaker. I prayed to the moon goddess to save my twins. Ever since I teleported Freya out of here I've wondered if she made it home. I hope to have at least gotten her close enough to know her way back. Well, said a voice causing me to slowly look up. The big bad tribid doesn't look so big and bad now, said Cecil. Fuck off, I whispered through the pain. That wasn't very nice, she said as she started doing the mind thing she always does, causing me to let out a scream. The pain feeling unbearable at my already weakened state. You are such a little bitch, you couldn't do this when I was at full power. I asked her through the pain. I saw her face then with anger, knowing I hit a nerve. She pulled the door open and came at me, and started hitting me with some of the weapons Derek had left by the door. I could feel the blood running down my body, the pain becoming too much. As I felt myself lose conscious. You will pay for this, Cecil, I told her, spitting out the blood from my mouth. If you and those bastards make it out, she said with a laugh. You've always been such an insecure bitch, always wanting more and more. But that shit will catch up to you, Cecil. And you will pay for everything you ever did. I will make sure of it, I told her. She just looked at me angrily. She rushed to the weapon table and grabbed a knife. Then came at me and stuck it in my leg. I jerked up, causing the knife to go in deeper, the blood flowing at what seemed a very slow rate. I swear, Cecil, you will pay, I gritted out through the pain. She just walked out and slammed the door shut. and pulled at it to make sure it was locked and walked back up the stairs. When I saw she was finally gone, I looked down at my leg that now had a knife sticking out of it. I didn't know whether to pull it out or leave it in. But more and more blood was pouring out. This is how the great powerful Hybrid would die, to a knife in her leg. I began to rub my stomach, and felt my babies move for the first time, causing me to smile and start crying. Oh, my babies. Our babies. Are you coming for me, Liam? Chapter 51. Liam's POV. We were a couple feet away from the house Elena was in, watching to see if we could see any movement. All of a sudden we heard a branch snap behind us, causing us to turn around ready to attack. Freya, what are you doing here? I asked her angrily. I came to help, she said, coming out of the woods with some more girl warriors. Freya, why? I started but was cut off by my sister. Liam, I had to. I have to help her like she helped me. I need to help her, she said, starting to tear up at the memories. You stay by my side the whole time, do you understand? I told her sternly. I will, she said. I turned back around as I felt the 3 warriors I sent out to search the area come back. There's some people guarding and we can see more around the building, some inside as well, said my warrior. Okay, we can't give them a chance to alert anyone. So Freya, Jason, Sabrina, you know what to do. Make sure it's at the same time, I told them. They all nodded and I saw as they each grabbed a bow and some arrows, each picking out a person. I saw as they each aimed and made sure they were aiming correctly, and saw as they each nodded their heads as they all aimed and hit all 3 at the same time, not giving them a chance to warn the others. I nodded at them, telling them they did a good job. They moved to the other 3 who were on the other side, and saw them go down as well. They made sure all the guys were down before coming back to us and giving me a nod. I gave everyone directions as we all split off into groups of 5. It was me, Theo, Freya, Elijah, and Justin. And everyone else went their own ways and surrounded the building. Some went in through the back as we were going on through the front. As soon as we walked in, we noticed this building wasn't much but an illusion. Inside the small cabin was a huge old abandoned building. This changed our plans because we thought we were going into a small cabin, but it's a huge building. If it weren't for our numbers, we'd be screwed. I quickly mind-linked everyone, letting them know the small cabin we see from the outside is only an illusion. More people went inside, all of us going down a different hallway. 5 minutes in, an alarm started going off, red lights flashing everywhere. Looks like they know we're here, said Theo. We went down the hall looking in every room for my little Elena. Door after door and still nothing. I came across a room that faintly still had her scent and looked around. I noticed all the blood around and a puddle specifically under what looks to be a torture chair. I felt my heart clench at the sight, knowing this was her blood. I quickly got out of there and began searching as I was now extremely mad and was on the verge of shifting. I came across 2 men and I just quickly snapped their neck, not caring, and continued on my search, completely forgetting about everyone else that was with me. I made turn after turn, leaving more bodies behind, just wanting to get to Elena. I was half shifted, which for other people would be very scary, but it was normal to me. I finally rounded a corner and saw 5 dudes standing around. I quickly killed them and left one injured. Where's the girl? I asked through clenched teeth, staring down at him, picking him up by the neck and holding him against the wall. He looked at me with wide eyes, seeing the beast before him who just killed 4 of his friends in a blink of an eye and not one scratch. Where is she? I yelled at him. She, he said, gasping. I dropped him and waited for him to catch his breath. Down the H hall, turn L left, then take a R rig, he started, but I snapped his neck and continued on my way to find my beautiful Elena. Pathetic, I whispered. At this point I was running down the halls trying to find her. I finally came to the hallway the man had said, and I could smell Elena, causing me to speed up. I rounded the corner and opened a door that led me to some stairs. I quickly went down the stairs and followed her scent to a cell door. I got to the cell and there sat Elena. My beautiful Elena. I saw her slowly look up at me from looking at Theo, who I just realized was in here with her. I saw relief cross her eyes. Theo went to pick her up, and she winced, causing me to finally look down at her body, the sight causing me to fall to my knees. Chapter 52. Elena's POV. I was staring at the wall, just imagining myself being somewhere else rather than in this cell, when the door was slammed open, causing me to flinch hard. The movement caused pain to go up my body and up my leg as the knife was still in my leg, deciding it was best to leave it in there so I wouldn't bleed out. My whole body was in so much pain that I felt numb. I was past the point. I'm slowly giving up. Theo, I whispered through my dry lips. Elena, he yelled as he fell down at his knees in front of me trying to get the chains off me. Theo, why you're here, I whispered. I felt tears start to pool in my eyes, feeling relief through me. My babies would be okay. I looked behind him and saw no one was behind him. I stared at the door waiting for Liam to run through the door. But it never came. The tears rolled down my face, he wasn't here. I winced as he finally got the chains off my wrists. Although they were big enough to where I could move my hands around, they were tight. I hugged him as best as I could, not having the energy to raise my hands up and hug him. Elena, I'm sorry. You were taken right in front of us. I'm sorry it took us so long to find you, we never stopped looking. They had this place well hidden, he rushed out with tears in his eyes. Theo, it's okay, I'm okay, I whispered. Elena, look at you. No, you're not, he said, looking down at my beaten, bloody, bruised body. You're here now, so I am okay, I whispered. He continued to look down at me. I looked down and you could see myself in a huge crew neck that was ripped up. It was like having a blanket wrapped up. It was so big that you couldn't see my growing stomach. I had cuts and bruises and blood going down my leg. Can't forget the knife sticking out of my leg. Elena, he started but was stopped as you could hear the door upstairs once again slam open as you heard the footsteps of someone running down the hallway. Theo quickly stood up ready to fight whoever was coming down the hall. When I looked back at the door, I realized it was Liam. My beautiful Liam. He did come. He does care. I let out a sigh of relief as I now knew he did come for me. I saw him fall down to his knees as he looked at me. He looked at every part of me, seeing all the things on my body that weren't there before. Everything except my stomach. I watched as a tear fell from his eye. Watching me carefully, then his eyes met with the knife on my leg. He quickly rushed to me and kneeled right in front of me and looked at the knife, then at me. I need to pull it out, okay, he whispered so softly I almost didn't hear him. I just nodded, lost for words. Theo took off his shirt and ripped it, making it longer. Come here, he whispered. He held me in his arms as we looked at each other, then looked at Liam, who was looking at me with so much sadness and guilt. I just nodded at him as I leaned my head on Theo and closed my eyes. He quickly pulled it out, causing me to gasp and bite my lip hard so I wouldn't scream. As bad as I wanted to, I knew it would make Theo and Liam feel worse. I opened my eyes and saw the blood quickly pouring out. This is what I was scared of. Theo grabbed his shirt and wrapped it up tightly around my leg, the shirt quickly turning red. I winced, the numbness I felt before long gone now. I could feel every pain going through my body, from the knife wound to the cuts on my arms and legs, and from my burning skin that they had burnt. Liam picked me up, sparks shooting up my body and everywhere he touched. I let out a sigh as I leaned on him, relaxing a bit. We got out of the cell and after turns and more turns we made it to the front. I could see dead bodies all around the grass that was once green now red. I tensed up once again, making sure none of those were ours. And from the looks of it, none were, only some injured. I gripped onto Liam without realizing it as he stopped all of a sudden, tensing up. I could feel him panic as I looked up at him and then looked to see what he was looking at, and there stood Freya, surrounded by 3 wolves way too big for her. I felt him start to shake and panic even more, looking at me and then back at her. I finally made eye contact with him and gave him a nod, tell him it was okay for him to go. Go, Liam. She needs you, I whispered through the pain. He quickly but gently sat me down next to a tree as he turned into his wolf and sped off. I watched as he sped off but was too late. One wolf had just stuck a blade through her and pulled out. Blood was pouring out of her stomach as she fell down to the floor. Liam quickly killed the wolves and noticed her down on the ground bleeding. He fell to his knees, tears in his eyes. I quickly got up as best as I could, using the tree as support. Everyone stopped, staring at Freya, who was now on the ground bleeding, trying to hold on to life. I gritted my teeth, biting on my lip hard as well as my whole body ached, not being able to hold it up from all the pain it was feeling. As best as I could, I walked towards Freya, knowing what I had to do, and knowing damn well what it would cost. But for Liam I'd do this and more. Chapter 53. Elena's POV. I walked towards her as best as I could. I know I was walking really slow and limping, but time slowed down. I felt like I was walking in slow motion towards her. Time slowed down. I know what was about to happen. I touched my belly one last time. I prayed up to the moon goddess as she knew what I asked of her, begged of her. Elena, I heard Theo's panicked voice yell, but I ignored him as I knew he knew what I was about to do. I continued to walk towards her, sucking in the pain. I could now feel everyone's eyes on me. After what felt like hours, I finally reached her and I felt as my brothers ran towards me trying to stop me from doing what I was about to do. I put my hand up stopping them from moving, freezing them. All they could do now was stare and watch what I was about to do. "Elena, please," said Nick. As I got to Freya, I looked behind me and looked at my brothers and my dad who was beside them. I just gave them a smile as tears started to fall. I whispered "I love you" as I turned back around, but not before I turned to look at Theo one more time to see his anger and sadness. I finally looked at Liam, who was a few feet away. I looked at him. I looked at his eyes, his lips, his hair, everything about him. I gave him a small smile as I dropped down to my knees, hard hurting myself more in the process. I looked down at Freya to see her looking up at me with tears in her eyes as she held on to her stomach. She shook her head no, but I just smiled down at her and told her she would be okay. "Elena, I know," she whispered. "It's okay, you will be okay," I whispered as I pushed the hair out her face. "Elena, what are you doing?" I heard Liam's panicked voice ask. I looked up at him one more time and gave him a small smile. The tears were pouring down my face now. I moved her hand slowly, not wanting to hurt her more. I placed my hand over her wound as I took in a breath. "Elena," he yelled, but I ignored him. "Stop," he yelled again. "Baby, please stop," he yelled and started running towards me, finally realizing what was about to happen. But I did to him the same thing I did to my brothers, and he fell to his knees as he looked at me through his tears. I looked to the side and looked at Theo before opening my mind link. "They will be okay," I told him through the link. "Who will be okay?" he asked, but I cut the link. I knew that I was too weak to do this. I knew I wouldn't survive. The energy from this and then the pain that it's going to bring me. I will not survive. But my babies will. I know she will make sure they are okay. That's the only reason I'm doing this, because my babies will be okay and Freya will be okay. Even if I'm not. I looked up at the sky, praying to her one more time. I took one last breath as I began. My eyes slammed shut as I felt it. I felt it pouring in through my veins. I started to feel the pain. I started to feel what she was feeling. I started to feel the wound coming onto me, causing me to shake at the pain I was feeling through my body right now. I could hear Liam screaming at me to stop, but I couldn't. He would not be okay if he lost his sister. He already lost her once. He'll be okay without me. The pain became unbearable. As I started to shake more and I bent forward as I continued to heal her. I opened my eyes and looked down to see if I was almost done. I continued to heal her as I felt myself slipping away. But I had to heal her as much as I could so she could survive. "Elena," I heard Liam cry out. And all I could do was cry from the pain, cry from knowing this was it, and cry because I knew that I would never get to see my babies or know what they were. I looked up at Liam as I knew this was it. Our eyes connected and I whispered "I love you" before I felt myself take my last breath and saw Liam slowly disappear. Chapter 54, Liam's POV. As soon as I realized what Elena was doing, I tried to stop her. I saw her walking towards Freya and I knew I had to stop her. She was too weak. She was going to hurt herself. Or much worse, get herself killed. "Elena," I called out to her, but she ignored me. I saw her look at her brothers and right there I knew. She was saying goodbye. I started running to her, but she did to me what she did to her brothers and froze me. She made sure I wouldn't move. I watched as she took a breath in and she started shaking from the pain. You could see it in her face. All I could do was call out to her, hoping she would stop. But I know her. And my Elena always puts others before her. I saw her shaking more. She was trying to scream but she couldn't. It was like she was so weak she couldn't even scream. I cried out to her as I saw her look up at me, our eyes connecting. She whispered "I love you" before I saw her falling back, her body hitting the floor. I felt the spell being lifted and I ran to her and fell down beside her as I grabbed her and pulled her to me as I hugged her and cried. But she was limp in my arms. I looked down at her and saw how pale my baby had gotten. Her face was also thinner and covered in cuts and bruises and some scars. My beautiful Elena still looked gorgeous. I brought my hand to her neck to feel for a pulse and felt a faint one. I had hoped she could not be gone. We needed to grow old together, have kids. And watch our kids grow and watch them find their mates and have their own kids. I gripped her tighter to me as I cried, the ache in my chest getting unbearable. I had a huge empty hole in my heart. I picked her up as I felt my heart breaking at how light she felt. I looked over to see my brothers with Freya. I made sure she was okay before going to the witch who would teleport us to our pack hospital. I nodded at her as she grabbed me and soon we were in front of the pack doctor. I ran inside as I looked for the doctor. He saw me and quickly ran to me and showed me what direction to go in. I carefully laid her down on the bed as he pushed me out the way as nurses started rushing in. Somehow I ended up outside the room. All I could do was stare at the ground as I felt the tears rolling down my cheeks. I heard people rushing and causing me to look up. It was all of her family and all of mine. My mother came up to me and hugged me as I cried. I could see her mom and sisters crying, and even my sisters were crying. I saw the doctor come out from a different room I was just in. Freya is completely fine. There is no permanent damage. She should be up in a couple hours, he said. What about Elena? I heard Mate丨ask. We are still working on her. We will be out as soon as we can, he said before walking back in with Elena. I ran my hand through my hair, pulling the ends of it. What would I do without her? I still need to apologize. I never got the chance to apologize. We all looked up as the doctor came out her room, with a bothered look. What's wrong? Asked Celeste. She was pregnant, he cautiously said. And right there in that moment my heart stopped. I suddenly couldn't breathe. I heard many gasps around me, and I heard as people started to cry. Is the baby okay? I asked. The babies are fine. I don't know how, but they will be okay, said the doctor. Babies? Asked Elena's mom. Yes, she's pregnant with twins, he said. Next thing you know, the monitor flatlines in the room as doctors start rushing in. I try and go after him to see her to make sure she's okay. But I get pulled back. All I feel is hands on me as I start seeing red. The pain I currently feel is a pain I've never felt before. I feel like a piece of my heart was just ripped out. Let go of me, I growl out as my wolf has now come out. I fall to the ground, gripping my chest, scratching at it, not knowing what to do to get rid of the pain I was currently feeling. The doctor comes out, head bowed as he shakes his head and looks up at us sadly. I'm sorry, we tried everything we could, he whispered sadly at the loss of his queen. As soon as those words left his mouth, Odysseus took over and shifted and ran out the hospital doors as he let out a pain-filled howl. How could this have happened? I failed her. Our babies. I failed them too. I failed her as a mate. Instead of loving her like I was supposed to at the beginning, I rejected her. I caused her pain and pushed her away. And even after everything, she still gave me a chance. And I failed her again. She got taken. I had promised her I would protect her. And I let her get taken right under my nose. I ran through the woods and went onto no man's land where I knew there would be rouges, and I killed everything in my path and felt no remorse. I was seeing red. I felt pain and anger. She's gone, whispered Odysseus. She's gone, I whispered back. Chapter 55. Liam's POV. I walked into her room and saw her laying there, looking really pale. How could I have let this happen? I was supposed to protect her. I walked up to her and reached down to touch her. I felt her cold face, which was covered in bruises and cuts. My beautiful Elena. I looked down at her stomach, now realizing she had a noticeable bump. How did I not realize this when I first saw her? I placed my hand on her stomach, feeling her bump, feeling my babies. Our babies. I let the tears slide down my face as I fell to my knees beside her, still holding on to her. Why did you do this? I whispered to her through my tears. I need you, I whispered. I pulled a chair up to her bed and sat by her bed holding her hand, as I leaned on it. I must have fallen asleep because next thing I know someone is clearing their throat. Alpha, I heard someone say. I sat up and noticed the doctor was in here with her family now. I looked at her sisters and they were still crying as well as her mom. But her brothers on the other hand emotionless. But I knew better. So we examined her, and she has a couple broken ribs, she has a fractured arm. And her leg had a blade through it. She has a lot of scars, bruises and cuts on her body, he said, looking at all of us. All I could do was look down at her. And from what we can see, she was raped, he said, looking at all of us. My head swung in his direction, wondering if I heard him right. But from everyone's shocked face I could tell I didn't hear him wrong. I felt Odysseus try to come out. We were both mad sad that our beautiful Elena had to go through that. I gripped the side of the bed, it being the thing holding me back from shifting and tearing everything up in this room. But the babies are his right, said Asher. I narrowed my eyes at him for even asking that question, wanting to tear him up for even saying such thing. Yes, from how big the babies are we can tell that they had been produced before she got taken, he said, looking at me. I let out a sigh, thanking the goddess that these babies were in fact mine. Here comes the confusing part. As you can see, she's still on the monitor. But she's in a coma, and from what it looks like she's not waking up. Seems like she's just alive for the babies. But she's gone, he said the last part quietly. They will be okay, whispered Theo. What? Everyone said as she told me that. Right before he stated quietly. She said they would be okay, he said again. That makes more sense, she must have made a deal. Said her grandma as we all looked down at her. So is there a chance she could come back to us, asked her dad. I don't think so, from what it looks she will only stay like this till the babies are born, then she will just. Said the doctor. I have hope. I have hope that she will wake up. I have hope that she's not fully gone. Chapter 56 Elena's POV. I opened my eyes and noticed I was on a hard yet soft surface. I slowly stood up into a sitting position and felt around, noticing I had just been laying on grass. I got up and felt around my body, noticing I no longer was in pain and my bump was gone. I was wearing a long white flowy dress that flew with the wind every time it would blow. I placed my hands on my now flat stomach, wondering what happened and where I was. I felt a tear run down my face, finally looking around and noticing I was in a field in the middle of nowhere. There was beautiful flowers all around me, and further away I could see some trees and a big mountain behind. Child, you're here, I heard an angelic voice say behind me. You, I said as I turned around. Yes, me, she said, letting out a laugh. I turned around and bowed, making sure to still show her respect. There's no need for that, child, she said. I started but stopped as I felt tears start to come down my face. Yes, Elena, your babies are okay, she said, looking at me. Okay, thank you, I said quietly as I bowed again. But the tears just started pouring harder at realizing I would never meet my babies. What about Freya, I whispered. She is also fine, my child, she said. Okay, I said. You have such a beautiful Elena, hence your name. You knew what would happen. Yet you did all that for Freya and your mate. And also you knowing you wouldn't get to meet your babies, she said, looking down at me sadly. He's worth it all, I said, looking up at the clouds. It's time I tell you your story, she said, as suddenly we were in what looked to be a white room with a throne and another one right across from it. Sit, she said as she sat in the bigger one. I walked across her and sat on the throne that was across her. Many, many years ago I created 2 warriors that would help me and protect the supernatural world from all evil. A boy and a girl. But they happened to have fallen deeply in love. Their love was so powerful that it made them stronger and more powerful. Their love was like no other. It was so strong that when they passed I couldn't just let that love in them die, so they would come back. And they would always find their way back to each other. Every time they came back their love would be stronger and more powerful, she said as she looked around. Elena, that couple was you and Liam. Y'all are my warriors. Y'all always found your way back to each other. Y'all are the chosen ones. Y'all are destined to be together. She said. He's your destined mate. She said, looking at me. But I don't understand. If you say this, then what happened with us this time? I asked her. My sister is what happened. She's been messing with you too and trying to keep y'all apart. That's why I told you not to give up on him, she told me. It's kind of too late for that, I said, looking down as I felt the tears start to come back. It's never too late, Elena. Did you forget who I am, she said with a little smirk. I started, but I didn't know what to say. Just know that there will always be people trying to get in between the two of you. You just have to be strong and ignore it all. Especially my sister, she's working with someone, I just know it. But you're my warrior, Elena, that's why you have all these special powers. Just remember that. And tell Liam what I just told you, she said with a smile. Wait, so I will be able to go back? I asked as the tears started pouring again. Yes, Elena, y'all are meant to be. You two still have a whole life ahead of you, she said as she came up to me and hugged me. Now you need to go back, they need you. Just remember you will be fine, I will protect all 4 of you. Just go help them, okay? You are stronger now. She said, help who? I started be. She kissed my head and soon everything around me started disappearing. Chapter 57 Liam's POV. It had been 1 month and 15 days since we got Elena back. She was still in her coma and showing no signs of waking up. But I still had hope. I was in there with her every day, and with our babies I always talked to them and told them about my day. The babies were now 4 months old, almost 5, and getting bigger and bigger. I just wish I was enjoying this with her. Everything had been calm up until now. There was a lot of suspicious movement around the border. Everyone thought Elena had passed for some reason. But until she woke up I would not say anything. Alpha, we are getting attacked, said a panicked voice through the link. On my way, I said as I kissed Elena on her forehead and kissed my babies. As soon as I got outside, I shifted and ran full speed towards the border. I saw hundreds of wolves now, even some vampires fighting us. I was so confused who sent them. But these vampires seemed to be under a spell, almost like they were cursed into being here. The more we killed, the more seemed to come out. I had already contacted our allies, letting them know what was going on. Soon there was so many that I don't think we could keep this up. Many of my men had gotten injured. I let out a sigh of relief as I saw our allies arriving and helping. But that seemed to cause more and more to come out. "Where are they coming from?" said Nick as he was fighting someone beside me. "I don't know, the more we kill, the more seem to come out," I told him as I snapped the neck of my current opponent. Soon we were all in a circle, slowly getting surrounded, making me confused on how many were actually here. We had already killed so many. Soon I was surrounded. Elijah and Asher helped, but as I killed one, another jumped on me, catching me off guard. Struggling to get him off as he scratched me and took some skin with him. After that he was thrown off me. I started, but as I looked to see who had done that, I saw my beautiful Elena. Elena was awake. And she looked so much better. She had a scar here and there, but she looked beautiful. "Elena!" I heard behind me. My God, I heard again. I watched as she took a breath and closed her eyes and lifted her arms up as roots flew from under the ground and wrapped around the enemies' necks and killed them instantly. Next she was sending fireballs towards the vampires, killing them all. I just looked at her in awe as I watched how smoothly she used her powers. Soon most of the enemy pack was dead. But soon someone was walking out from deep in the forest with a cape on their head covering their face. When she put her cape down, I was not surprised to see who was behind it. I'm just surprised she actually had the balls to do this. And from Elena's face, she wasn't surprised either. She almost looked happy to see her. But not a good happy. The video is about to end, but Elena's story continues. Don't forget to subscribe for exclusive content in the next chapter. Upon discovering she is carrying twins, how will Elena's relationship with Liam evolve? Can they overcome the shadows of their past to welcome the new lives together? Join us for an in-depth look at Elena's adventures. The subscribe button is right there waiting for you. Chapter 58, Elena's POV. I let out a gasp as I jolted up from the bed I was just laying in. I felt around my body and let out a sigh of relief as I felt my belly. My babies were okay. I quickly got up and changed into some sweats and a t-shirt, and focused on what was going around me. Finally I heard it. There was a battle going on out there. I used my vampire speed and followed the noise. As I got there, I looked around and noticed we were greatly outnumbered, and I saw someone on the ground and noticed it was Liam. I quickly raised my hand, and with the flick of my wrist, the person on top of him was thrown of him. With another flick, his neck was snapped. I could now feel his eyes on me. As I closed mine and began to work my magic, I heard my name being called. As I raised my hands up, and roots shot from underground and wrapped around the enemy's neck. I saw vampires on their side too and threw fireballs at them, watching as they burnt up. Soon someone was walking out of the woods. I saw as they removed their cape, and there stood Cecil, not surprised but happy I get to fulfill my promise to her. She looked around until her eyes caught mine. She looked shocked as she looked my up and down, her eyes stopping at my stomach. "You were supposed to be dead," she said as she stopped. "Well, look at me, not even death wants me," I said, mocking what she had told me before about how no one wanted me. "You bitch," she said as she tried to use her powers on me. But my wall had already been up protecting me and everyone here from her powers. "You were supposed to be dead. No one ever does their job around here," she said angrily as she used her vampire speed and ended up right in front of me. But using my powers, I threw her all the way to the other side of the field. "Remember what I told you, Cecil," I told her angrily as I could now feel my eyes turning red and feeling the anger radiating off my body. Using my powers, I broke her arm. She fell to the ground crying and gripping her hand. "You're going to pay," I told her, but she caught me by surprise as she used some type of power and threw me. I used my air power and caught myself so I wouldn't hit the ground and hurt myself or the babies. I landed smoothly on the ground as I rubbed my belly, feeling the babies move. I outstretched my hand and used my powers, pulling her towards me, squeezing my hand into a fist as I started choking her with my powers. "That shit you did to me and my babies you will pay for." The times you'd run a blade down my body, I said as I created large cuts on her body, making her feel how I felt. The times you'd whip me, I whispered as I created the large whip marks on her back. All the scars you left on my body, I whispered as I left more scars on her body, watching her scream as she felt what I felt. Now she was right in front of me, my hands fully on her neck as I gripped hard, reminding her of what she had done to me. You will pay for it all. You never deserved your title. All the innocent lives you destroyed. All the trouble you caused, all the things you took from me, I whispered as I saw her lose conscious. Everything, I whispered. All I could see was red, watching as I was the one holding her, and it was in my power. Her life was in my hands. Elena, I heard, but I ignored them. Elena, I heard again. Baby, you need to let go of her so they can take her, I heard in my ear as someone grabbed my hands and ripped them off of her. As soon as my hands were off of her, I was broken from the anger-filled trance, and I noticed it was Liam who had pulled me off of her. Liam, I breathed out as I threw myself at him, hugging him like my life depended on it. Hugging him like he would slip away any moment. Elena, he breathed in my neck as he picked me up and pulled me as close as he could to him. But my bump was in the way. We both looked down and saw my bump in between us. We both looked up at each other and smiled. I'm pregnant, I whispered out through a laugh. I see that he laughed as he kissed me. Kissed me with so much love. Kissed me as if it would be our last kiss. Our baby girl and baby boy, he whispered, putting his forehead on mine. It's a boy and a girl, I asked as tears started pouring down my face. Yes, baby, we are having a baby girl and a baby boy, he said as he gave me a huge smile. I just kissed him again and pulled him in tighter. I love you, I whispered. I love you more, baby, he whispered. He set me down and soon I was pulled into another set of arms. I instantly knew whose arms I was in and relaxed as I pulled him closer to me. I'm sorry, I whispered in his chest. Don't ever do that again, he said. No promises, I whispered as he let out a frustrated sigh and pulled me closer. I inhaled his scent. I inhaled the scent of my twin brother who would calm me down when I was younger. He kissed my forehead as he let me go, and soon my brothers attacked me into a hug. Don't do that again, said Nick. We thought you were gone, said Elijah. We thought we'd never get to annoy you again. We'd never get to hear you laugh, said Asher as I saw a tear slide down his face. And now you're stuck with me forever, I whispered as I hugged all three of them the best I could. And now you gave us a niece and nephew. There's going to be too many yous running around. As if having one of you wasn't enough, said Theo as he wiped his fake tears. Now the three of us can gang up and prank y'all, I said as I laughed. Oh, what will we ever do, said Asher dramatically. Soon I was tackled as Celestami and Sapphire were falling towards the ground, but thank God my brothers caught us. Careful, muttered Nick as he helped me up. But that didn't stop them as they hugged me again. Why would you do that, whispered Celeste in my ear as she cried in my arms. We thought you wouldn't make it, whispered Sapphire as she also cried. I'm sorry was all I could say as I continued to cry with them. Chapter 59, Elena's POV. Soon I heard my name being yelled as my mother was coming towards me. As soon as I saw her, my tears started running down my face again. Mom, I said as I hugged her tightly, missing her motherly hug. Oh baby, she said as she pulled me tighter. Dad, I sighed as I felt him hug us. You're in big trouble, he said playfully. Whatever for Dad, I told him playfully. I think there's someone who wants to talk to you, said my dad, pulling away. I looked in the direction he was looking and there stood Freya, looking at me anxiously. Elena, she started, but I pulled her in for a hug. I'm glad you're okay, I muttered as I pulled her to me. Elena, thank you for everything you did for me. You saved me 2 times. You helped me out when you knew you wouldn't be getting out. And then you gave your life for mine, she said as she started crying. And I'd do it again, I told her. That just caused her to laugh and cry more. No please, no more saving me, she said as she pulled away. After I hugged everyone and cried some more, Liam was pulling me back to the pack doctor to check on me. And the babies after all that stuff that just happened. I saw the doctor as he smiled at me and introduced himself. Okay, Elena lay on the bed, and I'm going to listen to the babies' hearts, he said as he got his machine out and brought a whole screen towards him. It might be a little cold, okay, he said as he put the blue jelly on my stomach, causing me to flinch at the coldness. Okay, here's your babies. There's twin 1, which is the boy, he said, point at the first baby. And here's twin 2, your baby girl, he said, smiling as he pointed at my baby girl. I just admired my babies on the screen, smiling hard. I looked over to Liam to see he was already looking at me. He smiled at me as he brought my hand up to his mouth and kissed it as he held it close to him. Okay, everything seems to be fine with the babies. Now let's check on you, he said as he cleaned the blue jelly of my stomach. He checked all my vitals and made sure everything was okay with me before releasing me. Let's go, baby, he said as he picked me up and carried me out the room. Soon we were in his room and we were laying down for a nap. He pulled me flush against him and had his head on top of mine. I missed you, Elena. I don't know what I would have done if I hadn't gotten you back. He whispered, hugging me tighter. I'm sorry, Liam. I'm here now. And I'm not leaving, I whispered back as I started to fall asleep. I love you, Elena, he whispered. And right before I closed my eyes, I whispered, I love you. Chapter 60, Elena's POV. It has been 5 days since I've been back. And everyone is watching me and making sure I don't get taken like I did last time. But I knew I'd be okay. Liam, I'm fine. You can go to your office in the pack house, I told him as I got up with the help of the couch I was just sitting on. Elena, you can't even get up, he said, following me to the kitchen. I just did, I told him as I bent down to see what was in the fridge. Liam, I promise you I will be fine. The three of us will. You have work to do. I know you're behind on a lot of work, especially since we are about to take the throne. I told him with a sigh. Yeah, you're right, he sighed. Just if anything happens, just mind link me, okay, he whispered as he pulled me in for a hug. I tried not to flinch at the contact, but all that he did to me is still in my head, especially since I can still feel everything. I saw hurt flash through Liam's face, but he didn't ask me, knowing I wasn't ready to talk about anything. As a matter of fact, he hasn't seen my body yet. And I don't intend on him or anyone seeing it anytime soon. The scars that are all over my body still look very fresh. The bruises still look fresh as well. And I just don't want Liam or anyone to see me like this. I especially don't want him to know what he did to me. I don't want him to feel disgusted by me. With a sigh, I walked towards our room and stood in front of the mirror. The girl who stared back at me was not the same girl from a couple months ago. The girl that stared back at me was damaged. I pulled the turtleneck long-sleeved shirt I wore over my head and looked in the mirror. My back was bruised. I had scars all over, but what stood out was the 4 giant claw marks going down my back. I turned around as I examined the front of my body. My belly was getting bigger and bigger, but I also had scars and bruises all over. I looked at my neck to see all the scars they left me. I will never be able to forget those horrible months, because every time I look in the mirror I will be reminded of what happened. I sighed, pulling my shirt back down and making sure to cover myself so he wouldn't see. Elena, I heard someone yell. I walked out the room and down the stairs to see all the girls there. Well, hello, I told them as I hugged each one. So we were thinking, since we didn't get to go on that trip we wanted to go, we can all go on a little getaway, said Madeline. Yeah, of course, if you're up to it, but we just wanted to distract you and for all of us to relax, said Sophie. I'd love to, I told them. Oh my god, yay, where do you guys want to go, said Sapphire. Mountains, said Sophie, and Ellie. Beach, said Madeline. Lake house, said Celeste. Disney, said Sapphire. We have a beach house, I told them as I sat down. Yeah, I'm sure our parents would be okay with us going, said Celeste. Oh my god, that's perfect, said Madeline. We should head up there in 2 days, that gives us the time to go and buy whatever we need, said Sophie. Yeah, that's perfect, I told them. The door opened and I walked all the boys. I made eye contact with Liam and smiled at him. He came behind the couch and hugged me and put his face in between my neck. So we are going up to the beach house in 2 days, said Celeste. What? Said Liam, pulling away. He looked down at me, making sure I was okay with it. I just nodded my head. I don't know if that's a good idea, said Nick, looking at me. I'll be fine, I'm okay. We all need this, I told him. He just sighed and nodded his head. I gave the girls a thumbs up as Liam came and sat beside me and put me on his lap. Are you sure you're okay with going? He whispered in my ear. Yes, babe, we need this, I told him. Okay, if you're sure, he said as he put his hand over my stomach and started moving it around my belly. He leaned his head on mine as he sighed and moved it around. He smiled as he felt one of the babies move under his hand. Okay, so we need to go food shopping and buy whatever it is we taking. But I think we can do that down there, that way we don't have to take food on the way. That could go bad, said Sophie. So that means today we go shopping, screamed the girls, causing all the guys to groan. Chapter 61, Elena's POV. Everybody had left to get ready, and we would all meet at the mall. I went to my closet and changed into a pink tight dress that showed my growing belly, and put on a cream cardigan to hide everything on my back. I went to the bathroom, added some simple makeup, and tried to cover everything on my neck the best I could. I added some jewelry and grabbed my bag and my phone and was headed down the stairs. I followed Liam's scent and it led me to his office. "Babe, are you ready?" I asked him as I leaned on his door. "Of course," he said as he hung up the phone and walked towards me. He kissed my forehead, then my lips, and finally my belly. "I love you," he said, looking down at me. "I love you too," I said, hugging him. He bent down and kissed me with so much love. He finally pulled away and put his hand over my shoulder as we walked out to the garage. He grabbed the keys to his Lambo and opened the door for and helped me in. "Soon I'm going to struggle to get in and out of here," I told him with a laugh. He just laughed and grabbed my hand. We pulled up to the mall and he quickly got out and ran to my side so he could help me out. I just kissed his cheek as he grabbed my hand. "I don't think anyone is here yet," I said, looking around. "It's okay, come on, let's look around," he said as he pulled me with him. We walked around and were talking about the babies when we ended up right in front of a baby store. I looked through the window and looked back at him, begging him to go in there. "Come on," he said with a smile as he pulled me in. As I walked in there, I felt like I was going to pass out from all the cuteness in this store. "Oh my God, how cute is this?" I told Liam. I was looking at cute little dresses for our baby girl. I was just picking and picking and picking. It was like I had no self-control. I now had shoes, dresses, and bows for my baby girl. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw Liam coming my way with hands full of clothes just like me. We both looked at each other and laughed. "Babe, you need self-control," I told him, giggling. "I'm not the only one apparently," he said as he smiled big. "I'll be back," he said as I saw him go to the front of the store where they had some baskets. He came back with all the clothes in there as I also dumped the ones I had in there. I continued to look at clothes and I found her a few more baby outfits. Even Liam has chosen some. Soon we moved back to the boys section where I started dumping more and more clothes. "Babe, we might have a problem," I told him as I looked down at our 2 full baskets. "Yeah," he said as we walked towards the registers. The lady who scanned our clothes just looked at us as she scanned the clothes. Me and Liam chose to ignore her as he hugged me. "Your total is $350. $50, she said. Liam paid and we grabbed the bags. Well, I tried to but only ended up stuck with 2 while he carried the rest. "While we leave y'all alone for 20 minutes, and this is where y'all go," said Theo, taking the bags from me as he put his hand over my shoulder. "They were cute," I mumbled. Yeah, he said as we all walked around. I ended up going to a maternity store as I bought some dresses, jeans, and some cute tops. The girls walked into a bikini shop and pulled me in there with them. I just looked around trying not to buy anything, knowing I wouldn't be able to wear it. Maybe going to the beach was a bad idea. But with my shopping addiction, I ended up choosing some things, even though I knew I most likely wouldn't wear them. I walked towards checkout. I watched as the girls scanned my stuff, regretting spending money at all. "Okay, your total is $160.99, she said. I pulled my card out of my purse and went to put it in, but someone reached around me and swiped their card. I looked around to see Liam as he put in his PIN. He just ignored me and gave me a kiss on the side of cheek. He grabbed my bags and my hand as we walked out together. "Babe, you didn't have to," I told him with a sigh. "It's okay, Elena. Let me spoil you," I just sighed as we continued walking. As we were walking, I saw people start to bow. I looked at Liam to see him nod at them and give them a small smile. "They know you're their future queen," he said as he pulled closer. I just nodded. After we finished shopping, we all headed to a restaurant to eat. We all just talked and finally me and Liam were on the way to his house. Chapter 62, Elena's POV. I woke up as I felt someone shaking me. I opened my eyes to see Liam leaning over me. "Baby, get up, I made you some breakfast and I have somewhere to take you," he said as he kissed my forehead and then my lips. "Okay, I'm coming," I said as I looked at the clock. I groaned as I saw it was 9:00 a.m. "Come on, baby, it's not that early," he said with a smile. I just sighed and got up as I took a shower. After I got out, I changed into a black long-sleeve turtleneck dress, and I paired a black headband with it. I added some golden hoops and some more jewelry. After I was done, I grabbed my purse and walked down towards the kitchen. "You look beautiful," said Liam. "Thanks, baby," I said as I looked him up and down. He was wearing a black plain V-neck with some jeans. "You look nice," I said as I kissed him. "Always, baby," he said with a smirk. I just rolled my eyes and sat down as I ate some pancakes he made us. "So where are we going?" I asked him as I continued to shove pancakes into my mouth. "It's a surprise," he said with a nervous chuckle causing me to lift a brow. "Why are you acting so sus?" I asked as I got up to wash my dish. "I am not acting sus," he said. "You are," I said. "Am not," he said. Let's just go, he said as he grabbed my hand. He walked me to his limbo and helped me in. Okay, I'm going to need you to cover your eyes with this, he said, pulling out eye mask. Do I have to? I asked with a little uncertainty. Just please for me, he said. Ugh, fine, I mumbled as I put it on. Thank you, Elena, I heard as I felt him kiss my cheek as he closed the door, causing me to jump. You aren't going to kill me, are you? I asked when I heard him get in. No, that's for another time. Plus I would be the one to do it, I'd send someone else, he said, causing my mouth to drop. You're telling me you wouldn't even do it yourself? You coward, I gasped. He just laughed and grabbed my hand that was on my lap. After 20 minutes we started to come to a stop. I felt him turn off the car, and heard him get out. With my vamp and werewolf hearing, I could hear him walk around the car and finally open my door. Well, this is it, the place where I'm going to leave you, he said with a chuckle. Haha, very funny, you wouldn't, I told him. Sadly, you're right, he said. He pulled me forward and finally he turned me around and pulled it off. My eyes quickly shut due to the sunlight. After finally adjusting, I saw him looking at me with a huge smile. Why are you looking at me like that, you weirdo, I mumbled. I love you, and I know we were living in my house, but that's not enough for us. You and our babies deserve the best. We need more space for our growing family. And I thought this place could be our home, he said with a huge smile. Finally he turned me around, causing me to let out a huge gasp. This is for us? I asked with tears in my eyes. Yes, baby, this is ours, he said, smiling. All I could do was hug him. It was beautiful 3-floor home. Everything about it just looked perfect. Come on, he said. He grabbed my arm and he pulled me towards the front door. He opened the door and pulled me in and my jaw dropped. In front of me was a huge staircase. The interior was black and white. And there was a huge chandelier hanging in between. All I could do was stare in awe. I had no words. I loved everything about it and I was just now seeing it. He led me towards the left of the staircase where it took us into a beautiful kitchen. It had a marble island with white chairs. And the cabinets were white. He pulled me through the door and we ended up in the living room. In here there was a huge fireplace and on top of it was a huge flat screen TV. There was a huge white L-shaped couch and a coffee table in front. There was also a huge glass door that led to the backyard which looked to be huge. He pulled me back towards the stairs as he turned to the left where there were 3 doors. But the one straight ahead looked to be the master bedroom. We walked in and once again I was in awe. I looked around and saw that the room was also white like the rest of the house, but has a marble wall which had a fireplace and a flat screen TV with 2 couches in front. There was paintings and pictures of us already on the walls. Behind the bed there was a wall, one side led to the huge closet and the other to the huge bathroom. Chapter 63, Elena's POV. When we walked into the closet I almost cried. It was huge. It was my dream closet. On one side was all of my stuff and on the other was Liam's stuff. I had a section for my shoes, my bags. Even at the center of it all was a table-like thing where it had all my panties and bras in the bottom drawers, and on the top is where all my jewelry was. Wow, I told him as I looked inside. You like it, he said, grinning big. I love it, I told him as I hugged him and kissed him. Okay, come on, he said as he pulled out of the closet and out the bedroom door. He went to the door that was on our left and tears came to my eyes. I thought I could hold them in, but once I walked in this room it was impossible. I love it, I said as I cried in his arms. I couldn't wait to show you this room, I designed it. I hope you like it, baby, he said. And all I could do was kiss him. I kissed him, showing him my appreciation. Thank you, Liam, I whispered as I pecked his lips one more time. He pulled me out that room and onto the one across this one. And there was my baby boy's room, and once again I was crying at how cut everything is. This is perfect, I whispered. He just hugged me from behind and kissed my cheek. Finally we were going down the stairs and we went outside and looked at the huge pool we had in the back, and we also had our own gym. And our own movie room. And I couldn't wait till my babies were big and we could have family movie nights. This is all perfect, I wouldn't want anything differently, I said as I looked at our new home. I'm glad you liked it, baby, he said. Now look in the garage, he said. I went in and I let out an excited scream as I saw my baby, my beautiful white Jeep. Thank you, I said as I kissed all over his face. Of course, baby, now let's go pack for tomorrow, he said. Oh right, I said as I had completely forgotten to pack. Let's go, he said as he picked me up, causing me to let out a laugh. Don't drop me, I yelled with a laugh. I'd never, he said, kissing me. After we got home we packed our bags and finally we went to sleep, our last night sleeping here. Because soon we would be creating memories in our new home. Chapter 64 Elena's POV. Me and Liam has woken up around 8 and gotten ready for the long trip towards the beach house. I had showered and changed into a gray tight dress and paired it with some white sneakers and a jean jacket. I made sure to put on my usual makeup and cover up the usual things. I stared at the mirror wondering how I would be able to hide this there. I just sighed and made sure to put my makeup bag in my suitcase, just as Liam walked in to take the luggage. "Are you ready, love?" he asked. "Yes," I said as I closed the door behind us. "Party time," yelled Justin, causing all of us to laugh. I looked around, noticing everyone was here and ready for the long 5-hour trip. We all piled into the cars. In the car with me was Liam, who was driving, and they put me in the passenger seat since apparently I need my space. And in the back were Theo, Madeline, Freya, and Liam. "Okay guys, I call dibs on you," said Theo, causing all of us to groan. He just laughed as he reached over me and grabbed the UX and connected his phone and started playing Party in the U.S.A. by Miley Cyrus. I hopped off the plane at L.A.X. with a dream and my cardigan. "Welcome to the land of fame, excess, whoa, am I gonna fit in?" we all sang. After a few more songs and us singing our hearts out, we finally stopped for gas. I checked the GPS as I saw we still had 2 hours left. I groaned and hopped out the car and walked towards the bathroom as I felt the need to pee. I quickly sped walk but came to a halt as the smell of blood hit me. Now that I'm more mentally stable in a way, I have a bit more control, but being a pregnant vampire wasn't helping my case, especially since I've never been known to have much self-control. I inhaled as I reached over to hold on to the wall and leaned my head against my arm, trying to calm down. "Blood," I heard Stella say. "No," I told her. "But we haven't had blood, not even Mate's." "I'm thirsty, we need his blood," she whined. "You remember what happened last time? We lost control. And he was disgusted by us," I told her. "I know," she said as I felt her get sad and put her wall up. I just sighed as I tried to control myself. I could feel the sweat dripping down my forehead. What if my babies came out like me? Would he still want them? "Come here," I heard as I was pulled from the wall and turned around so I could lean my head against a chest. I inhaled and noticed it was Theo. "I'm trying," I whispered. "I know, Elena, I know. And I'm so proud of you," he said as he pulled me tighter. "I'm thirsty," I whispered again. "You haven't had anything since you've been back?" he asked. I just shook my head as I started to get lightheaded from the unbearable scent of the blood. "And you haven't gotten any from Liam either?" he asked, concerned. "No, he's not going to take it well," I mumbled. "We will figure it out, okay," he said. I just nodded as he pulled me back towards the car. I saw Liam and Ellie staring at me, wondering if I was good, and I just nodded. "What's wrong, are you okay?" asked Liam as he rushed out of the car and towards me. "Just some pregnancy sickness," I whispered. "And you sure you're okay?" he asked, concerned as he helped me in. "Yes, I'm okay," I told him. Once he shut my door, I leaned my head against the window and thought to myself, why did I have to be the one with control problems? Why did I have to be the one to have to take care of 3 kingdoms? Why did I have to be me? I was shaken awake. I looked up and saw we were finally at the beach house. "We are here, baby," said Liam as he smiled down at me. I just smiled back as I hopped out the car and stretched. "Ah, home sweet home," I whispered as I opened the door and walked in. The house still looked the same from the last time we had visited. We hadn't come to the beach house because Derek had been on our ass, and because of me we had to be moving around, and just didn't have time to come down. I still felt bad for everything my family had to do because of me. Most of their lives spent running from him. Everything was fine till I was born. Till the supernatural world found out the power I possessed. I will forever be grateful for my family. They could have just left me or sent me somewhere. But they didn't, and for that I love them. "Come on, let's go to my room," I told Liam as I pulled him up the stairs. I walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor and turned right and went all the way to the end of the hallway and opened the door on the right. In front of me slept Theo, of course. "Welcome to my room," I told him. "Ah, isn't this cute?" he said with a smirk as he walked around looking at my pictures. "Okay, don't make fun of my childhood room," I told him, laughing. As he continued to look around, I decided to lay on the bed. I was tired. The pregnancy was starting to affect me. "Are you still tired?" he asked as he laid down beside me and pulled me towards him. "A little bit," I told him. "Come on, they're probably waiting for us," I told him. "Ugh, they'll be fine," he said as he got comfortable on my bed. I just walked out of the room and walked towards where everyone else was. "What are you guys up to?" I asked. "We are about to head to the store and get groceries for the week," said Noah. "Oh, I'm coming," I told them. Are you? Someone started but were interrupted. Yeah, let's go, said Elijah. You know what, I'll just stay here. Just bring me some ice cream and strawberries. I told him as I saw that they were looking around. I walked up to the room and decided to see if I could find a bathing suit that would cover my scars. I bent down to the suitcase and made a mess looking for something to wear. Chapter 65, Elena's POV. I found a one-piece and decided to pair it with a pink cardigan thing. I left my hair down for extra coverage and made sure to grab my sunglasses. I reached down for my book I had brought and I felt as my sleeve fell down my shoulder. I reached to pull it back up. I looked up and made eye contact with Liam in the mirror. I watched as he looked at the back of my shoulder and then looked at my thighs covered in bruises and scars, and then back up to my face. I could see him starting to get mad. I watched as he got up from the bed and walked towards me slowly. Liam, I said as he reached for the cardigan and pulled it down again. He ran his fingers through the 4 claw marks going down my back. What else did he do to you? He asked quietly as he also traced the scar on the side of my face. Liam, damn it, Elena, what else? He yelled, causing me to flinch back. I felt myself tear up as he looked at me angrily. Elena, he warned Liam. Please, I whimpered. What do you hide so much, he said as he pulled the cardigan down my shoulders. I saw his face go blank as he saw the side of my neck and especially the spot where he would mark me. On my neck I had scars, but what stood out more was that where he was supposed to mark me stood the words reject and unwanted. Derek made sure to remind me that I was rejected and unwanted. He said he always wanted me to remember. What else, he pushed. Liam. I'm not ready to talk about that, I whispered as I went to walk away. Elena. He yelled, pulling me back. I was fucking raped, okay? He raped me over and over. He wanted me to bear his children. I thought these babies were his. I yelled, now completely angry and embarrassed. We really thought these babies were his. Do you know how scared I was? And just imagine his reaction when he found out they weren't his. I continued to yell. Is that what you wanted to know? Are you happy now? I whispered. I looked up at him as I saw him walk out the door and slam it behind him. Liam, I yelled after him. I fell on the bed as the tears poured down my face. This is it. He hates me. He's disgusted by me. I sat on the balcony and stared out into the ocean watching the waves. I saw as they slowly got stronger. At this point I don't think me and Liam will ever be happy. One minute we are good and the next we aren't. And after this I don't think he will want me. I sighed as I leaned my head against the window. Being a pregnant hormonal vampire is not helping my current thirst. I need blood, I said through the mind link with my siblings. How soon, I heard Nick ask. 2 hours max, I told them. I looked out towards the ocean and saw some dude bothering a girl. You, I said as I made my way downstairs and out the back door towards the ocean. As I got closer I saw how uncomfortable the girl really was. Are you okay, I asked the girl. She's fine, said the man angrily. I wasn't talking to you, I said looking at him. It's okay, I said nodding at her as she gave me a grateful smile as she ran off. I was surprised to see them down here as these houses are private, and the Anythiat house is miles from here. You shouldn't have done that, bitch, he said stepping closer. Or what, I said narrowing my eyes at him. I lunged at him but was pulled back by my arm. I looked to see who it was and it was Elijah. Let me go, Elijah, this piece of shit deserves it, I said lunging at him again. Elena, he said with a warning. Yeah, let the whore go, He started but was cut off as Elijah punched him across his face. Now what, you piece of shit, I yelled as I laughed at him. But my smile was wiped off my face as I saw the blood dripping down the side of his head. What are you scared of, a little blood, said the dude. No, I said as I felt my eyes turn red and the veins under my eyes come out. What is wrong with her? He said, now backing up. Elijah, please, he deserves it. And there is no one around us, I said begging him. Elena, no, he said angrily. But why, I told him making my way closer to the dude. Because you will lose control, you don't seem okay, said Theo from behind me. I'm finna, but I won't be if I don't get blood soon. I told the annoyed. Elena, I heard Nick say. I watched as all my siblings walked towards me. I looked to my left as I saw the man running away. He's getting away, I told them as I went to run after him but was pulled back by Theo and pulled to sit down on the sand with them. What's wrong, asked Celeste. Nothing is wrong, let's go back, I told them as I stood up. Elena, talk to us, said Asher. Really, I'm fine. I'm just not ready to talk about it. Please understand, I pleaded them. Okay, let's go back, said Nick as he picked me up bridal style. Damn, Elena go on a diet, he playfully groaned. Yeah, I told him as I laid my head on his shoulder. Dinner is ready, we heard as soon as we walked in. Nick set me down in a seat beside Liam, who didn't even look at me. I saw Nick look between us with a questioning look. I just ignored him as I got comfortable in the chair. So what do you guys want to do tomorrow? Asked Ellie with a clear of her throat. Apparently everyone could feel the tension between me and Liam, because everyone was looking around at each other, wondering what had happened with us now. We should definitely go to the beach and to this mall near here, it has the cutest things, said Haley. Everyone nodded, agreeing with her. Soon everyone was talking about who knows what. I was too busy thinking about what would happen next. I heard through the mind link. I looked up to see Liam not even looking at me. I just ignored him and rolled my eyes. Damn it, Elena, stop being so fucking hard-headed and just fucking eat, I heard through the mind link, causing me to look at him with a what the fuck face. He looked up at me, meeting my eyes, and he had the darkest look on his face. I looked around and noticed everyone was now staring at us, intensely wondering what was currently happening. I grabbed the fork and picked up a piece of steak and put it in my mouth. I looked up to see he was still staring at me. I slowly chewed and with a struggle swallowed it. I covered my mouth with my hand as I felt it start to come back up. I quickly pushed the chair back as I rushed to the immediate bathroom and emptied out my already empty stomach. Chapter 66, Elena's POV. I continued to empty my stomach. I felt someone come in, but all I could do was gag due to not having anything to throw up. Are you sure they're mine? I heard behind me, causing me to whip my head back in disbelief. I waved my hand as I slammed the door behind him and made sure to make the room soundproof. Are you fucking serious? Did you just ask me that dumb SS question? I yelled at him. I'm just fucking asking, Elena, he yelled back, annoyed. How could you even fucking question it? I yelled back with tears in my eyes. I felt my fangs extend at the anger going through my veins right now. I got up the best way I could. Don't fucking touch me, I yelled at him as he reached to help me up. I gripped my belly as I felt the twins move in my stomach. What's wrong? He asked, trying to help me. Don't fucking worry about it, I mumbled. Would you care if these babies came out like me? I asked him quietly. I waited for his response, but all I got back was silence. And with that, my question was answered. I slammed the door back open and walked up the stairs with the pain in my stomach. I carefully walked up the stairs and into my room. I slammed the door as I fell down, clutching my stomach as I felt them roughly move around my belly. Blood now, I heard Stella say in my head. When everyone falls asleep we will go, I whispered back to her. I don't think I can wait that long, she whispered in my head. We waited the longest 5 hours. We waited till the last person went up to their room and I weakly teleported us to the immediate hospital. I found the blood room and went for the one that looked to be the newest. I began to quickly drink it but soon started choking on it as I felt it coming back up. I dropped the blood bag as I coughed everything back up. What's wrong? I asked Stella. I don't know, babies don't like the blood, she whispered. What do they want then? I asked her. Fresh blood, she whispered. I looked around trying to decide my next move. If I have fresh blood I could get caught or get in trouble. But if I don't I will lose control somewhere. I weakly teleported to my go-to alley where I knew drunk people wandered off too. I looked around and noticed a dude smoking nearby. I looked at his body language, trying to see what type of person he was. Help, I said as I gripped my belly and pretended I needed help. Ma'am, are you okay? He said as he came closer. No, I just need help getting over there, I said as I leaned over. I quickly looked around us and made sure no one was close. We were pretty far in the alley and where we were at it was pretty dark. Relax, you will be okay, I told him as I looked in his eyes to compel him. I took one last look around us before finally digging in. His blood tasted amazing, I hadn't had blood like this in months. I continued to drink until I felt him start to lose conscious. I pulled back and told him to go home and sleep and to forget this ever happened. I let out a breath, feeling a bit more relaxed. I still feel really mad, but for now I was calm enough. I teleported back to my room and got ready for bed, and soon I was off to the dream world. Chapter 67. Elena's POV. I woke up to the sound of people laughing downstairs. I looked at the clock and noticed it was 11:30. I quickly got up and got in the shower to make sure I didn't have any blood from last night. Because if my brothers found out they would fucking kill me. As soon as I got out the shower I changed into a strip dress and added a black hat to the outfit. I made sure to grab my sunglasses and my phone as I made my way to the stairs. You're finally up, said Madeline as she handed me a plate of food. Yeah, couldn't sleep, I told her as I sat down near Theo. I looked around and noticed none of my brothers were looking at me and my sisters were giving me a face which meant they knew. I sighed as I ate the fruit on my plate. Oh, the talk I was about to get. I looked up and my eyes connected with Liam's. I just rolled my eyes at him as I chewed on a piece of bacon. So what are we doing first? I asked. Shopping, shrieked the girls. I just nodded my head as I went to dump the rest of the food on my plate, seeing as I wouldn't be able to eat anymore. I washed my plate and the dishes in the sink while everyone else finished eating. Let's go, I heard someone yell. I grabbed the phone off the counter and let out a groan as I remembered I had left my purse in my room. I quickly tried to run up the stairs but ended up tripping on a step and was on the way down towards the floor, but someone pulled me back and stopped me from falling. As soon as I felt the tingles, I yanked my arm back and continued on my way to my room. I looked around searching for my bag, and finally I saw it by the window. I quickly grabbed it and teleported outside the front door. I swear sometimes I forget I can do this. I looked around and of course the only available spot was the passenger seat beside Liam. I rolled my eyes and got in as I buckled my seatbelt and leaned my head against the window. After a very awkward car ride, we finally got to the shopping center and I got out the car. I walked towards the door, but I felt someone put their arm around me. So where did you go last night? Asked Asher. What do you mean? I asked as I looked up at him. You know exactly what I mean, Elena. Cut the bullshit, he said. I went for a walk by the beach. I couldn't sleep, I told him. Come on, we all know that isn't true, said Nick as he opened the door for everyone. But it is, I told him as I went in and tried to walk away. Elena, how many fucking times do we have to tell you not to do that shit? Whisper, yelled Elijah. I was hungry, I told them. We don't care what you were, you know not to go alone, said Nick. I looked around and noticed it was me and my brothers and they were surrounding me. And I could see Liam looking at us with curiosity, ignoring completely whatever his sisters were saying. I was hungry, I couldn't wait any longer. I mumbled. Why did you have to be the vampy? Started Theo. Yeah, that's what I always ask myself, I told them angrily as I pushed them out the way and stormed past Liam. As I passed him, I made sure to grab his sisters. There's this amazing store, y'all are going to love it, I told them as I pulled them towards my sisters. We walked into the cute little boutique and looked around. I saw a cute bathing suit, but decided against it. After 20 minutes of us being in there, they were getting ready to pay. So I grabbed this cute matching dress that would go with my baby girl. After getting dirty looks from the cashier, I was finally out the store where everyone else was waiting for me. We continued to look around until finally everyone decided they wanted to head back and spend the afternoon at the beach. We finally all got home and I went up to my room and sat down on the ground looking at all the stuff I had gotten for myself and my babies. I was looking down smiling at the cute baby clothes when the door opened, causing me to look up. My eyes met Liam's and I just ignored him and continued on folding the clothes I had gotten. Elena, he sighed. But I just ignored him and continued to put the stuff back in the bag. I felt my babies kick. They always know when their daddy is close. Too bad he doesn't believe these babies are his. After just standing there, he grabbed some shorts and went into the bathroom. Soon he came out in just some shorts and walked out. But I made sure to look at the beautiful man in front of me before he was completely out the door. I decided to say fuck it and I put on a yellow two-piece bathing suit. I made sure to grab a cardigan and put it over the bathing suit. I kept my hair down how it was. I grabbed my sunglasses and made my way down the stairs. Oh, look at that belly, I heard someone say. I looked up and saw Liam. Liam, I said with a smile. You look beautiful, he said. Thank you, Liam, I said, hugging him. Is everyone else down at the beach? I asked, noticing no one else was around. Yeah, come on, let's go, he said as he grabbed my arm and we walked towards the beach. Remember the summers we would spend here? He asked. Yes, and when we would sneak out and get in trouble, I told him, laughing at the memories. Good times, he said as he put his arm over my shoulder as we both continued to laugh. Wait, sexy mama, I heard someone yell. I just laughed as Freya came up to me and touched my belly. I can't wait till they are here, she said. Me either, I told her, smiling. I looked to my right to look at Liam and noticed he was looking at me with a sad face. And from where he was looking, he had seen something. I just sighed. This is what everyone is going to look at me like. I went to one of the tanning chairs and laid down and closed my eyes and inhaled the scent of the ocean. I breathed in and out, breathing along with the sounds around me. My favorite place will always be the beach, it relaxes me so much. I could feel them looking at me, so I just continued to keep my eyes closed. But the eyes that I could feel burning into me were his. Chapter 68, Elena's POV. I took the cardigan off, knowing the looks I was about to get from them. because they were all about to see what it is I've been hiding. I set it down on the chair I was laying on and walked towards the water. I heard someone gasp, but I ignored it and continued on my way to the water. A tear slipped, but I just wiped it off as I walked in deeper. When I was deep enough, I took a deep breath in as I fell back into the water. I was fully submerged and I felt as if a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I felt the water pick up around me as I felt as if it was hugging me. I just floated there until I was pushed up by the water and I just floated on top, the water now calm with small waves that moved me around. I had my eyes shut enjoying the water. When I was underwater I could hear someone asking if I was okay, or when I would come back up. But good thing of having the element of water is I can be underwater for a while. I quickly stood up as I smelt blood. I looked around trying to find the source. I could see everyone look at me when I stood up, and were now trying to figure out what I was looking for. I saw as Ellie told them that I smelt blood. I slowly got out of the water as I looked around trying to see what direction the smell of the blood was coming from. My head snapped to the left as the smell of blood got stronger. I looked in the ocean and noticed someone was there struggling. I quickly ran in the direction as I felt them all run behind me. Elena, wait, you can't go in there, I heard from behind me. I noticed it was a teenage girl and it looks like she was hurt. She needs help, I screamed. I stepped in the water but stopped myself as it might not be safe for my babies. I saw as Nick and Liam dived in there trying to help the girl. As they pulled her towards the shore, the smell of the blood became too much and I covered my nose with my hand. What happened? Are you okay? I asked the girl. I don't know, something bit me, she said. I snatched Theo's shirt which he had in his hand as I ripped it and fell down beside the girl's leg. I took a deep breath as I wrapped the shirt around her leg, blood getting all over my hands. I brought my hand up towards my face as I looked at the blood around it. I cleared my throat as I washed them with the ocean. She needs medical help, I whispered as I cleared my throat. As I said that, I heard sirens in the distance and saw another girl running in our direction. They are coming, okay, she said to her friend. Thank you so much for helping her out, she cried to us. It was no problem, said Liam. After we made sure the girl was okay, we decided to head home and make dinner. We hung out by the pool while my brothers cooked the burgers and hot dogs. I was floating on my back when I felt someone float beside me. You had control, said Theo from beside me. Of course I did, I told him. Does it still hurt? He whispered. Sometimes, I said, turning my head towards him. You know, you're the strongest person I know. You've been through a lot. And you still sit here and laugh and smile, he said. I try to be strong even when I feel like giving up, I told him sincerely. I love you, Elena. And I wouldn't have wanted to share the womb with anyone else, he said with a smile, causing me to laugh. I love you too, Dork, causing him to sarcastically let out a gasp and pull me down underwater. She's pregnant, I heard someone scold Theo, but all I heard was a she will be fine back. With the flick of my wrist, I had Theo thrown with the help of the water, and he landed all the way on the other side of the pool. You fucking cheater, he yelled. I just shrugged my shoulders as I caused the water to rise over him, so that he was underwater just like I had previously been. That's not fair, he whined when he came back up. I just stuck my tongue out at him as I continued to float and enjoy all of nature. Food is ready, yelled Asher as everyone ran towards the food. I continued to float around and relaxed a bit more until I got hungry. I got out and wrapped a towel around me and walked towards the burgers that were already made. I took a bite out of my burger and walked towards where the girls were at and sat on the ground. Sit up here, Elena, said Sophie, getting up. Sit down, she always prefers the floor, said Celeste with a laugh. Are you sure? She said, looking at me. I just nodded as I took another bite of my burger. We continued to talk and the boys ended up joining us after an hour, and we just talked and told old stories until everyone started going up to their rooms. I sat at the edge of the pool enjoying the night breeze. I looked up at the moon admiring its beauty. After an hour of just sitting there, I decided to go up to my room. I walked in and grabbed my towels, and as I passed the bed I noticed someone was laying on it. I noticed it was just Liam and continued on my way to the bathroom. After a nice relaxing shower, I changed into some shorts and a large t-shirt and laid down on the other side of the bed. And I was finally able to drift off to sleep knowing Liam was beside me, and his scent relaxed me, and soon I was off to the dream world. Chapter 69, Elena's POV. After spending a relaxing week at the beach, we were finally all on the way back home. Me and Liam still hadn't spoken a word to each other, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the vacation and spending time with my family. After a long 5-hour drive back and dropping everyone else off at their house, me and Liam were finally pulling up to our new house. While we were away, all of our stuff was moved in here and put away. I got out of the car and went towards the back to grab my stuff, but it was just taken out of my hands as Liam told me to just close the trunk. I silently obeyed and walked into our house and smiled. I followed Liam up the stairs and unpacked my baby's stuff and brought it to each of their rooms. I could feel Liam come in, but I continued to put their stuff away. "I'm sorry," he said. I took out my anger on you, but I was mad at myself. I was mad that you were taken from right under my nose. And then he was able to do all that he did. I promised that I would protect you and I failed," he said as he broke down right in front of me. I started, but I didn't know what to say. "And I'm sorry for what I said about our babies. I know they are ours, I can feel it. I was just really mad at myself, and whether they come out like you or not, I will love them. They will have their amazing mother to help them out," he said with tears going down his face. All I could do was get up and hug him. We both sat on the floor holding each other. "You're beautiful, and you don't have to hide your scars. They are what shows everyone how strong you are. With or without them, you are beautiful, okay? And they look badass," he said with a smirk. "I love you," I told him. "I love you more," he said as he kissed me. After he helped me put everything away, and we moved to our living room where we watched some movies and just relaxed. He fell asleep, so I decided to make him something to eat because when we ate it was around 3 p.m. and it was around 9 p.m. now. I decided to make 3 sandwiches, 1 for me and 2 for him, and I grabbed some fruit and some drinks and I went to pick up the tray, but it was snatched out of my hands, causing me to almost have a heart attack. "Liam, you scared me," I told him as I held onto my stomach. "I'm sorry, darling, but I can't have you carrying this heavy tray, can I?" he said with a smirk as he passed me. "It's not even that heavy," I mumbled. After eating our food, we continued to watch movies until we both ended up asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 70, Elena's POV. It had been a week since we've been back, and everything has been nice and calm, which is always weird for me because my life is never calm. But maybe it's time I start getting used to being okay. I heard the doorbell ring, causing me to jump. I got up from the floor where I was just at reading a book. After struggling a bit, I was finally on my way down the stairs. I opened the door and let out an excited shriek. "Grandmas," I shrieked as I hugged both of them the best way I could. "What are you guys doing here?" I asked them as I shut the door behind them. "Well, we came here to talk to you," and Liam said, "My grandma." "About what?" I heard from behind me. "Well, we were thinking and we think it's time that you guys take over the kingdoms," she said. "Already?" I asked her nervously. "Yes, we think you guys are ready," she said. "Elena, you have been training for the vampire and witch kingdom since you were a pup. We know that you are ready for this. And Liam, although you don't have much knowledge of our kingdoms, you have knowledge of your kingdom, and have been training to take over. We think it's time," she said. All that me and Liam did was look at each other. We had no words. We would be taking over 3 kingdoms. But I started but was cut off by my grandma. "No, but you guys are ready, Elena," she said. "When was?" all I asked. "Next weekend," she said casually. "What?" "It's literally Monday," I said. "Will you guys be living in the castle?" she asked. I looked at Liam, wondering what he was thinking, and all he did was shrug his shoulders as he also looked overwhelmed. "No, we have our home here. We would of course spend some time in the castle, but our home is here," I said, looking at him as he nodded. "Elena, Liam, I know this is your home, but it will be difficult to get things done. You will need the protection of the castle. It's going to be hard," she said. "We will see," I told her. "Okay, so we called both your parents and they should be on the way. We need to talk about this," said my grandma. I just nodded as I let out a sigh. I got up and decided to make some snacks since we were probably going to be here for a while. I made some cookies and cupcakes, some sandwiches and a couple jars of lemonade. As soon as I finished cleaning the counter, I heard the doorbell. "Come in," I heard Liam say. "Liam, honey, how are you?" I heard his mom say. I quickly took my apron off and went to say hey to his parents and grandparents. "Elena, you look beautiful," said his mom as she hugged me. "Thank you, ma'am," I told her. "Elena, what have I told you about calling me ma'am?" she said with a stern look. "Sorry, Amelia," I said with a laugh. "Much better," she said as she smiled. After 20 minutes everyone was here, and now we were all on the meeting room. "So me and Beatrice have decided that it's time for us to step down, and we want them to go ahead and take over the throne," said my grandma Elizabeth. "That's a wonderful idea," said Liam's dad. "Are you ready to step down, Dad?" asked Liam. All James did was nod. "Okay, then it's settled. They will be taking over this weekend. We will all meet at the castle this Thursday so we can finish preparing and have everything ready by Saturday. said my grandma as she looked around for approval. Everyone just nodded and they continued to talk about what would happen that day and what was needed. I had asked them if they would be staying here or in the castle. They said they would stay here. But I recommend they stay in the castle, said my grandma Beatrice. It would be much easier on you guys if y'all stayed in the castle, said my mom. And everyone just nodded, agreeing with her. I just looked at Liam thinking about the whole situation. Would it really be best if we moved to the castle? Don't let our story end here. Subscribe and let's look forward to the next chapter together. With the immense responsibility of ruling 3 kingdoms and the arrival of new lives, are Elena and Liam ready to take on this historic mission? Danger is looming at Elena and Liam's coronation ceremony. Subscribe to our channel to find out how they handle the crisis first. Chapter 70, Elena's POV. It had been a week since we've been back, and everything has been nice and calm, which is always weird for me because my life is never calm. But maybe it's time I start getting used to being okay. I heard the doorbell ring, causing me to jump. I got up from the floor where I was just at reading a book. After struggling a bit, I was finally on my way down the stairs. I opened the door and let out an excited shriek. Grandmas, I shrieked as I hugged both of them the best way I could. What are you guys doing here? I asked them as I shut the door behind them. Well, we came here to talk to you and Liam, said my grandma. About what I heard from behind me. Well, we were thinking and we think it's time that you guys take over the kingdoms, she said. Already? I asked her nervously. Yes, we think you guys are ready, she said. Elena, you have been training for the vampire and witch kingdom since you were a pup. We know that you are ready for this. And Liam, although you don't have much knowledge of our kingdoms, you have knowledge of your kingdom, and have been training to take over. We think it's time, she said. All that me and Liam did was look at each other. We had no words. We would be taking over 3 kingdoms. But I started but was cut off by my grandma. No buts, you guys are ready, Elena, she said. When was all I asked? Next weekend, she said casually. What? It's literally Monday, I said. Will you guys be living in the castle? She asked. I looked at Liam wondering what he was thinking, and all he did was shrug his shoulders as he also looked overwhelmed. No, we have our home here. We would of course spend some time in the castle, but our home is here, I said, looking at him as he nodded. Elena, Liam, I know this is your home, but it will be difficult to get things done. You will need the protection of the castle. It's going to be hard, she said. We will see, I told her. Okay, so we called both your parents and they should be on the way. We need to talk about this, said my grandma. I just nodded as I let out a sigh. I got up and decided to make some snacks since we were probably going to be here for a while. I made some cookies and cupcakes, some sandwiches and a couple jars of lemonade. As soon as I finished cleaning the counter, I heard the doorbell. Come in, I heard Liam say. Liam, honey, how are you? I heard his mom say. I quickly took my apron off and went to say hey to his parents and grandparents. Elena, you look beautiful, said his mom as she hugged me. Thank you, ma'am, I told her. Elena, what have I told you about calling me ma'am? She said with a stern look. Sorry, Amelia, I said with a laugh. Much better, she said as she smiled. After 20 minutes everyone was here, and now we were all on the meeting room. So me and Beatrice have decided that it's time for us to step down. And we want them to go ahead and take over the throne, said my grandma Elizabeth. That's a wonderful idea, said Liam's dad. Are you ready to step down, Dad? Asked Liam. All James did was nod. Okay, then it's settled. They will be taking over this weekend. We will all meet at the castle this Thursday so we can finish preparing and have everything ready by Saturday, said my grandma as she looked around for approval. Everyone just nodded and they continued to talk about what would happen that day and what was needed. I had asked them if they would be staying here or in the castle. They said they would stay here. But I recommend they stay in the castle, said my grandma Beatrice. It would be much easier on you guys if y'all stayed in the castle, said my mom. And everyone just nodded, agreeing with her. I just looked at Liam thinking about the whole situation. Would it really be best if we moved to the castle? Chapter 71, Elena's POV. Me and Liam had really thought about the possibility of moving to the castle, and we had been trying to decide where we would be living and raising our babies. Liam, where do you want to live? We have our home here. But the castle could also be ours. I grew up there and I love it there. But is it what's best for us? I told him as I rubbed on my very swollen belly. Wherever we decide, it won't matter because we will be together. This house isn't what makes this home. Home is wherever you are, he said as he kissed me. We would still have this house, we could come here whenever we needed to get away, or we could have our rooms in the castle for whenever we needed to stay there overnight, he said. And plus I can teleport, I told him. Exactly, so it won't matter where we choose to stay, said Liam. I just nodded as I laid my head on his chest. We had to leave tomorrow and I was really nervous. Could I really rule 3 kingdoms? I have to head to the pack house. I need to make sure everything is good here before we head out tomorrow, he said as he kissed my forehead. Okay, I'm going to my parents, I told him. I'll see you later. I love you, he said as he walked out. I quickly changed into a simple long-sleeve blue dress and put some sandals on and grabbed my car keys and got in my Jeep and was on the way to my parents. I pulled in and parked the car in my regular spot and got out. I could hear people in the backyard, so I went around the house towards the back. Elena, I heard someone yell. I looked up and was met with Celeste and Sapphire. I saw as they ran towards me. You guys literally saw me like 2 days ago, I said as I hugged them. That's 2 days too long, said Sapphire. Well, when you put it like that, I told them as I laughed. Are you packed, Elena? We all leave tomorrow, asked my mom as she raised a brow. Yes, I told her. Elena, you always do this. You are about to be queen, you can't keep acting like this, she said. Mom, chill, I'll do it as soon as I get back. It's just a bag with clothes, I told her, annoyed. You need to start acting more mature, Elena, she said. Mom. I started but stopped as I knew I would say something bad. Mom, chill, she will do it when she gets back, there's still time, said Theo, defending me like he always does. Like always defending her, she said. Mom. What is up with you today? All you've done since I got here is attack me, I told her. I'm sorry, honey, your grandma's just has me so stressed with all this coronation stuff, she said as she hugged me. We made some snacks and went into the movie theater and watched some movies like the old times. I went out to use the bathroom and was passing the windows facing the backyard when I saw someone in the distance walking towards the house. I carefully walked towards the window to see who it might be, but I let out a sigh of relief when I noticed it was just Liam. I opened the door for him as he got closer. Babe, what are you doing here? I asked as I hugged him. Well, I got home and noticed you weren't back, so I ran here so we could go back together, he said as he hugged me closer to him and then bent down to kiss my belly. Well, I was on the way to the bathroom. Wait for me here, I said as I closed the door. After peeing, me and Liam walked back into the movie room, and they all said hey to him as me and him cuddled into each other and finished watching the movie. After the movie was over, they put on another one and dinner was brought in here for us. And when the movie was over, Liam drove us home, and then we got ready to sleep and cuddled into each other. Chapter 72, Elena's POV. I was woken up by Stella, who wouldn't shut up in my head. I looked over at the clock and noticed it was 7 in the morning. Stella, what the hell? Don't Stella, what the hell me? You still need to pack, dumbass, she said with an attitude. Oh right, we leave for the castle today, I groaned. We are ready for this, Elena, don't worry, said Athena. We sure are, we were made for this, Elena. And with Liam by our side, everything is possible, said Stella. I got up as I ran to the bathroom, as I could feel my bladder about to explode. After I washed my hands and my teeth, I walked in my closet and started packing my suitcase for the next couple days. After an hour of packing, I finally got up from the floor the best way I could and looked down at my very full 2 suitcases. You always do this, I heard from behind me. I looked behind me and saw Liam with a smirk on his face. Babe, I might need this. I never know what I'm going to wear. You never know, I told him as I shrugged. Oh, Elena, he said as he came and hugged me from behind. Are you packed? I sighed. Of course, baby, I packed before I left to your parents, he said. So I'm the only irresponsible one, I sighed, remembering my mom's words. Baby, why do you say that? He said, turning me around. It's nothing, I'm just feeling nervous about the whole coronation thing, and having to take care of 3 kingdoms, I said nervously. Baby, as long as we have each other, we can do anything, we will have each other and our families, we will be okay. Promise, he said, pulling me in and kissing me. We will, let's go. Because if we are late, they will kill us, I laughed. You think they'd kill the future queen and king? He asked as we walked out. Who knows, I said back as I shut the front door behind us. After a long drive, we were finally pulling up to the castle. I watched as the gates opened and the warriors greeted us. I smiled at them as we pulled up to the front of the castle and parked the car. Liam ran to my side of the door and opened the door for me. My queen, he said with a smirk as he helped me out. I laughed as I grabbed his hand and grabbed my bag as we walked in together. Elena, it's good you guys are finally here. We need to get you guys fitted. Especially them babies, said my grandma as she rubbed my belly. Yes, for sure, I don't think I'll fit in my usual dresses, I said, smiling down at my bulging belly. I walked up to where the designer would be with Liam by my side. Benny, I said as I hugged him. Elena, oh look at you, he said excitedly. Oh my goddess, look at that belly, when are you due, he asked. 2 months, I said nervously. Oh, I'm excited to meet them, he said with a huge smile. Benny, this is my mate Liam, I said as I grabbed Liam's hand. It's good to finally meet you, said Benny as he bowed down, showing respect. No need for that, any friend of Elena is my friend, he said with a smile. Oh, I like him, said Benny, causing me to let out a nervous laugh. If this man knew anything about what I've been through, he would try and fight him, no matter how high up Liam is. Anywho, measurements, I said with a nervous laugh. Right, okay Liam, step up here first, he said as he took out his supplies he would need and started measuring all of Liam, causing me to think Benny was enjoying this a little too much. I raised an eyebrow at Benny, causing him to raise one back as he winked, causing me to laugh. I knew he wouldn't try anything, he has his own mate who he loves very much. They are actually in the process of having a child. It is kind of rare for them to find their mates. Most people who turn out to like the opposite sex usually just get together, never finding their mate. So for Benny to have found his is amazing. Okay Elena, you and them babies are up, said Benny. I stepped up on the thing as he started to measure my waist, my chest and hips. Damn Elena, you had big tie-ties before, but now they are just huge, he said, causing Liam to let out a low growl. Calm down, as gorgeous as Elena is she couldn't turn me straight, said Benny, causing me to laugh. As soon as he finished we went to look for my grandma as we helped set up for the big day. And we made sure to practice our big speech. Chapter 73, Elena's POV. It was now dinner time and we all sat at this huge table talking and enjoying ourselves. This is how I like things, nice, calm and everyone getting along. So Elena, Liam, have y'all thought of any names for the twins, asked his mom excitedly. Yes, we have both their names, said Liam, smiling down at me. Chachin, why have you guys not told us? Asked Madeline. We want to keep it a surprise until they are born, I said with a wink. Oh, you guys are no fun, she said back as she crossed her arms, annoyed. Not even a hint, asked my mom, hopeful. Nope, I told her, as me and Liam looked at each other and laughed. Truth be told, we still had no idea what we would name our babies. We have discussed it, but no name has felt right for our babies. Maybe it will just come to us when we least expect it. As we continued to laugh and finish our dinner, I suddenly had an odd feeling, like something was about to happen. Damn it, I jinked it. We were doing so good, now what is going to happen? I looked around and out the windows, making sure nothing was going to come at us. I took a breath and trying to relax. I didn't want to worry everyone the day before the coronation, so I just ignored it for now. Dinner was finally over and me and Liam were walking back into our room. What about Liam Jr., said Liam. Hell no, over my dead body will our son be a junior, I told him while cringing. True, he said, laughing. Whatever we decide, it will be perfect, I told him as he kissed my forehead. Yes, it will, love, he said, pulling me in for a hug. As I pulled away to walk in the bathroom, I felt as he smacked my ass, causing me to let out a gasp and look at him. Don't even get me started, I mumbled as I quickly went into the bathroom. I quickly changed into some shorts and a large t-shirt and washed my face and my teeth. I walked into the room and saw Liam acting weird as he hit his phone. You okay? I asked him. Yes, baby, everything's okay, he said as he kissed my forehead as he walked by and into the bathroom. I think he left his phone. Would it be bad if I checked why he was acting so mysterious? Do it, said Stella in my head. No, don't do it, trust mate, said Athena. But if I just take a little peek? No, yes, they said at the same time, causing me to sigh as I fought the urge to check. I'm sure it's nothing, I told them. Guess we will never know, said Stella annoyingly. Stella, we need to think with our heads, we need to stop acting before thinking. It's gotten us in a lot of trouble, I said annoyingly. And if we hadn't, we wouldn't have known stuff that we do, or we wouldn't be here right now, she said. She kind of has a point, but at the same time I can't ever agree with her because she always makes bad decisions and then it will get to her damn head, said Athena. You're the one with the biggest head, mumbled Stella. Watch it, Fangs, said Athena. Do you guys ever stop? I yelled in my head. No. They both yelled in my head. You would think they would get along perfectly since they've been with me since I was young, but truth be told, Stella did get me in a lot of trouble growing up. At one point Athena was the same, but as I grew she matured and made sure I was smart about everything. They fight like damn sisters, but I know they love and care for each other. You okay, babe? I heard Liam say. See what y'all did. He's out and now we will never know, said Stella. Yes, I'm fine, just Stella being Stella. I laughed as I rubbed my head. Come on, baby, he said as he pulled me in the bed and pulled me close to him. Are you ready for tomorrow? I asked him. Yes, we were meant to do this, Elena. And I know that as long as we have each other we will be fine, he said. I'm just scared with us being new to this whole ruling thing. And then the babies. It's going to be a lot, I said. I know, baby, but we have people that will help us along the way no matter what, he said. I hope they have your eyes, I told him. Yeah, me too, my eyes are gorgeous, aren't they, he said as he quickly blinked, causing me to laugh. But I hope they have your gorgeous eyes, the way they change. I love them, he said. I teared up at the thought that he would actually want our babies to have my eyes. After everything that's happened, we've come a long way. Baby, what's wrong, he said as he looked at me with concern. Nothing, babe, it's just the hormones, I said as I wiped my tears. Oh, baby, he said as he put his face in my neck. And soon we were asleep, and I was off into the dream world once again. I opened my eyes and saw I was looking straight at the sky. I moved my hands, noticing I was lying down on grass. I sat up as I looked around and noticed I was once again in a beautiful clearing. I could see trees ahead of me and some beautiful mountains. And as I looked down, I noticed there was a beautiful lake. This could only mean one thing: I was with her again. I looked around trying to find her, but she was nowhere to be found. Oh, my beautiful child, you are glowing, I heard from behind me, causing me to get up as fast as I could and bowed. Thank you, moon goddess, I said. Tomorrow is the big day. I am so proud of the women you have become. Others feared that with all the power you possessed you'd turn bad and use it against everyone. But here you are proving all of them wrong, just like I knew you would, she said with a big smile. Remember that there will always be people that don't like the fact that you are ruling 3 kingdoms, and then the fact that some may not want to be ruled by other species. People will always be against it, so always be careful, she said. And remember that no matter what, your babies will be alright, okay? She said as she walked up to me and kissed my cheek once again as I felt myself fall back. Wait, what do you... I started, but soon enough I was back in the room with Liam. I looked around trying to figure out what time it was, and noticed it was 3 a.m. I sighed as I laid back down. As my eyes started to shut once again, all I had in mind was what could she possibly be talking about this time. Chapter 74, Elena's POV. I woke up and noticed it was 9 in the morning. I got up and decided to go ahead and take a shower now rather than later. I let out a sigh as the hot water hit my skin, relaxing my tensed muscles. All I could think about right now was about what the moon goddess had said. And then the fact that I had that weird feeling before. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't hear Liam come in. Until he hugged me from behind, scaring the shit out of me. Liam, you scared the shit out of me, I told him. As long as it's not the babies, he said, laughing at his own joke. You're so funny, I said, trying to stop myself from smiling. I know I am, baby, but what were you thinking about? You didn't even realize I came in, he said. Just the coronation, I told him as I let out a sigh. Everything will be fine, baby, he said as he gripped my boobs in each of his hands. Damn, your boobs have gotten bigger, he said, turning me around so he could look at them. I saw as he licked his lips and then gripped my boobs tighter in his hands, causing me to clench my legs together. Liam, I said. Was all he said as he took them in his mouth, taking a turn with each. All I could do was grip his hair, as I felt the tingles spread through my whole body. The doctor said it was okay, right, he said through kisses. Was all I could say. Perfect, he said with a smirk. And for the next hour in that shower we spent making love to each other. I got out the shower and walked towards the bedroom with wobbly legs. But little did I know Liam had gone rougher than I thought, and I could barely stand on my 2 legs. I let out a puff of air as Liam laughed as he picked me up and set me on the bed. It's not funny, I said, hiding my face from him. I changed into a pair of sweats and a hoodie since I would just be in this for a little bit. He grabbed my hand and led me down the stairs and into the dining room. About time I heard someone mumble, causing others to laugh. I ignored them and went into the kitchen to get us some food. Damn, Elena, does having that belly not get in the way, laughed Madeline. Were we really that loud, I asked, embarrassed. Yes, you were, they laughed. That's embarrassing, I mumbled, fixing a plate for me and Liam. Yeah, it is, laughed Madeline. Not as embarrassing as that one time you and Theo were at it upstairs and we could hear everything and out of nowhere, boom, the poor bed snapped. I laughed knowing I got her good. And with that I walked out to the dining room with the plates in my hands. Good one, babe, whispered Liam in my ear as he took the plates from my hand. All I did was smirk at him as he pulled the chair for me and pushed me in. And for the next 20 minutes we talked about what's to come for all of us. "Chop chop, what are y'all doing just sitting there?" yelled my grandma as she walked in. We all quickly got up and put our dishes in the sink and ran to different locations. "Elena, not you," yelled my grandma, causing me to freeze on the spot. "You look so pretty, Grandma," I told her with a smile. Yeah, come on," she said as she gave me a smirk and walked out. "Since you are getting crowned today, you will need a crown. It's time for you to choose your crown. Your ancestors have always came in here the day of the coronation and chooses a crown. And it is now your turn to do so." As we walked in a room, I gasped. There was crowns and jewels all around me. "Wow," was all I could say as I looked around. "Yes, beautiful, isn't it?" she said as she looked around. I walked around looking at all the crowns. How would I choose a crown? There's so many options, this is going to be hard. Or so I thought until I saw a beautiful crown that came with a necklace and some earrings. "This one," I said, turning to look at my grandma. "Interesting," she said. "How so?" I asked. "That crown has only been worn once. And after it was worn, it disappeared and was never to be seen again. And here it is," she said, amazed. "Wow, who wore it?" I asked. "You did," she said, causing me to look at her confused. "What do you mean I did?" I asked, confused. "You and Liam have been reincarnated for decades. Your love for each other has always been so strong that the goddess couldn't separate y'all. You both always found your way back to each other, therefore being destined mates. Does that ring a bell?" she said. "The moon goddess mentioned it," I mumbled. "Yes, I thought she would have told you everything already, but it's just crazy how this crown appeared here. It found its way back to you," she said, looking at it. "I should start getting ready," I said as I walked out and walked up to my room. I walked in and saw Liam sitting on a chair looking at something on his computer. I went and sat on his lap as I laid my head on him. "I love you," I told him. "I love you more," he said, hugging me. "I'm sorry, Elena," he whispered. "What do you mean?" I asked him. "For everything I put you through, you deserve to have been treated better. And thank you for not giving up on me when in reality you should have. Thank you for making me a dad. And thank you for making me the happiest man. And I cannot wait to spend the rest of our lives together ruling and raising our kids," he said. "Liam," I said through tears as I hugged him. "Come on, we have to start getting ready," he said, pulling me up. And just on cue, hairdressers and makeup artists walked in with lots of styling and makeup tools. "Good luck," whispered Liam with a smirk as he quickly kissed my lips and walked out the door. "Here we go," I said with a sigh. After 3 hours of hair pulling from one side to the other and brushes all over my face, I was done. They handed me a mirror and all I could do was look at myself. "Wow, you guys did amazing, thank you," I told them with a huge smile. "My queen," they said as they bowed. "Oh, no need for that," I told them as they just nodded and grabbed their stuff and went out. As I was looking at myself in the mirror, I heard a knock on the door, and in came my Nana Liz. "Nana," I said, hugging her. "Hey baby, are you ready to become queen?" she said with a huge smile. "I'm scared, Nana, especially with these babies coming," I told her. "Oh, Elena, you will be perfect for this job. No one could do it better. Your kindness and that heart of yours is what's going to lead you. You've been through so much and yet you remain the kind-hearted Elena. You will be the one to help your people. Because of you and Liam, kingdoms and species will once again be one and get along. You two will bring peace to the supernatural world," she said with tears in your eyes. I could feel the tears coming and I tried blinking them away, but it was becoming harder to hold them in. "Thank you, Nana," I whispered. "Of course, my queen," she said with a smile, as she hugged me once again. "Oh, Elena, watching you grow into this amazing woman and now seeing that you're about to become a mom and be queen is just amazing," she said. "Now come on, let's get you into your dress," she said. After making sure the dress was perfect and putting on my necklace and earrings, I put on my high heels. I looked in the mirror and made sure my makeup and hair hadn't gotten ruined. "Wow," I said once again. "Wow," indeed, I heard from behind me. I turned and saw Liam in his beautiful tux, as he had his hair styled back and he just looked perfect. "You look sexy," I told him with a smile. "As do you, love," he said with a smirk. I looked at my Nana as she walked out and gave us a smile. And I looked at her curiously as she winked at Liam, causing him to wink back. "What was that about?" I asked. "It's nothing. Let's go for a walk before the ceremony begins," he said as he grabbed my hand and walked us out the door and down the stairs. Chapter 75. Elena's POV. Liam led me outside as he walked me towards the back of the castle. "Liam, should I really be out here with this dress? People are starting to arrive." The The ceremony starts in like an hour. I mumbled as I made sure I wasn't stepping in mud. It's okay, it's not far, he said nervously. Babe, are you okay? I asked as he was never nervous. Yes, we are here, he said. Liam, these heels and the woods dawn, I started but was cut off as I finally looked up and saw what was right in front of me. I felt myself tear up at the sight. In front of me stood a pathway of roses leading to the will you marry me. There was candles and flowers everywhere. Liam, I said, turning around to find him down on one knee. I love you, Elena, and it would make me the happiest man alive if you'd marry me. As much as I deserve for you to say no. I'm selfish and my love for you will forever be stronger than anything. I promise I will be by your side, always supporting you no matter what. I will be the best father to our children, and I will be the best husband. Elena Michelson, will you marry me? He asked. All I could do was nod. I was still trying to hold in the tears. I love you, said Liam as he put the ring on my finger and hugged me. I love you more, I said. As we pulled back, I was finally able to look at the beautiful ring on my finger. Wow, it's beautiful, I said. As I said that, I heard clapping from around me. I saw as both our families came out, all smiling as everyone cheered. Heir, said me and the girls as we all looked at my ring. As I looked around, I realized I couldn't ask for anything more. We have a big family. And I know our babies would be very loved. I am thankful to have a family so kind and supportive. Congratulations, honey, said my dad as he and my mom hugged me. Thank you, Dad, I said, hugging him. Oh, baby, you're so big, said my mom while tearing up and hugging me. All I did was hug her as I felt the tears coming once again. Oh, Elena, I heard my brothers say as I was squished in a group hug. I'll watch the hair, I said. Yeah, said Nick. Congratulations, they said. Thank you, I said, sighing as they hugged me. Okay, people, the ceremony begins in 15 minutes. Let's go, yelled my grandma. Let's go, baby, said Liam, kissing my forehead. I nodded as we all walked back towards the castle. I looked to the left and noticed a photographer. I'm glad I'd have pictures of this special moment. Okay, let us touch up your makeup real quick, said one of the makeup girls. When they were finally done with everything and making sure my hair was still in place, they walked away, wishing me luck first. Okay, position, guys, said my grandma, as they would be walking in before us. First, the current rulers would walk in as they would sit on their thrones. 4 more were added though, for my other grandparents and for Jason's parents. I watched as they all walked in and sat on their thrones. I started fidgeting as we would be next. We got this, baby. Everything will be okay, he said as the doors once again opened, meaning it was our turn to walk in. Liam gave my hand a squeeze before he nodded. I stood up straighter and took in a deep breath before nodding back. And in we went. Please welcome the future rulers of the witch, vampire, and wolf kingdoms, said a man through the speaker. As we got to the front, we had to face the current rulers as they all got up and walked towards us. We are here today because we have decided it is time for all of us to step down. And in our place will be Elena Michelson and Liam Summerholder, said Liam's dad. I know everyone will be safe with them, and I couldn't ask for anyone to take over, said my grandpa. And in walked the council members who would be the ones to crown us. Elena, Liam, you guys are here because you two have accepted the role of taking over the throne. Do you guys swear to do right by everyone, and not treat any of the kingdoms differently, and to care for all and to put them first? Said George. I do, said me and Liam at the same time. Okay, with this blood oath the responsibility of 3 kingdoms will be given to the both of you, said Felix. Me and Liam got on our knees in front of them as they grabbed their blade and the golden bowl with some writing on it that was ancient. Liam, do you promise to be loyal and protect your kingdom no matter what, and put them first, said Luna. I swear to protect my kingdom and always be loyal to all my people, said Liam. And then they grabbed the blade and slit his palm. I watched as the blood ran down his palm and fell into the bowl. Like magic, the bowl lit up as a golden light came from the bowl. Then they placed the crown on his head as we looked at each other smiling. Elena, do you promise to be loyal and protect your kingdom no matter what and always put them first? Said Luna. I swear to protect my kingdom and always be loyal to all my people, I said as they brought the blade down to my palm and sliced it. I watched as my blood too ran down my hand and into the bowl, causing a bigger golden light to come from the bowl. I bent down as they placed the crown on my head, automatically feeling the power surge through my veins. I let out a breath at how powerful that felt. I thought I felt powerful before. But this was a power I had never felt. I looked beside me to see if Liam had felt it too. And by the face he made I could tell he felt it too. By the power of the council I now present to you the king and queen of the vampire, werewolf, and witch kingdom, said Luna. All around us people stood up for us and cheered. Liam helped me up and helped me fix my dress so I wouldn't trip. We joined hands as we turned around and smiled and waved at everyone cheering for us. We did it, I told Liam, smiling at him. Yes, we did, baby, he said as he kissed my hand with my new engagement ring and smiled at me. Chapter 76, Elena's POV. Liam bent down to give me a quick kiss as I smiled up at him. Here we were, as king and queen, and I wouldn't want to be here with anybody else. I could even feel the babies moving around as if being happy. I grabbed Liam's hand as I put his hand on top of my belly so he could feel the babies. I can't wait, he said. Me either, I want to meet them, I told him. We just smiled up at each other, when out of nowhere we heard someone yelling. You will not be queen. You are a creature that should not exist, said some dude. Me and Liam just looked at each other, hoping this wouldn't escalate into something more serious. I promise to be the best person I can be. I am just like you and I'm just like her and him, I said. You will not be my queen, and with that he pulled out a gun and aimed it at me. It all happened in slow motion as he pulled the trigger and the noise rang through our ears. Everyone screamed and ran out the doors. Liam got in front of me just as the bullet would have hit me, his face quickly losing color as he fell to his knees. Liam and I yelled out in pain. You will pay for this, I said as I stretched my hand out and then squeezing it shut as he fell to the ground choking. When I knew the guards had him, I fell to the ground beside Liam. I looked at him through tearful eyes. Looking at his wound I could see it turning black, which only meant it had wolf's bane and something else that would have killed me. And now it's in Liam. Liam, please, I yelled as the tears poured down my face. Elena, we have to take him to the hospital, said someone from behind me. I can heal him, I yelled as I put my hand over his wound. Elena, a wound like that could kill you, said my mom with tears. Ignoring her, I placed my hands over his wound, as I felt the sensation of something hot going down my arms and into Liam. I opened my eyes as I felt myself healing him. But all that would happen was that more blood was pouring out. And it was black. Why did you do this? I yelled up at the moon goddess. I could feel myself start to panic. I felt people start to pull me off of him. Stop, what are you doing? He won't survive if I don't heal him, I yelled. I could hear Liam's sisters and mom crying. I needed to save him. We just became king and queen. And the babies. Please let me go, I whispered. Elena, you will kill yourself if you try to. Look at how weak you are. And all it did was make more of that black blood pour out, said Theo as he held me. Theo, please, he needs me, I whispered as I felt weaker. I yelled as I felt water trickle down my legs. I looked down but could not see anything due to the big dress I was wearing. But I could smell blood. No, it's too soon, and Liam. I started, but I could see that some had smelt the blood already. Elena, warned my dad as he walked towards me. And oh, I yelled as I pushed everyone off of me and put a barrier around me and Liam. Elena, those babies need to come out now, yelled my grandma. I fell to my knees once again as I tried healing him again. I closed my eyes and imagined his wound closing up and transferring it to me. But nothing was happening. Why isn't he healing? I yelled out. I started to panic. He wasn't healing and his heartbeat was getting weaker. I looked to my right as I felt someone standing beside me. I looked and it was the moon goddess. I knew no one else would be able to see her but me unless she wanted to be seen. Why isn't he healing? I asked her. Elena. She started. No, you fucking promised everything would be okay. Now fix him. Please, I yelled. She started. No. Please, you're the moon goddess, you have to be able to do something, I yelled. Elena, the babies, she said. You said we would be alright, I whispered. Yeah. I said you and the babies would be alright, she whispered sadly, causing my head to swing in her direction. What was all I could say. Chapter 77, Elena's POV. What was all I could say as I looked up at her. No. Why, you said. I started but couldn't finish as I felt a sharper pain, causing me to double over in my already bent position. Elena, please, the babies, said Liam's mom. Will the babies be okay? I asked. Will they be okay? I yelled. Yes, but I don't think you could heal him, Elena. This is some type of dark magic. I don't even think I could heal him, said the moon goddess. Try, please, I whispered. With a sigh, she placed her hands around the wound and she started chanting. I looked as the wound was once again glowing. I looked at her as she concentrated. I let out a breath as I placed my hands on top of hers and started chanting with her. Like how I could feel something going through my veins and out my arms when healing someone. I could feel it right now, but only this time I could feel something going through my veins and down to my stomach where he has his wound. I could feel it working, so I started chanting faster and louder as I could feel it moving to me. I heard gasps behind me as I knew they could most likely see what was going inside me. And then the blood that was now staining my dress. Elena, that's enough, I heard her say, but I ignored her as I continued to heal him. I could feel blood coming down my nose and I could feel how bad I was shaking from the power of whatever was inside him. I could feel myself gasping for air as I continued to heal him. I've healed many people. But this is something I've never felt before, and I could feel it all in my body. I felt like my life was hanging on a thin line. That is enough, yelled the moon goddess as she dropped my shield I had around me and Liam. I heard people run to us. Wait, I'm not done, I whispered weakly. Stop. I whispered, yelled as they started pulling me away from him. I yelled again as the pain was getting worse. Take him and we will take her, I heard someone yell. I can't have these babies without him. He needs to be there, I whispered. I know, Elena, but you're going to have to do this without him, whispered Theo. No, Theo, please, I whispered. I closed my eyes and next thing I know we were rushing through a door. I looked around noticing I was in a hospital. I clutched my stomach as I was feeling pain from different directions. From the babies coming to the wound I created from healing Liam. Liam and I yelled as I screamed. I could feel like my heart was being ripped from my chest. I thought getting rejected was the biggest pain. But this. My wolf was howling in my head as Stella was crying. What's wrong with him? I yelled as I clutched my chest. Guys, we are losing him, I heard a doctor yell as they took him into a room. Wait, what's happening to him? But they just ignored me. Mate, I heard Athena whimper in my head. Elena, the babies, we need to get them out, said Stella weakly. I just nodded as I felt another sharp pain, causing me to shut my legs shut tightly. Elena, we need to see how far along you are, said the doctor as I just nodded and spread my legs. Oh wow, okay. Get ready, these babies are coming out now, said the doctor looking at the nurses. I watched as they started setting up all their supplies and fixing the incubators. Everything will be okay, Elena, I'm here, said my mom coming beside me and grabbing my hand. So am I, said Liam's mom as she grabbed my other hand with tears falling down her face. I just nodded as I squeezed both their hands. Mom, I'm sacred, I whispered as tears poured down my face, remembering that Liam would not be here with me. Baby, you're so strong. You do have this, just remember that you will be meeting your babies soon, she said with tears. Oh, Liam. I groaned as I felt pressure down by my vagina. I could feel myself being ripped open. I gripped the bed as I felt a wave of contractions. I cried because it hurt, I cried because Liam might never get to meet his babies, and I cried because I was scared to be a parent alone. All I could do was grip the thing on the side of the hospital bed as I felt myself opening more. Elena, you need to push when you get a contraction, okay, said the doctor. All I did was nod as I felt another one coming, causing me to let out a scream in pain. Mom, I can't do this. Not without him, I whispered. Baby, you have to continue, she said. Elena, you have to continue for him, said his mom. As I felt another contractions, I pushed again. As I let out a scream, the door slammed open, causing me to lift up my head tiredly. Liam, I whispered. Baby, he said, limping towards me as the doctor followed behind him confused. Okay, since you're in here, you have to let me connect you again, okay, said the doctor as he started connecting Liam up to the machines. I'm here, baby. Now bring our babies into this world. You're not alone, he said, kissing my forehead and moving my sweaty hairs out of my face. I nodded as I pushed harder as this contraction hit me strong. The head is out. Elena, give me one big push, said the doctor. I pushed as hard as I could as I felt the baby slip out. I smiled weakly as I heard the cries of my baby ringing in the room. It's a boy, said the doctor, showing me him. I looked at Liam with a smile as he looked at our baby. He looked down at me and kissed me. Okay, one more, said the doctor as I pushed. The head is almost out, Elena, she said. I gave her another push as another contraction hit me. I gripped Liam's and my mom's hand as I felt the baby coming. The head is out. One last push and she's out, said the doctor. I looked as Liam as he was already looking down at me. He just nodded as he kissed my hand. I nodded back as I felt another contraction making me push. And once again I heard the cries of my second baby as she cleaned her up a bit, and then once again showed me her. It's a girl, she said with a smile. Good job, baby, you're so strong, he said, kissing me and then looking at our babies. I thanked the moon goddess for making sure my babies were okay. and that Liam was also standing next to me. Liam, what happened? How are you here? I asked. I don't know was all he could say as he looked out the window with a look of confusion. I know I had helped him in a way, but it wasn't enough. So how is he here? They are all clean, said the doctor as she passed me my baby girl, and passed Liam my baby boy. After a couple of minutes she laid both of them on my chest. Okay, so I'm going to leave both of them here for skin-to-skin contact. They should be just fine with you. We can try feeding them in a bit, she said as she smiled and walked out. Just on cue, all of our friends and family rushed in trying to see the baby. I was all I could hear as I looked down at my babies. What are their names? Asked Sophie. Eros and Elias Summerholder, said Liam with a huge smile. Ah, that is so cute, said Liam's mom with tears in her eyes. You guys will be amazing, said my mom as she kissed my forehead. Thank you, Mom, I said. Okay, let's all give them some time, said my grandma. Once everyone had left, Liam got in the bed with me as he held me and the babies. He kissed my forehead and looked at me. Thank you for making me a father, he said as he looked down at the babies. Thank you for making me a mom, I said with a wink. Elena, was it not you who healed me? He asked. I tried to, Liam. But I could only heal you a little. These babies were coming and then the moon goddess pulled me off and just. I wasn't strong enough, I said. Whatever you did, Elena, it helped me. And I am here thanks to you. I will see our babies grown thanks to you, he said. If you enjoyed today's content and want to know more, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and turn on notifications to not miss any exciting updates.